Before the release of Saw 11, whenever they do release it, I wanted to do a quick narrative analysis of the entire franchise, explaining the key moments and why they stick out and mean so much to me. So, over the past few months, I did just that, and this is the culmination of those hundreds of hours. Now, there's almost no way this gets full ads, which is honestly fine. I kind of expected that. But if you want to see the uncensored version, this is probably as good a time as any to shill the Patreon. Plus, it helps me make more fun videos like this. Obviously, I'm never going to expect anything like that. The support y'all show in the videos is more than enough for me. But with that quick preamble out of the way, let's begin where this gorgeously grungy and grotesque franchise spawned from, before there was even a movie to spawn said franchise. How did two Australian filmmakers turn a $2,000 short film into a $1 billion franchise? In 1995, two young men met each other at the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology and developed a bond that would affect their lives forever. Leigh Whannell was and always has been an entertainer, even from a young age. Acting, writing, filmmaking, it didn't matter. He wanted a reaction. And he was damn good at it too. In college, he landed his first gig, a presenter and host for a Saturday morning TV show called Recovery. Here, he was able to interview big names such as Peter Jackson, Tim Burton, and George Clooney. After graduation, Whannell had continued his presence on Australian TV, but he was always chasing something more. Aside from a very small part in The Matrix Reloaded, Whannell found his opportunities few and far between, including a now infamous audition for Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. But behind the scenes, he had something much bigger planned, with that same friend he made all the way back in 1995. James Wan had a much different path to success. Born in Malaysia, Wan and his family moved to Australia when he was about 7, bouncing between Perth and Canberra, before he moved to Melbourne to attend college. A student project he wrote and directed, Gideon, made its way to the Melbourne Underground Film Festival, often shortened to MUF, where it won Best Guerrilla Film in 2000. And who else could play the clown other than his good friend Leigh Whannell? But just as soon as their acclaim came, it went just as quickly. Gideon showed at that festival, maybe had a couple more screenings here and there, but no actual release. I tried every resource I could, to no avail. So if James Wan comes across this video, go ahead and send me a copy. Nonetheless, Wan and Whannell felt their time to break into the forefront was running out. Over the years, Wan and Whannell had been writing a script for a horror film, playing off their own dreams and nightmares for the plot. By 2003, they were ready to take their last shot at their dreams. But as any once inexperienced filmmaker knows, there's always that final hurdle. Money. At the time, Australian production companies weren't throwing around money at many things. But you know where rich idiots will throw around millions as if it's spare change? So the two Aussies set out for Los Angeles. But they knew better than to show up with just another script for producers to glance at before inevitably tossing it. They knew they had to show them that they had the ability to make this script come to life, especially if they wanted to keep their names attached to it. See, Wan and Whannell had one sticking point. They wanted full creative control of this film, which almost certainly reduced their chances of getting their film funded. But it didn't matter. This is their film, their dreams, their fears, their heart and soul. No one would take that from them, even if that meant they had to admit defeat and return to their normal lives in Australia. The two decided to pick a single scene from their script to create the short film for, as obviously the full feature-length film would be too much of a long burn. And with that one scene, they nailed it. It's bursting with energy and enthusiasm, introducing us into the mystifying world of Jigsaw. We pick up the story with David, a hospital orderly, recounting his harrowing near-death experience in a twisted game of survival. And as expected, Leigh Whannell plays David. He was always meant to be in front of that camera, with his best friend James Wan right behind it. With their set, props, equipment, and whatever else they could find, their budget came out to a paltry $2,000, which even for 2003 will get you about as far as you can throw it. But with some help from friends, and a few favors, they shot their scene. David is interviewed by a detective, visibly exhausted and in a state of shock. The last thing he remembers before waking up in hell is leaving a long shift at work, enjoying a nice cigarette on the way out.
They kill you, you know.
Damn, living's overrated.
He puts his headphones on, tuning out the world around him. Which comes back to bite him, as someone sneaks up behind him as he waits for the elevator, whacking him over the head with a pipe, knocking him unconscious. When he wakes up, he's in this nasty, grungy, green room, with a metal device over his head, If you're familiar at all with the feature-length Saw movie, you'll recognize this trap is actually Amanda's. And surprisingly, they had the reverse bear trap already. The reverse bear trap was designed by one of Juan and Whannell's engineer buddies, Stuart Prain, and was actually completely functional, and therefore extremely dangerous. For the scene, Whannell actually put the rusty death trap in his mouth, so you gotta respect the dedication. As he thrashes around for a route out, a television clicks on, showing a white-faced dummy with those classic red spirals on its cheeks. It's our buddy Billy, this time sporting an adorable little hat. But unfortunately, this comes with a trade-off, as instead of Tobin Bell's menacing, sultry voice, Billy has a whispery, hopefully mom doesn't come in while I'm recording this kind of tone.
Hello, David.
Billy gives David a visual of what could happen to him if he doesn't get out of the trap in time, as the trap obliterates a styrofoam dummy head. The key to his freedom is in the stomach of his dead cellmate. At least the classic line is still here.
Live or die. Make your choice.
And so too is the frantic editing. Hell yeah. Once David wriggles free from his restraints, he stands up, which pulls the pin to start the timer. He finds the body of his cellmate in the corner, lifting up his shirt to reveal a question mark drawn on him. As he picks up the scalpel, the man wakes up. Knowing what needs to be done, David closes his eyes and stabs the man's stomach. The interrogator drops a bag in front of David, showing him a needle. The man he cut open was paralyzed, not dead, but David already knows this. After he finds the key, he manages to unlock the device with seconds to spare, throwing it away as it snaps. Billy rolls out on his tricycle, congratulating David on his triumph. Billy lectures him that so many people are ungrateful to be alive, but not him, not anymore. Even the detective asks him if he's grateful, perhaps alluding to his involvement being more than what we'd expect. The last visual we get is a 3D render of a dilapidated bathroom, which for 2003 isn't half bad. We zoom in onto one of the wall tiles, as it falls out, exposing a watchful eye behind it. As Screaming Slave by Nine Inch Nails plays us out, who composer throughout the series, Charlie Clouser, often plays for during live performances. With the short film shot, they headed out to LA. Eventually, the short had found its way to Evolution Entertainment, who had just produced John Q with Denzel Washington the year before, and produced Good Advice, starring Denise Richards and Charlie Sheen, who surely had a completely normal pet name that he would call her. Okay. Evolution Entertainment immediately saw the potential in their creation, so much so that they created an entirely new production label, Twisted Pictures. Now with a full script, monetary backing, and a green light, they began filming. Of course, they did run into some issues. For starters, they had a budget of about $1 million, which, while still more money than I'll see in my entire lifetime, is still fairly low all things considered. As a result, they had an insanely short filming window, 18 days to be exact. So basically, everything they shot ended up being used. They didn't have time or money to be doing multiple takes for every scene. It was rough, unorthodox, and punishing. It embodied everything that the Saw franchise would become. James Wan originally wanted it to be more Hitchcock-esque, which does shine through in a few scenes, but it ended up being more gritty and rough around the edges. Unfortunately, with so few takes done, Wan found that they were missing some key parts of scenes. That's where editor Kevin Groidert stepped in and saved the day, cobbling together shots. Essentially, they had to stitch together a feature-length film with whatever they could scrounge up. That explains the various flashes of newspapers and photos throughout the film, and honestly, it works really well to drive along the plot and deepen the lore. With the film completed, it was time to show it off. Originally, it was just intended to make its rounds at film festivals and inevitably end up at the $5 bin at Walmart. However, that all changed in January of 2004, once it showed at the Sundance Film Festival, where it garnered a lot of buzz. This buzz got the attention of Lionsgate, who became the distributor of the film. Initially, they weren't sold on it though. They screen tested it around Los Angeles and it was well received. Producer Mark Berg said in an interview that Lionsgate thought we brought in 200 of our closest friends because they didn't think there was any way it could test so well. To test their theory, Lionsgate brought the film to a location they didn't reveal to the producers, Las Vegas. There would be no way for them to rig the audience now. And they didn't get the reaction they got from LA. It was even better. Lionsgate president Jason Constantine said that was the turning point to realize it could become a theatrical movie. Saw premiered in theaters in the UK on October 1st, making $11 million on that $1 million budget. By Halloween weekend, theaters all across the US were showing the hottest film of the season, eventually raking in over $100 million. Juan and Whannell had finally made it, And it's almost poetic that they decided to show it in Vegas. Juan and Whannell had their backs against the wall, and with their last gasp effort, they went all in and bet on themselves. And it paid off better than they could have ever imagined. No one would really blame them for letting it ride out in theaters before the physical release hit shelves. Maybe get started on the sequel. But there was one last piece of business to attend to. James Wan and Leigh Whannell had been at this for nearly a decade. Everything they had done in their lives had led up to this moment in the spotlight. Every student project, every TV spot, each and every rejection. It all ties back to now. In December of 2004, Saw premiered in theaters across Australia. Now, they had finally made their dreams come true. For the rest of the 2000s, Saw dominated the horror genre, releasing a new film each year until 2010. Which, if you've been around the channel for a bit, you might know just how much I love each of these insane movies in their own ways. While eventually Juan and Whannell withdrew from their series, the legacy and franchise they created owes all of its success to them. Now with 10 movies to its name, reportedly with more on the way, the Saw franchise has grossed more than $1 billion, becoming just the 5th horror franchise to do so, joining the Resident Evil, It, and Alien franchises. Now, nearly 2 decades on, what are our Aussie duo up to? Well, Juan and Whannell would team up yet again in 2007 for Dead Silence, which also happens to be about a puppet. While not overly well received, it's still a good watch if you're in the mood. But in 2010, they joined forces once more for Insidious, which received much better reviews and has become a modern classic. In it, Leigh Whannell continued to show off his acting as Specs, as well as serving as the writer of the script. He even used the franchise as a launchpad for his directorial debut, serving as the director for Insidious: The Last Key. But I believe his next works are where his potential was fully seen, with Upgrade and the remake of The Invisible Man. There are scenes and shots in these films that genuinely amaze me, and I'm so happy to see Whannell break through and thrive in the industry. And I can't wait for his reimagining of the classic Wolfman. And what of our other auteur, Mr. James Wan? Well, he's arguably become one of the greatest minds in modern horror, and that's hardly overselling him. He's created 3 fantastic horror franchises: Saw, Insidious, and The Conjuring. You might have noticed that I only named 3 other franchises that Saw joined in the $1 Billion Club. That's because the 5th one, the highest grossing horror franchise of all time, is James Wan's Conjuring franchise. And he's used that success to start his own production company, Atomic Monster, at New Line Cinema. In doing so, he's been able to produce some very incredible passion projects, like the previously mentioned Conjuring franchise and all of their sequels, the amazing sci-fi neo-giallo Malignant, and the iconic Megan. But if you're not impressed by horror numbers, maybe you're more into his acclaim outside the horror sphere. He's already directed 2 films in 2 separate franchises that reached $1 billion at the box office, in Fast and Furious 7 and Aquaman, becoming the first person not named James Cameron to do so. And while not necessarily my cup of tea, I was still impressed by some of the visuals in them, particularly in Aquaman. It's a visually stunning movie, and I've always wanted to visit that little seaside town, nestled just on the beautiful Gold Coast of Queensland, Australia.
I want to play a game.
The first Saw movie constantly bounces around near the top of my all-time favorite movies list, and it's fairly safe in the top 10 for the foreseeable future. I've always felt such a strong connection to this film, even from a young age, and I wouldn't be the same person without it. I almost can't put it into words how I feel about this film, but as you can see, I'm going to try. I'm going to start with a mostly spoiler-free segment to sell you on it if somehow you stumbled across this video without ever having watched it before. But do yourself a favor, go watch it. If you even just stop after the first one, you'll leave with a much more positive experience overall. Or you could let some faceless internet loser tell you all about it in far too much detail. That works too. After almost 2 whole decades, the first Saw still holds up today. It does what every horror film should do, and that's scare you. Get your blood pumping. It never goes for the cheap scares like a lot of horror films these days tend to. It builds up suspense and tension higher and higher, leading to a genuinely surprising and scary conclusion. Even if some of the trepidation wears off after so many viewings, you can't deny how amazing the story is. As strong as the scares are, it's the story that makes this so memorable. Not only is it original, but it's pretty damn unpredictable. It builds its story, cleverly hinting at intricate clues from the thrills and chills of the first half, and then delving into a truly batshit second half, which concludes in a shocking and unforgettable ending. With each successive viewing, you seek out more and more of these clues to see what you might have missed, and you'll be surprised to see what you find. This film delivers on what it says it's going to do, while sprinkling in layers upon layers of things that separate it from other horror films, in that it's not really a horror film. It's a psychological crime thriller, just with a bit of gore. And even then, the gore is actually quite minimal, but when it does occur, it's handled excellently. And with the way the movie's shot, the blood red hues really stand out against the washed out backgrounds. The production values are very high, especially when you take into consideration that it had a relatively low budget, and the fusion of fast editing, visual style, and music score all seem to go naturally hand in hand. This is one of those movies where you look back and actually think you've seen more than what was shown on screen, and it proves that even the simplest story, when handled correctly, can pack a punch. Saw is a true classic of modern horror, and it went on to spawn 9 sequels, with another one on the way, but also become an inspiration for a lot of other movies that followed it. And most of that hinges on the brilliance of director James Wan and writer Leigh Whannell. Leigh Whannell's masterfully written screenplay takes you through this suspenseful game of life and death, allowing you to collect small pieces of information, but only enough to leave you feeling confused and searching for that next hint that could come at any second. And the characters are incredibly well visualized, and special mentions have to go out to Cary Elwes and Leigh Whannell, as they work so well together in their lead roles. Their desperation in their performances adds to the building of the tension that you feel with each passing second. The story moves along incredibly well, and you could really feel the anguish growing in all the characters as things progress, right up until the climax that left a lot of the movie's audiences reeling in their seats. The dialogue exchanges are well written and give out little bits and pieces of information at a decent pace, but the information given comes from every character from many different situations, so that it doesn't just surround one particular partnership or individual, but many instead. In a greater observation of the dialogue exchange in some cases, it almost has an atmosphere similar to Lost, from the aspect that we're stuck in this situation and have no idea how we got here, or who's in control. In other cases, it has completely different atmosphere and different deliverance. Just for an example, one character is completely adamant that what he's doing is correct, and it's fascinating to see the levels that they'll go down to. The atmosphere throughout is intoxicating, and it separates you from your own life into the character's way of life. Excellent work from every character that was involved in this film, and excellent atmosphere control. James Wan treats his audience with respect, and has us put together the pieces in this puzzle of a film. It's one of the main aspects that I really love about this film. While the later installments built upon the reputation of torture porn, Wan and Whannell set out to make a horror mystery. It's a slow burn at first, but once the mystery starts to unfold, you can't look away from this masterpiece. The alternative artistic temperament is gruesomely superb, yet with this elegance of real detail and sophistication on their scene construction. They unknowingly started a franchise with one of, if not the best horror villains, and what they accomplished on their budget should be lauded. I think I'd be doing a disservice to you if I didn't divulge a little bit on our titular character, or what would come to be. Jigsaw, as he becomes known later, is a killer, despite what he and some other questionable people may lead you to believe. He doesn't directly kill, but sets his guinea pigs up in these death traps to test their will to live. To me, it's much like the perverse prisoner's dilemma from The Dark Knight. All the scenarios ask people to do unthinkable things, to make choices between a horrible death or an even more horrible but brief experience before having their life saved. Although, in every case, the experience is something that they'll have to live with for the rest of it. The film in that way allows itself to become philosophical, as it explores the relationship between our values and what is essentially a type of Glaucon scenario. In Plato's Republic, Glaucon proposes that the most virtuous person is one who chooses the good, even when it only leads to their suffering. The challenge was to see whether it could make sense that the good is worth choosing, even in such a malicious context. In Saw, the scenario is even worse, to put far from virtuous people in the Glaucon scenario, and ask them to aspire to the good or die. I do put good in quotes there because the good choice in each case is in itself some kind of evil, hacking away at your leg with a rusty saw, or killing another person. To put all this in a locked room is the perfect environment for such exploration, especially when by the end, the room stays locked. Once the extremely improbable ending comes, any viewer will feel sucker punched in what I believe resembles any David Fincher film, but probably most notably Seven, with a hint of Takashi Miike. Which doesn't detract that, for the most part, it's a claustrophobic, depressing, bleak film, filled with a growing sense of stomach-turning dread as the omnipresence of an unseen killer comes through, making it known that anybody could be killed at any given moment, if his plans are not carried out to his satisfaction. And with that, let's play a game. What makes Saw so great is that there's no melodramatic lead-in. This film quite literally throws you straight into the middle of the story, and doesn't let go until the final frame. We open on a man underwater, only being illuminated by this floating light. Once he realizes he could use some air to live, he thrashes back to consciousness, accidentally pulling the plug underneath, leading the light to sink into the drain. He pulls himself out of the tub, only to find that his leg is chained up to the pipes in the corner. He hears a disembodied voice in the darkness. Somebody's there with him. The other man turns on the lights, blinding our already disoriented protagonist. They find themselves in this dingy, grotesque bathroom with a dead man and a pool of blood in the center. So, basically the cleanest bathroom in LA. The dead man's holding a revolver in his left hand and a tape player in the right. Our first protagonist starts begging for help while viciously yanking at his chain. Wait, what's his name again?
My name is very fucking confused. What's your name?
Oh, right. Well, at least the other guy's taking this seriously. This is Dr. Lauryn S. He tries to figure out how he and Very Fucking Confused ended up in this place, but much to his chagrin, neither remember much, other than that,
I went to bed in my shithole apartment and woke up in an actual shithole.
hey, come on now, it's not that bad. Yeesh. Okay, yeah, you're right. Very Fucking Confused starts looking around for any surgical wounds, believing maybe his organs were harvested. But Gordon assures him that that's not the case, because if it were, he'd be dead. You know how he knows this? That's right, he's a surgeon. Very Fucking Confused's name is really Adam, played by the writer Leigh Whannell, while Gordon and his inconsistent transatlantic accent come from the brilliant Cary Elwes. And they really are the driving point of the plot, for the most part. While the characters start as mere stereotypes, they grow to be more nuanced and you don't really want to see them die like you would in a normal slasher movie. When the camera's on Cary Elwes' character, it's very still and calm, just like his character is trying to be. Then when it's on Leigh Whannell's character, it's very shaky and in your face, mimicking how his character is losing his mind as to why he's there. And I absolutely love these small style choices that visually tell the story that's being played out. Gordon looks up and sees a ticking clock, reading 10:21. AM or PM, we don't really know, and neither do they. But the fact that the clock still works in this shithole must be important. While Gordon checks the door, Adam checks his pockets, and finds a bagged envelope with a little tape inside that says "Play Me." This leads Gordon to check his pockets as well, and finds his envelope too. He also has the tape, plus a key and one single bullet. But unfortunately for him, the key doesn't unlock his shackle. Adam asks him to throw the key over in case it works for his, in probably the most Skyrim NPC way possible.
Throw it over here.
But no luck either. But they do notice the dead guy has the tape player they need, so Adam MacGyver's a way to grab it using his t-shirt and the plug from the tub. Following the film rule of threes, he manages to snag it, pull it towards him, and plays his tape. The recorded voice says, "You might be in the room that you die in. Up until now you've sat in the shadows, watching others live their lives. But what do voyeurs see when they look into the mirror? Are you going to watch yourself die, or do something about it?"
I don't get it.
God, he's helpless. Now Gordon wants to reveal what's on his, so he tosses the tape over to Adam, and he pops it in. And it's much of the same. Every day, he gives people the news that they'll die soon. Now he will be the cause of death. His aim in the game is to kill Adam, and he has until 6 o'clock to do it. The man in the middle had so much poison in his blood, his only option left was to shoot himself. There are ways to win this game hidden all around, but X marks the spot. But if Adam isn't dead by 6, Allison and Diana will die, and Gordon will be left in this room to rot. Gordon somehow enhances the audio and hears a whisper, "Follow your heart." He spots a heart on the toilet written in something, and Adam, bless his heart, decides to go fishing through the shitty toilet. But what did he find?
No solids.
Well, it sure isn't Silent Hill 2, that's for sure. But maybe you should have checked the tank first, where he finds a care package of 2 hacksaws. They divvy out the goods and start sawing away at their chains, and Adam tosses the bag into his tub bed. Unfortunately for Adam, he was a bit too eager, and he breaks his saw in about 10 seconds, and in a fit of rage he throws it, breaking a piece of mirror off. No luck for Gordon either, who tires out after not allocating enough points to stamina. But this does lead to a breakthrough. They aren't meant to cut through their chains, but their legs. Gordon might just know who's done this to them. He doesn't really know them, but he knows of them, saying the police thought he was him for a bit. And now we get to our cop drama portion of our feature film, led by Detective Tapp, played by Danny Glover, and Detective Singh, played by Ken Leung. They find the body of a 46-year-old man who died in this barbed wire cage. Apparently, he cut himself so deep that they found traces of stomach acid on the floor. In between being caught up on the story, we see inserts of crime scene photos flash onto the screen. While a very cool piece of direction, This was also a necessary measure because editor Kevin Grudert and James Wan found that they were missing some key shots of various scenes throughout the film, so they had to sort of piece together what they could in order to complete the visuals. And you know what? I think they did a perfect job of it too. It really adds to the grunginess of the film. All that aside, the guy in the cage is Paul, who Jigsaw says is a perfectly healthy, sane, middle-class male, about as standard as they come. Paul's only thing is that he's been cutting his wrists, to which Jigsaw alludes that he's just wanting attention. And, hey Jigsaw, maybe mind your business? Doesn't really seem like you need to interject here. But of course he did, and Paul woke up in this cage, and had to find his way through the labyrinth. We already see that he failed, but we didn't see this jigsaw piece carved out of his skin, and that's how he earned the moniker the Jigsaw Killer.
Actually, technically speaking, he's not really a murderer.
Man, shut up, Gordon. Even if he never directly killed anybody, he's still liable for their deaths, and would certainly get second-degree murder charges if brought to court. Next, we find the victim of yet another trap. This time it's Mark. And I think Mark ended up here because he was taking advantage of workers' comp, because Jigsaw says, "If you're so sick, why do I have so many photos of you up and about?" And because he's the ultra-narc, he poisons Mark, and tells him that the antidote is in the safe. The safe combination's written on the wall, somewhere. He just has to find it, and he can go. Oh, and there's broken glass all over the ground. Oh, and he's smothered in flammable jelly, with his only light source being a candle. Surely he'll be able to get out of this one. Brrr. Also, Mark was played by the casting director's ex-husband, which is kind of funny. Anyways. They find the peephole that Jigsaw had been using to watch his subjects, and Detective Carey even found his penlight at the last crime scene. We see Dr. Gordon giving some insight on one of his patients with some of his staff. They have an inoperable tumor in the frontal lobe, and are on the steady decline health-wise. One of the hospital orderlies, Zepp, speaks up and says that the patient's name is John, and he's quite the interesting person. Just before he can resume, Dr. Gordon gets called to another part of the hospital and walks off. Why is she looking at him like that? Gordon returns to his office to find detectives Tap and Sing waiting for him. They're trying to get an alibi out of him, and considering it was his penlight that they found at the crime scene, it better be a damn good one. Well, he certainly was busy at the time, but it wasn't anything to do with the hospital. Fortunately for him, his story checks out, but Singh won't let him leave until he watches the testimony of one of the victims. And here we meet Amanda, played by the lovely Shawnee Smith. Actually, James Wan personally requested that Shawnee Smith be cast as Amanda, but mostly because he had a crush on her when he was younger. But she originally turned down the role, only accepting it after seeing their short film, which featured what would become her trap in the film. Even then, shooting was absolute hell for her. She got all of her scenes done in one day, while she battled the flu and 104-degree fever on top of it. But she powered through, and managed to make this originally small side character her very own. We hear her testimony over top of the events that led her here. She woke up in this green room with a metal device over her head. A TV to her left flicks on, showing a doll with red spirals on its cheeks. The puppet moves, and speaks in that familiar voice that we've become accustomed to throughout the film.
Hello, Amanda.
The device on her head is hooked into her jaw, and if not taken off in time, will rip her mouth open. This is the iconic reverse bear trap. And Shawnee Smith's face acting here absolutely sells Amanda's terror. She does so well in the role to make me feel what she feels. The key to release the device is hidden somewhere in the stomach of her dead cellmate. She shakes her head around in my absolute favorite shot of the movie. The sped up time lapse with the grungy industrial music to complement it works beautifully. Amanda stands up, pulling a pin, starting her 60-second timer. She walks over to the corpse, lifting up his shirt to find the giant question mark. Hey, wait, Amanda, he's not dead. Wait. Oh. So, as it turns out, he actually wasn't dead, but he was injected with enough opiates to essentially paralyze him. Which is good because Amanda really goes digging through him here. She finds the key and takes the device off, just as it was about to go off. Her reward is the puppet riding in on his little tricycle to tell her good job. How cute. Tap insinuates that Jigsaw picked Amanda because she's a drug addict, and Amanda breaks down into tears, managing to eke out just 3 words.
He helped me.
And given how the future installments played out, maybe even a bit more than we're led to believe. Now we're back in the bathroom because where else were they gonna go? But Adam's not buying any of Gordon's story, for some reason. He gets all freaked out and picks up the shard of mirror and threatens to cut Gordon with it, even though he can't reach him, so good luck with that. But in doing so, Adam realizes that the mirror is a two-way mirror. Someone's been watching them. Not just watching them, but filming them too. Well, whoever it is, they're donning the black gloves of a classic Argento film, so I respect it. And Gordon seems to respect it too.
To overcome something, you have to understand what a perfect engine it is. It's how you fight disease.
Oh, okay. That too. Adam questions how Gordon can be so calm and collected when his wife and daughter are out there in danger. And Gordon can't help but think of the last thing that he said to his daughter. We see her all tucked into bed for the night, but she wakes up. Whoa, nice clock, Gordon. His daughter wakes up her mom and says there's a man in my room. An instant tingle down my spine. I would never want to hear that. She says she'll go check it out, but the daughter wants Gordon to go get him. Unfortunately, he's hard at work doing something, but he makes some time to go check and gives the all clear. Just as they have a nice father-daughter moment, he gets a page and he has to leave. As he does, his daughter asks,
"You're not gonna leave us, are you, Daddy?"
And Gordon assures her that he won't leave them. But after a small argument with his wife, he, well, leaves them. The daughter's still up too, listening to their spat, something I'm sure many are accustomed to. Gordon tosses Adam his wallet so he can see his family, flipping through the various pictures of his daughter.
So where's the lucky wife?
What do you mean by that, Adam? Gordon says that there's another one in there of them all, and Adam looks through to find the other photo, but this one is of Gordon's family gagged and bound, with the word regards at the bottom with a little jigsaw piece. On the back it says, X marks the spot. Sometimes you see more with your eyes shut. Adam says it's not there and tosses the wallet back, keeping the planted photo with him, and hides it discreetly, aka he looks at it in plain sight behind a small piece of pipe. Diana's bedroom closet opens as she jolts up. From the closet, a voice says,
Good night, little girl.
And all we see is one of his eyes, akin to the scene from Black Christmas. The doors fly open, and Diana screams, leading her mother to run in. As she does, the man is now standing over her covered in a sheet, for some reason. Unless it's an homage to Michael Myers, I don't really see why he would have done this. And also, when would he have had the time to do so? Nevertheless, the Gordon girls are now tied up as the man checks their heart rates with the stethoscope. After he's done tormenting them, he peers out the window and gets caught by someone's camera. Someone's got their eye on Gordon's home, and it's Detective Tapp, still convinced that Lawrence has something to do with all this. All over his walls are newspaper clippings of articles and pictures, all to do with the jigsaw case. As he sits down to enjoy his scheduled programming, he says under his breath,
I never should have let you go.
And much like Shawnee Smith, Danny Glover managed to film all of his scenes in just 2 days, which, given how much he had to do here, is pretty nuts. Also, check out this transition. I promise this is like the most normal transition you'll see in the series. Tapp brings Gordon home from the station, and as he gets out, Gordon very awkwardly tries to comment on Amanda's story, but like, what are you supposed to say in this situation? Tapp returns back to the station to study Amanda's tape some more. Everyone else is headed out for the night, and Singh invites Tapp out for a drink. Singh offers a bit of half banter, half advice, seeing that Tapp is far too obsessed with his work, and maybe he should just find a partner to spend some of his time with. The two laugh it off, and Singh heads out. Just as he does, Tapp sees something on the VHS. Somehow, he managed to enhance the picture enough to clearly show a gang mark in the background, somewhere both Tapp and Singh are familiar with, and that territory only spanned about 4 blocks worth of the city. Tapp also somehow manages to enhance the audio enough to hear a faint fire alarm in the back. This police technology must be getting really good these days. They use the info they gathered to trace back the fire alarm to 213 Stygian Street. Stygian was actually the title of James Wan's first film, which won an award, and also happened to star a certain Leigh Whannell. Unfortunately, it's not available to watch anywhere that I've found so far. Tapp and Singh pull up to the old mannequin factory in the dead of night. No warrant, no backup, just raw dogging it. As they trudge through the warehouse, they come across a work area with some red sheets over various objects. One of which being a diorama for the bathroom trap. It must be for a school project or something. Under sheet number 2, we have the doll that Tapp has become obsessed with. And something fun about this puppet, named Billy, even though they never call him that in the series. He was created by James Wan himself, and not even a dressed up pre-made puppet that he found. No, he built all of them by hand, using paper mache, clay, ping pong balls, and paint, as well as the paper towel rolls for the structural support. Also, another nod to Dario Argento. This time it's his 1975 classic Deep Red. Sitting next to our old pal Billy is this nasty looking pig mask. Before they get to check out anymore, sheet number 3 starts moving and screaming. They uncover it to reveal a man tied up with tape over his mouth in one of Jigsaw's newest traps. Unfortunately, before they can help him, the elevator starts coming up, and Tapp convinces Singh that they should let him come up, see what he's gonna do, and see what he looks like. So they cover the guy and Billy back up and hide out in back, waiting for their time to strike. A man in a black and red cloak gingerly enters and greets Jeff, the man in the chair. He says not to cry, he's given his life a purpose. He's a test subject for something greater than himself. Tap and Sing decide that this is the perfect moment to jump out of cover and take aim. The man puts his hands up, stomping on the button at the bottom of the trap to begin its timer. This gives Tap and Sing a choice. They have 20 seconds to find the key that'll save the man's life. Unfortunately, there's probably about 50 keys on this chain. Tap continues to aim the shotgun at Jigsaw, who simply asks, "What's more important to you, officer? Arresting me or the life of a human being?" And you know what? He's got a point. Tap has become obsessed with Jigsaw, to the point where he could be willing to sacrifice an innocent life to ensure his capture. His professional mind has been warped by Jigsaw's reign of terror. As the drill bits edge closer to the man's neck, Tap ignored Sing's pleas for help, instead getting Jigsaw on his knees to arrest him. He calls him a sick bastard, and honestly read him to filth. Maybe he knows a bit more than he believes he does. Jigsaw truly is sick from the disease eating away at his insides. Sick of the people who don't appreciate their blessings. Sick of those who scoff at the suffering of others. Sing resorts to his true cop nature and just pulls out his gun, shooting the device, which manages to pull Tap's attention off Jigsaw for a split second. This gives Jigsaw a chance to show off his Assassin's Creed cosplay, unsheathing a blade that was concealed in his sleeve, slicing Tap's throat, and making a break for it. Sing manages to shoot him once, but he flees down the stairs. Sing begins his pursuit, accompanied by this badass chase theme. He manages to catch up with Jigsaw, shooting him from down the hall. Now, I'm no expert here, but if Fortnite has taught me anything, the pump from this range will do maybe 4 damage if it connects. But this is movie land, so Jigsaw falls to the ground. Sing pushes forward, but he obviously hasn't cleared many cracked ends, as he forgets to check around every corner and above every doorway for traps, and he trips off the wire to set off his own 21-gun salute. Tap refuses to give up his pursuit, and he heads downstairs to help. As Sing's lifeless body falls flat, Jigsaw rises from the ground, and he stumbles out. Tap sees his partner, the closest thing in his life that he has to a friend at this point, in a pool of his own blood, dead. He goes to scream, but with his throat cut, he can't muster much. He's hopeless. We again see him back at his wall of obsession. His wounds have healed, but his mind hasn't. Every day, he's replayed that night. He almost had him, now he's chasing breadcrumbs, and partnerless. Tap wants nothing more than to close this case. For the people, for Sing, and for his own sanity. We see the man holding the Gordon family hostage, watching his subjects on the monitor, while the clock ticks along, and it's nearly 6 o'clock. Gordon searches around for an X, while Adam looks at the photo he took from Gordon's wallet, very conspicuously, looking like a kid trying to text in class. And he's got the attitude to match too, getting real snippy with Gordon.
What do you want me to do? I'm on a leash.
All Gordon wants to do is to work together, not be left in the dark with everything. Speaking of left in the dark, hey Gordon, hit the lights. Perfect, X marks the spot. Gordon busts open the tiles to reveal a hidey hole with a small box. He uses the key from his envelope to open the box, revealing a flip phone, a couple of cigs, and a note for Gordon. The cigarettes are harmless. Smoking is only poisonous when it ends in bloodshed. He doesn't need a gun to kill Adam. In a smart decision, Lawrence tries to phone the police, but it doesn't work. Maybe Jigsaw ran out of minutes.
This was meant to receive calls, not make them.
Oh, that works too. Somehow this triggers a memory for Lawrence. He remembers walking to his car after work and felt like he was being watched. He gets out of his car to try and make a call using the random phone in his parking garage. We see someone exit the backseat of his car via the convex mirror, Lawrence unaware as he tries to sell, which has no service. Hey, the pig mask is in action, this time with an all-red piece to complement it. They attack Lawrence, and the next thing he knows, he's waking up in the bathroom with Adam. Now Gordon's become paranoid of Adam. What else isn't he telling him? How did he know to turn off the lights? Adam isn't happy he's being questioned, so he flings the Polaroid of the Gordon girls over to Lawrence. And this is the beginning of his mental break. The calm and collected Lawrence lets his emotions slip for a brief moment before recomposing himself. He looks back to the box, back to the note from Jigsaw. He remembers the dead man in the middle's blood was filled with poison, and dips the end of one of the cigarettes in. He turns off the lights and whispers to Adam to play along. The audio of the camera can't pick up their whispers, so the man watching them is left in the dark too. When he turns the lights back on, Gordon offers Adam a cigarette, and throws him the non-poisoned one. He lights it up, savoring that sweet, sweet cancer. Maybe a little too much, as he begins choking. Well, fake choking. Really, really bad fake choking. Gordon celebrates for the camera, begging for his family to be released. Unfortunately for Gordon, Adam gets shocked back to life, so they're back to square one, sawing away at their chains. But now Adam's memory is jogged, and he remembers how he ended up in this actual shithole. He got home to his shithole apartment and goes into his red room, where he develops a photo he took of Lauryn out and about. Adam's a photographer, putting the meaning behind Jigsaw's message for him at the beginning. Adam wakes up sometime later to his place completely dark. He must have forgot to pay the bill. Even his flashlight's not working, so he picks up his camera to use the flash to move about in the dark, in reference to Alfred Hitchcock's Rear Window. As he moves toward the kitchen, he hears Billy laugh from behind him, and gets a nice candid of him. How sweet. Hey, whoa, stop! Also, nice Black Panther Party poster, Adam. He hears a noise from the closet, and just as he goes to flash the light, he is attacked by the pig mask. Now, I'm not saying he got what he deserved for hurting Billy, but... The phone rings, and Gordon answers, hearing Diana on the other end. Gordon reassures her that everything will be okay, not knowing that the man from her room is holding the phone for her. Now Allison has the phone, telling Lauryn not to trust Adam. Adam knows Lauryn, and he knew all about him before today. And it's true. When Lauryn felt like he was being watched in the parking structure, he was. It was Adam. The story he told Adam about going to work was a lie. Adam's even got the receipts, pulling out a stack of developed photos from the black bag that had the saws in it. Adam's not just any old photographer, he gets paid to take pictures of people who cheat on their spouse. He followed Lauryn to a shady motel, where he went up to meet with his colleague that was looking at him from before. She was the one that paged him when he was putting his daughter to bed. But Gordon doesn't go through with it, at least not this time, and goes to leave. As he does, the hotel's phone rings, which makes him a bit paranoid. The woman answers it and says it's for Lauryn. On the other end of the line, someone says,
I know what you're doing, Doctor.
And hangs up. That's when he leaves to the car park, and we know what happened from there. But who paid Adam to follow him? Well, it was none other than Detective Tapp, of course. Well, former detective. He got discharged after Singh's death and his subsequent mental breakdown. Because why would they help one of their own with his mental illnesses caused by the job when they could just fire him and forget about it? Gordon scolds Adam for invading his privacy and helping Tapp, saying that Adam's not a victim of this game, he's a part of it. And look, Lauryn buddy, I get it, you're scared and you're upset, but you're kinda being a dick here. Adam's gotta take money from wherever he can get it. Not everybody has a comfy loft with a cool-ass clock and a safe income within one of the top tax brackets. Why does Gordon even care if Adam caught him cheating?
I did not cheat on her!
I don't give a crap if you covered yourself in peanut butter and had a 15-hooker gangbang. That's what I'm saying. The reality for Gordon sets in. His perfect little life has been uprooted, and he's to blame. His family's not waiting around though, as Allison begins trying to get out of her constraints. Adam looks through more of the photos and finds that he caught someone at Gordon's house that wasn't supposed to be there. It was Zepp, the hospital orderly. We have seen glimpses of him throughout, but I'm not sure if it's a case like that scene from Sleepaway Camp where we weren't really supposed to see them in high definition enough to notice that he was the one behind the kidnapping. But anyways. Now that Gordon knows who's behind it all, he will make sure that he pays. Unfortunately for him, it's already 6 o'clock, and Adam is still alive, so he's failed his test. Zepp goes to get the Gordon girls, now that time has run out, and they all call Lauryn to tell him that he failed. However, Zepp didn't catch that Allison managed to free herself, and she fights back, grabbing the gun from Zepp. As Allison and Gordon hash things out, Diana calls out, distracting Allison just enough for Zepp to fight for the gun. The gunshot's heard, and all Lauryn can do is cry. Luckily, Tapp's obsession and belief that Gordon was Jigsaw has actually been a blessing in disguise. He hears the gunshot go off and rushes over to check it out. Allison stabs Zepp with a pair of scissors from her dresser and goes to get Diana out of there, right as Tapp busts in. Tapp and Zepp have their epic shootout, but when his gun jams, Tapp turns into an all-pro linebacker, tackling Zepp. Unfortunately, Zepp plays like he's straight from the 70s, breaking a vase over Tapp's head. This gives Zepp enough time to get up and search for the Gordon girls. But when he doesn't find them, he hobbles away, with Tapp in hot pursuit. And when I say hot pursuit, I mean just look at this chase scene. This is peak cinema. In the meantime, Lauryn gets shocked and lies unconscious on the floor. This freaks Adam out. He even screams, "I need you." And I've never seen anybody really talk about this line. Through every cunty line delivery, every emotion that is shown throughout, he knows that he can't do this alone. He needs Gordon. Luckily for him, Gordon's still alive, but he's out of options. The phone rings once more. His family needs him, and he can't help them. The roles reverse. Adam's the one trying to stay calm at this time, while Gordon's at his breaking point. Adam says that he has a family too. He doesn't see them, which he admits fault to. He wants to change that. Lawrence uses his shirt as a tourniquet and begins sawing his leg off. Anything to escape and see his family. All of this while Tap chases Zep down through the labyrinth of halls in the old building. Tap gets a hold of Zep, and as he tries to wrestle the gun away, Zep slips him, shooting Tap in the process. Now, Tap lays dead in a pool of his own blood, like the man in the bathroom. Lawrence, now freed from his shackle, crawls over to the man's body, grabbing the revolver and putting the bullet from his envelope in. He takes aim at Adam, after everything they've gone through in the 8 hours they've known each other. Adam cries out that he wants to live, but Gordon shoots. And then he cries. He wants to see his family safe. And they are. They found asylum with what I assume to be one of their neighbors. Zep enters the bathroom, only to find Lawrence remaining. Lawrence crawls over to him, repeatedly saying, and he grabs the gun, trying to shoot Zep. But he used his only bullet on Adam. Unfortunately, he was too late. The clock had already hit 6. Zep has to kill Gordon.
It's the rules.
As Gordon accepts his fate, Adam attacks Zep, prying his gun away, and finally finishing him off with the lid of the toilet tank. All of his anger and aggression is let out here, and it's not until Lawrence crawls over and intercepts him that his rampage stops. Whether intended or not, Lawrence only shot Adam in the shoulder, far from a fatal wound. But Lawrence has to go get help if they both want to survive. Adam clutches on, begging him not to leave. Lawrence promises that he'll bring somebody back, and he crawls out. Adam checks Zep's pockets for a key, anything of use to help him out. Instead, all he finds is a tape player, and he hits play, hearing that familiar voice come through.
Hello, Mr. Handel, or as they called you around the hospital, Zep.
Zep wasn't acting as Jigsaw. He was playing his own game, like Adam and Lawrence were. Jigsaw poisoned Zep, and the only way to get the antidote was to kill the Gordon family. Adam pieces it all together now. As he looks up, the dead man in the middle of the room gets up, peeling his gunshot wound makeup off. He tells Adam the key to his chain is in the bathtub, or at least it was before it went down the drain at the beginning. He's looking at Jigsaw himself, John Kramer. We were actually fed small bits of information that he was the real Jigsaw throughout. Like when Gordon was going over his scans at the hospital with the others, and Zep noted he's a very interesting man, we can see two things. He was drawing up a design for what looks to be the reverse bear trap, just in plain sight for everybody to see. And in his hand, he clutches Dr. Gordon's penlight, which would later be found at the scene of the murder of Mark. Adam grabs for Zep's gun, but John shocks him, causing him to throw it to the side. John walks out, remarking,
Most people are so ungrateful to be alive, but not you. Not anymore.
He kills the lights, only being illuminated by the green of the hallway, partially obscured by smoke. As Adam screams, all John has to say is,
Game over.
And slams the door on Adam, leaving him in the dark, alone and helpless. All we're left with is the iconic score, Hello Zep, created by Charlie Clouser, and Adam's terrified screams. And that's the story of the first Saw movie. It's an enduring classic nearly 2 decades in. The second Adam presses play on the tape recorder in the last 5 minutes, basically my whole world stops, and I'm taken back to my first viewing of the movie. I know the twist while I'm watching, but I'm still amazed, and I will always think that that's the best ending in the history of film. It's a depressing ending, fitting of the setting. We never see the outside in this film, except in a couple irrelevant glimpses. It's a touch so subtle that you never really grasp how effective it is. There's no sunlight, no blue skies, no happy moments. It almost always feels like it's late at night, even though there are clear hints that the story takes place over many days and nights. The claustrophobia of filming an entire movie inside mostly decrepit spaces, with green and fluorescent light, and filth and blood all over, is one of the many movie tricks that most viewers probably don't even notice as a part of how the film utterly immerses them in its web. When Tap is watching Dr. Gordon's house, he isn't watching the outside directly. Rather, he sits inside of a windowless, dank apartment, watching the window from a TV connected to a security camera. When Tap and Zep chase each other, the cars are completely immersed in fog. We don't get a happy ending. Not many people really do. James Wan managed to ground the film in this absurd reality where happiness isn't guaranteed. So, when you do find it, appreciate it, before it's snatched away.
Remember, Orby, once you are in hell, only the devil can help you out.
When the first Saw movie succeeded beyond all expectations, a sequel quickly went into production, being announced the same week Saw premiered and released just a year later. With one major caveat: James Wan did not return to direct, instead joining Leigh on the writing team. While this very well could have been a death sentence to a budding franchise, or the production company rushes production in order to capitalize off the first film, luckily it wasn't the case for Saw 2. By the time a sequel was greenlit, there wasn't even a script made. Instead, the studio brought in Darren Lynn Bousman to take the reins, and with him he brought a script that he had previously written called The Desperate. Originally, Bousman wanted David Armstrong, the director of photography for Saw, to do the film. Instead, Armstrong showed it to the producers and they realized that it would work well as a Saw sequel, later bringing in Wan and whannell to adapt The Desperate into what would become Saw 2. Saw 2 does what every great sequel should do: ups the ante and the body count, shakes up the formula, and expands upon the lore. With the first Saw being the introduction to the concept, naturally Leigh Whannell's screenplay of the sequel is one that further explores John Kramer's character and gives you insight on his psyche. While dedicating an entire movie to a character study can be a detriment to a film, I believe it works out incredibly well, even if it leaves some tertiary characters a bit underdeveloped. Aside from the obvious leads, most of the characters are more or less indistinguishable from one another, particularly in the revolving door of victims in the House of Horrors that Jigsaw's concocted. But they do feel like real people, and Shawnee Smith is convincing as returning survivor Amanda, offering a convincing performance as sort of a mole and victim all at once. And it's a refreshing step up from the largely nothing characters from the first. Still, most of them are ciphers for conceptual work rather than characters with any sort of arc. And this kinda goes for John Kramer too, who serves mostly to instigate the thematic investigation and exploration of human will. And that's not to denigrate Kramer in the slightest, nor Tobin Bell, who gives his absolute best performance here. Whenever he's on screen, he's captivating, charismatic, and calculated. Saw 2 makes the smart decision by putting John Kramer into the spotlight, whereas he laid back quite literally in the first one, and he's easily the most interesting character in the franchise. And what makes him so effective is that he's the main villain of the series, but he isn't a physical threat like Michael Myers or Jason Voorhees. He doesn't possess otherworldly powers like a Cenobite or Freddy Krueger. He's an old man dying of cancer, and his most powerful weapon is his mind. The biggest strength of this film is when we get to see John Kramer sitting down and just having a conversation with Detective Eric Matthews. It's during these conversations that the acting's the strongest, and the film also makes us think about Jigsaw's motives and methods, and even possibly makes us question if he's a true villain. And that's what makes him a lot more interesting than some of the other horror villains, because he isn't a mindless brute killing anyone in his path. He's very intelligent, and he chooses every one of his victims for a specific purpose. And with my quick and relatively spoiler-free section complete, let's dive in and dissect what truly makes Saw 2 the perfect sequel. And the Venus flytrap cold open is everything. Darren Lynn Bousman stays faithful to the world that James Wan and Leigh Whannell built in the first Saw, and expands upon it brilliantly. A man wakes up in a small room, surrounded by various medical supplies. Around his neck is a gnarly-looking metal contraption, and the area around one of his eyes is bloodied and swollen. The TV flicks on, and we see our old buddy Billy, looking fresh as ever. He tells our Tony Montana lookalike that because he's an informant, he's unworthy of the body that he possesses. Which seems a bit harsh. I mean, he's helping clean up the streets, just as Jigsaw believes he is. Maybe he's just jealous that Michael's work is being praised, while Jigsaw's is denounced. Either way, the mask is essentially like a Venus flytrap. If you can't locate the key in time, it will snap shut. Luckily, Jigsaw filmed a little WikiHow video to show Michael where the key is, and all he has to do is retrieve it. And, even better, he gives him a hint, which he seems pretty proud of. It's right before his very eyes. Obviously, Michael is confused and enraged, as he ends up pulling the pin on his impending doom. He finds a scalpel in the tackle box and he cuts the key out. He cuts the key out? Michael cuts the key out. Michael cuts the key out. Okay, so all he did was put it up to his eye and then he cried for a minute, inevitably dying at the hands of his inaction. Cold open over, we meet the new kid on the block, Detective Eric Matthews, played by Donnie Wahlberg. And he's at a security office to pick up his son, Daniel, who's played by Eric Knudsen. Daniel ended up getting caught stealing, which angers Eric for obvious reasons, but he also doesn't want to spend what little time he has left with Daniel, due to losing custody of him, bailing him out of jail. It's clear they don't have the best of relationships, and Daniel wants to go back to his mother's right away. Obviously upset with the situation, and hurt by Daniel's wish, Eric responds angrily, and Daniel just scoffs and walks off. This eats away at Eric. He sits alone in a hotel room, drinking and smoking his troubles away. Eventually he calls Daniel and leaves him a voicemail, apologizing for his outburst. And it's clear that he does care about his son. Sometimes life's stresses cause negative emotions to supersede others. Eric receives a callback, hopeful that it's Daniel. Instead, it's his sergeant. He's being called into work right now. Okay, now this is a sweet transition. I love these, and Boosman doesn't disappoint throughout his tenure. Sergeant Carey gives Matthews the details, and we learn that Michael was the informant directly for Matthews. He IDs him based on his tattoos, and finds a jigsaw-shaped piece of skin carved out of his shoulder. On the ceiling, "Look closer, Detective Matthews," is painted. Jigsaw is clearly targeting him, starting with his informant. And Matthews hates this, hates everything about it. He knows the most dangerous serial killer in the city is after him, and he's scared. He takes it out on Carey, arguing in their office. While they're no longer partners, Carey still wants his help with this. He declines, and Carey storms off. After a sleepless night, he remembers something, the old Wilson Steel plant, and they put together a team to head in. With a full SWAT squad, led by Lieutenant Rigg, they break in and rudely interrupt John's Saturday morning cartoons with cereal time. As they clear the rooms, a group of them head up the stairs, when they trip the wire to send in the specialist, Billy, riding his tricycle. No convoluted riddle here, as the door slams shut, this guy gets both of his legs shattered instantly, and the other two get electrocuted. The rest of the team rush in, and luckily for them, that was the only trap. But realistically, John could have picked them off one by one if he wanted to. But where's the fun in that? Especially since this gets him face to face with Detective Eric Matthews. They go to arrest him and haul him off to jail, but Jigsaw's ace up his sleeve is hidden in the room across the way. In there, they remove the burlap veil to uncover a couple of monitors, showing a group of people trapped in a room. Detective Matthews sees Daniel on one of the monitors, sitting in the corner. This enrages him, and he marches over and demands to know what he's doing on the monitors. John, very humorously, replies, "I imagine he's cowering in a corner with a look on his face." John lets Detective Matthews know that Daniel has 2 hours to escape before a deadly neurotoxin breaks down his body tissues. "Hey John, what's your favorite Paul Thomas Anderson film?"
There will be blood.
Oh, nice. But not to worry, Eric. John says Daniel's in a safe place. Obviously, he doesn't believe him, so he tries to call Daniel's cell again. In probably the most funniest, most trolliest Jigsaw move, John recorded over Daniel's voicemail.
You've reached Daniel's phone. He's not in right now. But if you...
All Matthews can do is helplessly look at the monitors and hope Daniel can escape. Speaking of which, we now begin Jigsaw's first group game. And we've got a pretty big group, 8 people in total. Right away, we find out that this guy spent some time in jail, and this isn't a jail like he's ever seen. They try to pry open the locked door, to no avail. They do see that they're being watched, but Daniel correctly steps in and says those type of security cameras don't have sound. Xavier, played by Frankie G, isn't much for all the yapping, and would rather start finding the way out. And he's actually onto something here, as they're quiet enough to hear the ticking from outside the door. Meanwhile, a woman wakes up from her unconscious state. It's Amanda. The first thing she did was check her head to see if the reverse bear trap was on her, and immediately my heart breaks for her. She already beat this game once, and now she's back for round 2. But at least she's the crafty veteran of the game, and she immediately springs into action, looking for the key. But she finds something even better, the tape player. That describes their situation at hand. In 3 hours, the door to exit will open. Hey, that's good. But in 2 hours, they'll die of a deadly nerve agent. Not so good. In fact, it's the same recipe from the Tokyo subway attacks of 1995, where 5 people from the cult of Aum Shinrikyo released sarin, killing 14 people and injuring thousands. The only way for our group to escape alive is to find an antidote, and there are several hidden around the house. In fact, one of the antidotes is right there with them in the safe, and they already have the combination to open it. They just have to look in the back of their mind. I wonder what he means by that. Jigsaw ends his message by saying, "Once you realize what you all have in common, you will gain a better understanding as to why you're here." X marks the spot for that clue, so look carefully. With the tape was a note. Do not attempt to use this key on the door to this room. I mean, seems straightforward enough. Amanda tells them not to do it, and given she already found the first clue, maybe I would trust her? The bravado bunch obviously don't, as Gus looks through the peephole while Xavier turns the lock. And that wraps up Gus's game really before it even starts. Almost immediately, Jonas confronts Amanda. She tells them that Jigsaw is testing them. Half the group seemingly have no idea who he is.
Who the hell is Jigsaw?
So Addison kindly informs them.
He's a serial killer.
No, he's not! He's testing us. He wants us to survive this. We have to play by the fucking rules!
Geez, Amanda, a bit defensive for someone who's been tested twice now. Back at Jigsaw HQ, Matthews asks what Jigsaw wants of him. Simply put, Jigsaw wants some of his time. And like I stated in the non-spoiler section, these scenes are what make this movie stand out in the best of ways. John requests that Matthews sits and talks with them, alone. The rest of the team can stand in the other room with the monitors. Matthews walks off. He doesn't want to talk to John. He doesn't want to be anywhere near him. John scares him. He's familiar with John's work, and he knows how smart he is. Carrie helps convince him, saying that Matthews already lost his son because he got involved with her. It's assumed that this caused the collapse of his marriage and relationship strain with Daniel. While Matthews and John have their little discussion, the metal door inside the house opens, and the group cautiously push out. Well, except for Xavier, who finds a bat with nails. He's mostly worried about finding his own antidote and his own way out. The first person we see feel some adverse side effects of the nerve gas is Addison, as she begins coughing up blood. The group reaches the foyer and sees the exit door. Obviously it doesn't open, but at least they know the way out. Back to John and Eric for a moment, as the rules for his game are quite simple. All he has to do is sit there and talk to John, and he'll find Daniel in a safe place. Matthews already knows who he is. He's Jigsaw. But John doesn't really like that nickname. It was just the police and the press who called him that. The jigsaw piece that he cuts out of people was meant to symbolize that the victims were missing something. Survival instinct. Matthews isn't overly stimulated by the conversation, saying it's hard to go by the manual when Daniel's in danger. John is intrigued by this response, bringing up his old police brutality case, and then having the gall to ask for a refill on his water. Meathead Xavier starts breaking the exit door with a bat, only to find metal bars behind it. Jonas notices Xavier's prison tat, and correctly deduces that Addison also did sometime, so that makes 3. The tape did say that they had more in common than they realized, but before they can get rap sheets of anyone else, Lauren finds the door down to the basement. Everyone heads down to find a mannequin with an envelope pinned to it that says, Obi? What the fuck is an Obi?
Obi. It's my name.
Oh, my bad. Inside the envelope is a tape, and Xavier plays it to reveal Jigsaw's voice. For years, Obi's burnt others through deceit, and played games at others' expense. So, now he must play Jigsaw's game. In the metal container are 2 antidotes, one for him, for helping kidnap everyone, and another to give to somebody. But one of them will come with a catch. Once you're in hell, only the devil can help you out. And that's probably one of the hardest lines ever written. Unfortunately for Obi, John kind of outed him as the kidnapper that put everyone in this place, and Xavier and Laura turn on him. Xavier is especially livid, placing the knife from the dummy up to Obi's neck. Obi looks him dead in the face, puts his hand on the blade, and slices his own neck, unfazed. Obi's gotta be the coolest motherfucker in the series. That shit was so hard. Even Xavier's shook by this, getting startled when Daniel knocks over a jug. Obi still enters the metal device, crawling all the way to the back where the needles are. He rips one down, but as he goes to grab the second, the door closes and locks him in. Flames begin to rise higher and higher. As he begins to panic, he locks eyes with some graffiti, a red devil pointing at a valve, with twist written to the side. Now remember, when you're in hell, only the devil can help you. But he can't reach it now, the flames growing with every passing second. Xavier manages to break the window open, and Obi tries to crawl out, but he succumbs to his burns, and he dies. Xavier is upset, mostly because he still has the antidotes with him. Back with Jigsaw, who started his Darwin theory of evolution speech to Matthews, saying that it doesn't really apply anymore because we, as a human race, have lost that surviving edge, the will to live. Matthews again questions what John wants with him. He just wants to see his son back. John asks why he's so eager to have him back, when the last thing he said to him was to go back to his mother's. Why is it that death changes circumstance? John says the knowledge of death changes everything. If I were to tell you the exact date and time of your own death, it would shatter your world completely. And that's when it hits for me. John, after getting his cancer diagnosis, was giving his impending time of death from Dr. Lauryn S. It sent him over the edge, quite literally. John went to end his life, but miraculously survived. Thus, his testing of human nature began. Laura's feeling a little woozy here, but Daniel's at least somewhat of a support for her. But now that Laura's having a little break, Daniel can ask Amanda more about Jigsaw's game, and how she's on round 2 of it. Turns out Amanda was self-harming, which was the second worst thing that she did to her arms, as she started using drugs in prison. You know, no big deal, Amanda. We all have our mistakes. What'd they get you for?
Possession. Maybe you should talk to the cop who arrested me.
Sounds like Amanda got dealt a bad hand with an even worse cop. Pretty typical police work. She asks Daniel if he's been arrested, and he says not yet, but if he did, his dad would kick his ass. He almost tells her that his dad's a cop, but he refrains. Probably for the best. I wouldn't tell a house of convicts that my dad's a cop either. Upstairs, Jonas and the others find a door without a lock, but they still can't open it. Allow the muscle to step in, after a quick cough. After a good couple shoves, Xavier gets it open, starting the timer. Jonas finds an envelope and places the tape inside, and it's for Xavier. Xavier's a drug dealer, offering hope to the desperate for a price. Now he must crawl into the same squalor that he forces his customers into. Daniel removes the duvet from the bed, and Xavier removes the rest, uncovering a pit of used needles. Xavier announces immediately that someone's going in there, and rushes over and grabs Amanda, picking her up and throwing her into the pit. And it's heartbreaking. It's almost poetic. The drug dealer throwing the ex-junkie back into the thick of their addiction, sacrificing her for his own gain. What's worst about it is I think she's the only one without shoes on. Someone else, maybe Xavier, since, it's his test and all, could just step down and take little to no damage. Instead, Amanda has to sift through thousands of nasty needles to find the one they need. And it took 4 production staff members 4 days to set up this pit, replacing all 120,000 needles with fiber tips. As her screams of anguish filled up the room, Xavier bounces between remorseful and malicious. As Amanda rampantly sifts through the needles, the others can't bear to look. They turn the other cheek. Eventually, Amanda finds the key, slamming it on the ground in front of Xavier. He rushes it over, but fumbles it, costing him greatly. His literal key to freedom, that he received by using others, and he squandered his chance to make it out. But to him, it's not his fault. It never is. He goes over to Amanda to add insult to literal injury. Daniel helped her out of the pit, and begins picking out needles from across her body. The others defuse the situation long enough to figure out that Laura, too, has been in prison, further connecting them together. Everyone except for Daniel, so there goes that. Jonas wants to talk more though, but Xavier's done talking, saying that
the only thing you people have in common is holding me back.
He goes to leave the room, taking one last look back at Amanda, who's sobbing in pain, and his look says it all. Matthews' calm approach isn't working, so it's time to switch it up. He grabs all of John's work, his sketches, his ideas, and all potential evidence pieces, and starts destroying it all, as John lists off everything else that he's done that's not by the book. Oh, shooting an unarmed suspect, planting evidence, just the standard cop stuff.
Shut the fuck up!
John asks Matthews to grab something for him, a folder with the convicts from the game. Turns out that Matthews was the arresting officer for all of them, and planted the evidence that led to their incarcerations. Xavier returns to the first room of the house, where Gus is still hanging out. Unknowingly, he takes the coat off his head, exposing it. When he realizes he can't brute force the safe open, he goes to put the coat back over him, when he notices a number on the back of his head, and remembers what Jigsaw told them in the message. Jonas stumbles in, looking a bit worse for wear, and asks Xavier what he's doing.
What are you doing? I haven't decided yet.
He tells Xavier that the others are scared of him, to which he replies, "Good." Jonas knows Xavier. At some point in his life, he was Xavier.
You remind me of me. No matter what kind of fucked up situation you're in, you always gotta find yourself an enemy.
Jonas tears up, saying that he's got enemies outside these walls, and if they don't get him, they'll get his family. Xavier doesn't understand him. He only has himself, and he says that's the way he likes it. Just before this moment, Jonas said,
"We can keep going at each other like we're back in the yard, or we can come together and figure out who's doing this to us."
And it's a cruel irony they find themselves in. These people who were abused by the judicial system, unjustly incarcerated, only to find themselves incarcerated in this macabre puzzle box of a prison, in order for Jigsaw to make a point about unjust incarceration. They might as well be back in the yard, fighting to stay alive. And that's just what they do, having a full-out brawl, which ends in Xavier getting the best of Jonas. After a moment, he checks the back of his head and heads out. As the other 4 roam the halls, Laura collapses, now too weak from the nerve gas to continue. She looks up, fixing her eyes on a broken picture, the glass broken in the shape of an X. X marks the spot. Addison picks it up off the hook and flips it around, finding a picture of Daniel and Detective Matthews, and all is revealed. Detective Matthews put Addison away, and Amanda didn't want to believe it. And Laura really can't believe it, going into a seizure and subsequently passing. Addison can't trust Daniel. She can't trust anyone anymore, and she stumbles off. Amanda storms off too, only to quickly return after finding Jonas's body. Xavier begins his circuit of number hunting, finding Laura's body while looking for Amanda and Daniel. He also finds the lovely family photo before confronting them, and they run off. And Detective Matthews looks on helplessly. He's reached his breaking point. He walks over to John and starts beating the shit out of him. Somehow, this only receives the bronze medal for Wahlberg's committing assault on the elderly. Funny how that happens. Addison stumbles into an unlocked room, finding another envelope, but discards it before finding out more. Instead, she sees a syringe full of antidote in a box. She sticks one hand in and tries to grab it, instead pulling the plunger clean out, letting all the liquid spill out. She reaches her other hand in, not realizing that the metal mechanism traps whatever enters. Xavier comes across her, but instead of lending a hand to get her out, he brushes her hair aside and finds her number, leaving her there to die. And I believe this to be the smartest and most powerful scene in the film. Saw 2 truly is a brilliant critique on individualism. After so long with no cooperation, Jonas tries to hash things out and level with Xavier. Xavier instead chooses violence, rugged individualism. Xavier hasn't changed. We've seen glimpses of a different side of him, but they're fleeting glimpses at best, and misplaced hope at worst. This is the crucial flaw with Jigsaw's philosophy. Putting these subjects into a situation nowhere near as rehabilitative as he aspires it to be, is his self-styled pro-life facade for pure sadistic cynicism that he learned from a society which he feels scorned by, and is programming this into these binary life and death outcome games that are nowhere near as fair as they promise. But he has the one thing that any of this needs in order to convince him, and maybe others, that this is the true way. A survivor. Amanda. And even then, my point remains. She's in this situation, her second game in as many movies, because she hasn't changed. She's still harming herself, just in a different way. I think all of this is pretty explicit, and it would take a potent mix of ignorance and cruelty to believe that Jigsaw's doing anything just. Instead, I think John represents how violent cynicism is often passed through a mixture of trauma and self-righteousness, and is expressed in a beautiful, poetic way throughout the movie. It can all be summed up with this scene, or even just one lone frame. The trap Addison finds, the box with the syringe inside. She's exhausted, from the poison coursing through her system, from the lack of cooperation from her new housemates. And she finally reaches what promises to be her salvation. But as she reaches up into the box, she accidentally causes all the antidote to leak out onto the bottom of the box. With the razors keeping her stuck, she's helpless. And it's a cruel play on the fate of Tantalus, doomed to forever want something that you can never reach. The blood that leaks out from her wounds mockingly mingles with the spilt antidote, creating this red gel for the light to illuminate her with. All of it is compounded with Xavier's response. Perhaps I'm giving it too much credit, but I truly believe that it's so rich in thematic depth that I had to break it down further before continuing on. As Matthews continues his assault on John, he puts his gun in John's mouth. Muffled at first, John says, "Game over." And he leads Detective Matthews to the house, and the remaining police try to locate where they may be headed. Hey John, what's your favorite Wes Craven film?
It's the last house on the left.
Oh nice. I'm more of a Scream fan personally. Amanda and Daniel return to the starting room, closing the door, making sure that Xavier can't get in. Amanda notices the blood of Jonas not pulling on one section of the floor. It's a trapdoor, potentially a way out for them if they can move the safe. Once they do, Daniel loots Jonas's body for the key from earlier, which opens the lock, and they escape just before Xavier busts down the door. Detective Matthews and John pull up to the house, and John gives them a key to enter. Also, the funny moan that John does always gets me. Amanda and Daniel run through the underground halls to escape Xavier. Matthews begins clearing the house, looking for his son. At the same time, the SWAT team breaks in and begins their search. But Detective Carey's not seeing them on the cameras. She doesn't see anyone new on the cameras. That's when they find the VCR setup. The feed that they were watching wasn't live, but a recording from some time before. Eventually, Amanda and Daniel reach a dead end, entering a dark room. When Amanda hits the lights, they see that they're in the same bathroom from the first movie. The poison sets in for Daniel, and he collapses to the floor just before Xavier enters. To Xavier, it doesn't matter if Daniel's dead or alive. He just wants that number. But Amanda correctly questions how he'll get his own number if she doesn't tell him. Logically, he resorts to the first thing he thinks of, slicing off a hunk of his skin that contains the number, pocketing it for later use. As he approaches Amanda for her number, Daniel springs up, kicking Xavier's knee out and slicing his throat with the trusty hacksaw that lives in the bathroom. Xavier falls slain, victim to his own self-assurance. Detective Matthews reaches the bathroom and Xavier's corpse, certainly a while after his death. He continues going through the bathroom, reaching the bathtub, where a hand hangs over the side. Believing it to be Daniel, he approaches, finding a person in a pig mask who attacks Matthews with a syringe, and he falls unconscious. At Jigsaw HQ, the timer runs out, and Carey turns around to see a safe open, with a sickly Daniel inside. Matthews wakes up in a daze, his gun and his light just out of reach. The only thing he can reach is a tape recorder, and when he hits play, we hear an unexpected voice, Amanda Young's.
Hello, Eric. You probably don't even remember me.
After surviving the reverse bear trap, John took Amanda under his wing, acting as a father figure, a mentor. Amanda served as both a player and a mole in the game, making sure the players abide by the rules. Amanda will be the one to carry on the Jigsaw legacy after John passes, and Detective Matthews is her first subject. Matthews is chained up by his ankle, much like Adam and Dr. Gordon. John explicitly told Matthews everything he needed to do. Simply talk to him and he would find Daniel in a safe place. The unbridled rage that Matthews possesses blinded him to the clues, that Daniel was in a literal safe, merely feet away from him. Now, Detective Matthews will lay in that bathroom, alone, scared, and in the dark, as Amanda emerges from the smoke and gives him the
game over
before slamming the door. John knows his legacy is in good hands, giving a wry smile in the car as we fade out. It's beautifully haunting. John Kramer, Jigsaw, still wins. And I have to give so much credit to Darren Lynn Bousman for directing, Leigh Whannell for writing, editor Kevin Grudert, and cinematographer David Armstrong for a beautifully constructed film. Saw 2 manages to balance 2 A and B plots that are both thematically and emotionally rich. They don't feel disconnected at all, each complementing the other beautifully. I do find a lot of the traps compelling in themselves, but it's the moral and ethical coding of each character that elevates it. This leads to a lot of conflicts. It's a film that's quick to point out the flaws in everybody's ideology, but it never denies anyone sympathy. Throughout the entirety of the group house trap sequence, where the main part of the film takes place, there is an obvious green hue with the color grading. This indicates the simultaneity of worlds, as green is a blend of yellow and blue, which are the other 2 prominent colors in the film. One world encompasses the victims of Jigsaw's house trap, including Eric Matthews' son, Daniel. The other is the interaction between John Kramer, Eric Matthews, and the police crew. It's revealed late in the film that the events shown in the house happened before Matthews and the police arrived. The subtle hints presented in the color grading and Kramer's dialogue emphasize this. Near the end, as the final characters descend into the basement, there's a notable hue shift to blue. They've reached a cold, sad place that could become their tombs. And I think the house that the victims are trapped in is worthy of both psychoanalytic and thematic interpretation within the film. The basement and the underground tunnel system are places where hidden things are revealed to both the characters and the audience for dramatic effect. In the house's basement, the victims learn that one among them, Abi, has kidnapped everyone in order to participate in the game. Abi then participates in a trap specifically for him, where he fails to utilize the full potential of his id survival instinct and dies. Later in the film, we see Amanda, Daniel, and Xavier enter the underground tunnels of the house. Here they find a hidden bathroom with dead bodies. There's a non-diegenic sonic overlay of dialogue and screaming from the previous films, a callback to Saw 1. Within the same vein as the idea of the house relating to psychoanalytic theory, the setting of John Kramer's warehouse is important to recall. Eric Matthews and the other police personnel are present in this warehouse with John Kramer throughout the duration of the film, where they watch the footage of the house trap, where Matthews' son is present. Eric is faced with moral conflicts, and he uses defense mechanisms such as avoidance and sublimation relating to his past, especially to his son, which he has seemed to neglect, and his previous police brutality and abuse of power. Eric assaults John, which causes him to lead Eric to the house, where his son supposedly is. In dramatic fashion, the room drops like an elevator, symbolizing that the id has won, and Eric couldn't control his animalistic impulses. In a traditional Jigsaw trap, having a strong id could be beneficial, but not in Matthew's case. It will eventually lead him to his capture. One of the more notable characters, Xavier, also falls victim to his id's impulses, and refuses to consider the problem at hand. He makes harsh decisions that violate Kramer's intention of having the group work together. However, he is one of the last victims to survive, and feeds his id so much that he cuts off his own flesh to be able to survive. Amanda, who was placed in the trap to ensure that it went smoothly, and Jonas act as the superego voices of the film, and the conflict that arises between them and Xavier are representations of psychoanalytic conflict. Also, the first death in the house trap is due to one of the characters acting rash and falling victim to his impulses as well. Amanda tries to warn him, but it's no use. Without ever explicitly mentioning psychological concepts or principles, John Kramer is testing and abusing his victims as they fight for their lives. John has a clear moral goal of getting people to value their lives while they're able to. This is revealed to be a product of his suicide attempt, and he's able to carry out his work as Jigsaw as a result of his terminal cancer diagnosis. However, Jigsaw's experiments and tests don't test survival instinct. Not only is there so much left up to chance, but the very basic psychological uncertainty principle renders it impossible in these circumstances. Okay, I'll admit something here. Before starting this critical analysis, I wasn't as high on Saw 2 as most people seem to be, but I see the light. I get the vision now. Not to spoil a potential ranking video or anything, but I previously had Saw 2 at 4th or 5th in my overall ranking of the franchise, but now it just may jump all the way up to the top. It can be easy to overlook just how smart and fun Saw 2 is in the wake of the rapidly diminishing entries that followed. But this franchise's second outing overall improves on the narrative strength of its predecessor. deploying simpler but effectively painful traps, and boasts a series of reveals and twists that focus the movie's themes on the interplay between agency and spectatorship on a deeper level than the previous Saw. The film does take a bit to find its footing, delivering a wholly unnecessary cold open and whatever exposition sequence for Detective Matthews. It does set out a few pieces that come into play later in the film, but the segment feels too unfleshed out to really land. But once it does find its grounding, the storytelling is rapid, gripping, and assured, not to mention really smart. The back and forth narrative deftly intertwines the increasing terror of the 8 victims in John Kramer's Hell House, and the frustration of the cops who apprehended them, offering a fresh take on the trap-based formula of Saw's first outing, and a meditation on helplessness and viewership. Where the first Saw invested its energy in the relationship between violence and spectatorship, Saw 2 focuses itself on the way that viewing can give way to helplessness. But it also wants to ask, what if patience and inaction are the key to survival and control? It's definitely an interesting place to take the franchise, and one that certainly allows Saw 2 to hold up on repeat viewings. Its most unnerving violence is remarkably bloodless, a live incineration and a pit of needles ramping up the cringe factor to nearly unbearable levels. That's in the best way, of course. Sure, we do get our share of gore. There's a bullet to the eye, the razor box, and Xavier's descent into violent madness. But it is notable that, at least in its second outing, Saw 2 still understood that not all physical suffering must stem from extreme bloodletting. The visuals help maintain the energy and anxiety of these disturbing traps too, once again deploying the shading and montage effect that underscored the first film. This time though, Darren Lynn Bousman and Kevin Grutert make better, more consistent use of these tricks, highlighting the fear, anger, and weakness of the characters involved. When Detective Matthews is on the verge of losing it, aptly filmed through a chain-link fence, his frustration first comes through in the form of jump cuts, before he allows this to lead him to take action that is ultimately ineffective, and it gets him killed. Saw 2 wisely uses its visual flair to underline the moral and emotional chaos of its victims in order to drive home its exploration of agency and patience in the face of great trauma and crisis. Of course, the nasty, sickly green aesthetic is back in full force, and the ensemble cast work beautifully together, even though the characters themselves refuse to cooperate. Personally, I think the balance between cop drama and the traps here is perfectly balanced. The pacing is perfect between 2 cohesive stories. Just as the police work begins to reel you in, we check in our season of Big Brother in Hell. While the first Saw offered some exciting traps, Saw 2 showed how powerful they can be. Plus, we get more insight onto how Jigsaw operates. Everything can be won, but not without a high cost. The epic twists and turns and shocking reveals lie at the heart of the Saw franchise, without a doubt, but this entry may just contain my absolute favorites. It truly is the most intricate, with layers of mysteries containing multiple puzzles solved only in the waning moments. It's always richly satisfying to watch the rapid cut sequences that remind us all of the foreshadowing and the plans for callbacks. It's shocking, but inevitable. It all becomes so obvious at the end. It could have never been anything else other than this, but I never would have guessed it if my life depended on it. Even after countless rewatches, the revelations still hold up. While Eric Matthews foolishly inserts himself into the center of this narrative, it's Amanda that creeps around it. She proved herself to Jigsaw once, but now must do it again. It's disturbing to watch her wake up in the room with the others, feeling around her head for the phantom trap that haunts her. She's terrified, but only for a moment. She's beat this game before, and she sure as hell can do it again. Amanda's ability to endure amazes and intrigues me, largely because of the contradictions that it creates. She can overcome anything, but cannot free herself from the pits she falls into. She exists in a terrible limbo between strength and weakness, and that disconnect is fascinating to watch. Her arc throughout the film is incredible, and the final twist is the cherry on top. That's not to put her on a pedestal or anything. Twisted moralizing of Amanda and even John aside, they are deliberately flawed antagonists, with a worldview converse to the theme of the film. Saw 2's grisly take on its themes turns off a whole lot of people. But if you're willing to tough it out, if you can endure exactly what Detective Matthews is asked to endure, you might just find yourself enjoying an expertly crafted and thoughtful piece of gory horror, and what I believe to be the greatest sequel of all time.
Death is a surprise party.
Following up the fantastic sequel that was Saw 2, Saw 3 manages to take the groundwork set out from its predecessors and brilliantly finish off the continuing story of John Kramer, taking an emotional turn, resulting in a film that is slower, grimmer, and more intimate than any of the other Saw films. The tonal shift to these somber places results in a film that feels so unique to the franchise, yet affectionately connects and gives more context to the previous 2 films. Saw 3's story has a heavy focus on the human emotions, specifically those of loss and forgiveness. The script, penned by Leigh Whannell, with James Wan joining back, gives Tobin Bell and Shawnee Smith a lot to work with, who in turn provide deep insight into their characters with 2 outstanding performances. Despite Saw 3's grim story and graphic imagery, it's clearly a product of love and adoration for the story and the characters. The story covers new ground, provides insight into established character histories, and develops the Saw universe in unexpected ways. And it's a refinement that makes sense after the leap from Saw 1 to Saw 2. Just as Saw 2 built on the strengths of Saw 3 takes the cerebral muscle and vastness of Saw 2 and distills it into something far more visceral, precise, and uncompromisingly cruel than either of the previous films. Here, we're given the series' foreshadowing of fate lines played to this tragedy that can't be matched by any of the other entries in the Saw franchise. The story is just so deftly woven, so heavy with maturation and meaning. The relational development between Amanda and John, the untold relational links between them and the film's other two leads, Jeff and Lynn, and Amanda's own perdition especially, as a woman, a follower, and a student, veritably drawn and quartered by the weights of her grief, doubt, shame, and love. One area where Saw 3 actually tops Saw 2 is giving us new characters that we actually care about. With 7 characters put through Jigsaw's trap, plus the Detective Matthews plot stealing some time, there wasn't much time to understand them and get invested into their scenes. Here, however, we have ample time with Jeff and Lynn, getting to know important bits of what makes them tick throughout the story's progression. After the ensemble cast of Saw 2, Saw 3's narrowed, intimate focus and intentionality really hit the highest marks, allowing the film to build a monstrous, slow burn intensity until it hits the twist-ending crescendo just so pitch-perfectly excruciating and horrific. It's also helped by 2 fantastic performances from Bahar Sumek and Angus McFadden, who sell their desperation and their respective characters so well. Tobin Bell is of course back as Jigsaw, and despite laying relatively dormant throughout the film, shows he is still the perfectly conniving villain who is always multiple steps ahead of anyone else. But the true star of this film is without a doubt Shawnee Smith as Amanda. She's a character that has had such an interesting narrative arc and journey so far. But above all, what makes Saw 3 stand out for me is that the story was written as a proper sequel, rather than adapting another script into a Saw film. This time, Juan returns with Whannell, giving them the opportunity to weave in threads from the previous 2, and give a worthy finale to their involvement in the franchise. And with the mostly spoiler-free sales pitch out of the way, let's take a deep dive into the film. Much like the previous installment, Saw 3 struggles to find its footing, as we begin with a clunky but ultimately necessary scene, as we see Detective Matthews in the wake of his abandonment in the bathroom. He finds the hacksaw, and takes a hint from Gordon's book, nearly resorting to cutting his foot off. Instead, he uses Adam's default weapon to break his foot. I mean, at least then it might heal. Okay, maybe not. Either way, Matthews is now free. The SWAT team cuts open a locked metal door to a trap that was in a classroom, and Carrie arrives shortly afterwards, expecting to find Matthews' corpse. It's not him this time, as Detective Hoffman describes the scene. Career criminal Troy has been more comfortable in chains than free, and now must break the chains that bind him.
All he had to do was release himself from each of the chains.
Yeah, Hoffman, all he had to do. As if he doesn't have a ring going straight through his jaw. While Troy puts up a valiant effort, time runs out and the bomb goes off. Eric's disappearance has really taken a toll on Carrie. She sees him everywhere, in fleeting glimpses, and even in her dreams. She says she can't forgive herself for what happened to him. Even with her head clouded with survivor's guilt, she is still sharp as ever on the job, correctly pointing out that this trap doesn't follow any of Jigsaw's previous. Even if Troy broke the chains that held him down, he was never escaping the room that imprisoned him. Carrie returns home that night, and studies the tape that Jigsaw made for Troy, when suddenly it changes to a live feed of herself, with the camera in the closet. She abides by her cop handbook and shoots first to ask questions later. There's no one in there, but there is someone behind her, as Pigmask attacks her. She wakes up sometime later strung up above the ground, leaking blood. Jigsaw says that up until now, she spent her whole life among the dead, so much so that she's dead inside. The device she finds herself in is hooked into her ribcage, and the only way to get out is to reach into the beaker of acid in front of her and fish out a key. And I get that in the heat of the moment, the frontal lobe takes the backseat to the primal brain, but come on, Carrie, you can easily pour some of this liquid out. Instead, she reaches in and grabs the key, unlocking the padlock. But all that does is open the small strap. The metal is still hooked into her ribs. Carrie sees somebody emerge from the shadows, and she accepts her fate. It's a harsh reimagining of the Blood Eagle torture method from Nordic lore. And with that, Detective Allison Carey perishes, leaving the series. And I'm not happy. I truly wish more than anything we got some more backstory of her, maybe even a full storyline in one of these films. But, and not to spoil future entries too much, she never returns, not even as a flashback. A character with so much potential, vanquished. Now, I do think that Saw 3 has a bit of a bloated runtime, and we can certainly do without most of this opening 17 minutes or so. But finally we meet one of our main protagonists, Dr. Lynn Denlin, and we immediately find that her life is in shambles. She's jaded by her life, taking pills to numb herself, and her marriage is failing. And this bleeds into her work life, as her inaction nearly costs a kid their life. But at the heart of it all, she truly is a good doctor. As she goes to leave the locker room, she finds that the exit door is locked. As she tries to call somebody to let her out, she's attacked by Pigmask. She wakes up to somebody in a black jacket coming in and turning on the lights, which is revealed to be Amanda. And allow me to break some narrative immersion here, but this is the hottest that Amanda's ever been.
Are you gonna behave?
Amanda wheels Lynn into the other room, where John Kramer lay with an oxygen mask. While she may not remember him, he certainly remembers her. John used to frequent Lynn's hospital, going to see his oncologist, Dr. Lauryn Gordon. Amanda takes a break from giving John his water to provide his medical records, so he can switch primary care doctors to Lynn. She reiterates what she told him before. His frontal lobe tumor is inoperable and unpredictable. John is tired of being spoken to like he's just another patient, just another statistic. Lynn won't even look at him. This sobers her up to the situation at hand, and she forewarns that he doesn't have long.
Death is a surprise party.
Then, almost out of nowhere, John just reads Lynn to filth, before giving her the rules of the new game. Can she grant someone the gift of life, to save her own? Amanda places a collar around Lynn's neck, a beautiful industrial necklace with shotgun shell accoutrement. The collar itself is linked to John's heart, and if his life ends, so does hers. She has to keep John going until a man completes the test of his game. Then, and only then, can she go free. Speaking of, meet Jeff in his crate. He's become a hollow form of himself, consumed with hate and vengeance in the wake of the death of his son at the hands of a drunk driver. But through each of his tests, he will have a chance to forgive, and by the end, he will come face to face with the man responsible for the loss of his child. But will he forgive him? Jeff only has 2 hours to complete his game, so he tries to break out of his crate. Unfortunately, I don't think he's forklift certified, so he falls down, knocking his head pretty good. This grade 2 concussion gives him a flashback scene, one in which he practices his confrontation of his son's killer, akin to that of Travis Bickle's in Taxi Driver. Jeff storms into his daughter's room, tearing up the place, looking for something. It's one of his son's possessions, that his daughter clutches onto. He rips it away from her, returning it back to its usual display place. His daughter comes into the room to apologize, and Jeff responds by saying,
What do you think Mommy would say if she saw us like this?
Obviously ill-equipped to answer such a heavy question, the daughter leaves the room. But she just missed the show, as Pigmask was behind the door the whole time, and attacks Jeff. As he stumbles through the halls, he comes across his first clue. Open the door, Jeff, with a ripped photo of himself and a key to accompany it. Amanda watches Jeff's progress on the CCTV footage and reports his commencement to John, who's in the middle of testing. Lynn determines that his brain is herniating, and he absolutely has to get to the hospital. Amanda calmly tells her that that won't happen. John diffuses the situation, saying that the rules of their game have been made clear, and she must abide by those rules. And after he steps in, he begins seizing. Lynn springs into action, begging Amanda to snap out of her shocked state and help her stabilize John. They don't have the Ativan that Lynn needs to help him, so John just has to ride it out until his vitals normalize. Amanda breaks, and Lynn goes to rub in the "I told you so." But to her surprise, Amanda accepts that John needs the surgery, but on one condition.
We do it here.
Lynn gives Amanda a laundry list of medical supplies that they'll need for the surgery, and she goes out to retrieve the goods. Jeff comes across a door, labeled "Face Your Fears." He enters a walk-in freezer room, where a woman hangs naked in the center. She is alive, but clinging to life. Jeff finds his second tape, which informs him that the woman in front of him was present the day of his son's death, but did not testify. Now, Jeff holds her life in his hands. Only he can free her before she freezes to death, which is exacerbated by her getting sprayed with some of those misters from the produce section at the store. Her pained cries fall on deaf ears.
That's exactly it. You didn't do anything.
After the 4th round of spraying, Jeff finally comes around, reaching for the key with his best Ariana Grande impression. He wisens up, sacrificing a bit of his cheek flesh to grab the key, but it's far too late, as Danica's frozen. He exits the room, collapsing from exhaustion. He gets up to find a second message. One bullet will end it all. And on the back, another piece of his family photo, this time containing his late son. He adds a bullet to his inventory and pushes on. Lynn explores the jigsaw workshop, seeing the reverse bear trap on a mannequin head. It snaps closed, scaring her. As if that weren't bad enough, she got scared in front of the baddies. She tries to reason with her that John's surgery has such a small chance at succeeding, but Amanda's more worried about pointing out all the cool shit that Lynn could kill her with. Of course, that would mean that she likely dies as well, so she doesn't take a shot. Amanda plays it cool in front of Lynn, but when she's alone, she pulls out a box that triggers a memory. In a flashback, we see the creation and aftermath of her original test. Tearfully, Amanda updates John on Jeff's progress. John has Amanda go through his desk to find an envelope with her name on it. John is confident in her. Amanda tells him that Lynn's about to begin her procedure, and asks if he picked her because she's the best chance he has.
That's one reason I chose.
Jeff continues to meander around the halls. Eventually he comes across Billy, laid out like his son's body. The next door says, "Time to let go." And once he enters, a man can be heard yelling for help. According to the message, it's the judge from the case, who sentenced the man who killed his son lightly. He's laid out on his back, restrained at the neck. In order to find the key to release him, Jeff must incinerate his son's belongings. And if that's not enough, rotting pig corpses begin moving, being dropped in a machine that liquefies them, spraying the judge with the juice. If Jeff continues to sit idly by, the judge will drown. After some time, he finally hits the button, and the key drops, which lets him free the judge. Lynn begins her preparations for John's surgery, and begins slicing his scalp open, exposing his skull. Even Amanda gets in on the fun, helping Lynn out. Once Lynn cuts through his skull, she cuts through the membrane, exposing the brain, releasing the pressure. As John begins testing his motor function, he crashes. As he begins his ascent into the afterlife, he remembers his fondest memory, a beautiful blonde woman. When he comes to, he believes that he's talking to her. This breaks Amanda even further. She opens up her kit, remembering a time when John demanded she give him everything. The marks on her arm are from a past life, a life she will leave behind. He hands her an envelope, and we see that it was Amanda who attacked Adam in his shithole apartment. Oh, by the way, it's still free Huey. Then we see that she helped set up the bathroom game. Amanda's been cutting again, hiding it on her thighs, where John wouldn't see. She can't bear to show that his rehabilitation didn't work for her. Post-surgery, Lynn cleans up, looking longingly at her ring. Amanda gives John a nice hug, but Lynn has to spoil their moment.
He can't hear you.
Amanda's done taking any of her shit, choking her while she reaches for her gun. If John hadn't stepped in to scold her once more, who knows how it could have escalated. John knows Amanda. They're so much alike. He says that in the end, Amanda will be the closest he's ever come to a connection, to being understood. But he also knows that her emotion is her weakness. We get another flashback, this time after the bathroom game. She finds Adam's body, clinging to life, and takes it upon herself to put him out of his misery. We're back to Jeff, who's picked up a sidekick. Here's your chance, Jeff, one step closer to revenge. And he gets the clip for the bullet. Or magazine, one of the two. The judge gives Jeff his condolences, but also says no amount of punishment would take his pain away, or bring his son back. Vengeance doesn't solve anything, it only makes the pain greater. He doesn't seem to be getting through to Jeff though, who kicks open the door to the next room, and his next trap. A man is trapped by his limbs and head, with a tape player around his neck. As Jeff approaches them, their expressions show it all. They seem to know each other. The tape reveals him to be Timothy Young, the man who killed Jeff's son. He's now face to face with the man he wants to kill the most in the world. Timothy is strapped into Jigsaw's favorite trap, the rack, which will slowly twist each body part until it breaks. Jeff can free him if he grabs the key from the box, but with the caveat that he will take a shotgun blast to do so. The machine starts twisting, starting with the arm. Jeff just stands there, as Timothy's screams seep into his brain. The judge rebukes Jeff's inaction. He's killing Timothy. Is he a murderer?
I wanted to kill him every day. Maybe I am.
Timothy screams. Jeff screams. It's not until both of his legs are broken that Jeff finally grabs the key, and the shotgun blasts the judge. Jeff's indolence catches up, and he never gets to use that key. As Timothy's head twists, breaking his neck, Jeff cries on his shoulder, forgiving him of his sins. John and Lynn converse, and Lynn expresses her desire to see her husband, even if their relationship is strained. This intrigues John. Matrimony always has. Husbands unable to look at their wives cheating with strangers, people who bear children only to neglect them. Lynn takes exception with John's assertion, saying that her marriage has endured more suffering than he will ever know.
You haven't seen anything yet.
John and Lynn lock their hands, Lynn begging to be let free. Amanda walks in, only to be told to leave. John tells Lynn that if she makes it through this, she'll thank him one day, just as Amanda did. Amanda finally opens her envelope, and the contents of it distress her. Lynn once again asks to be let go, and John tells her that perhaps his life wasn't the one she was saving after all. He pours liquid wax over a tape that says "Play Me," while inquiring about Lynn's family. He questions why she lives with the dead when she has a beautiful family, a husband who's endured pain, and a daughter who needs her mother. Amanda tells them that Jeff has completed the third test, and Lynn is free to go. John asks Amanda to undo Lynn's collar. Amanda refuses, and John tells her that Lynn is more important than she knows. Amanda cocks the gun, leaving John no other option than to remind her of the rules. Even with the gun, it's Lynn that holds Amanda's life in her hands. And she is disgusted by the idea. To her, Lynn doesn't deserve to go free. Is that how she feels about the other test subjects? We know how she handled Adam, and now we see how she took care of Matthews.
That's right. I'm a murderer.
Amanda finally turns on John.
You do is no different than murder. You torture people. You watch them die. It's bullshit. Nobody changes.
John reminds her, if you fail, we all fail. Succeed, we all succeed. Amanda doesn't believe she means anything to John. She's but a mere pawn in his twisted game. But to John, she means everything. Their fates are linked. She's supposed to be the heir to the legacy.
I've tried to help you, Amanda.
Oh, help me! Fix me, motherfucker! Why is she so important to you?
John is brought to tears, seeing his apprentice turn.
She's not important to me. She's important to you.
Jeff receives his final piece, the rest of the gun. He enters the room, calling out to Lynn. As Lynn goes to investigate, Lynn falls into Jeff's arms.
You just destroyed 4 lives. You just murdered Jeff's wife.
Jeff shoots Amanda in the neck, and as she bleeds out, John reaches his hand out. This was Amanda's game all along. She was being tested. This was her last chance. John tried everything he could do to see Amanda succeed, but she couldn't. John cries, giving his most painful game over. Amanda Young is one of the most tragic characters in horror history. She struggled with abuse and addiction for a good portion of her life, only to be kidnapped and used as a guinea pig by a broken man, a test case of fixing who he deems as society's worst. After she narrowly escapes, she is stalked by her tormentor and manipulated into following him. Jigsaw grooms her, taking advantage of her mental illness to craft an unfeeling, apathetic character. Amanda is Jigsaw's worst victim, simply because of how much she endures. In Saw 2, I praised Amanda due to how much she truly endures, but a double-edged sword is still dangerous. Her willingness to endure, to try and change her life for what she sees as better, after having been sold a vicious lie. We see Amanda finally break. We see her self-harm. She's relapsing. She wants to get better. Why can't she get better? The man she's built her new lease on life around is denying her affection, in a deliberate attempt to test her will, her loyalty to him, and his method. She sees him as a father figure. Why won't he love her? A cop slams her head into the wall, calling her worthless, a junkie bitch. Nothing. It's a harrowing echo of the Japanese exploitation films that influenced Saw, in the way that it frames the devaluation and suffering of women. But it is worth remembering that this is a film written by James Wan and Leigh Whannell, two deeply empathetic filmmakers who are generally good at framing feminine trauma in an honest way. Amanda is created by the same man who would give us the Invisible Man remake. It feels more like a response to the trend of the feminine abuse films that influenced the series, a comment on it. It shows the deeply patriarchal place this sort of violence comes from. It depicts men psychologically breaking a woman until she rejects the rules of their fucked up games, and decides to end it all in a reckless, self-destructive fashion. She's been denied love. She's lost her only purpose. She's been groomed into aiding a serial killer set up his farcical tests. She's relapsed into all of her dark methods of self-harm and pathological lying. She's become morally bankrupt. She has nothing left. Why not just fucking end it all? And that's why I love Amanda, because she's reached that point. At this point, she truly has nothing. The cops won't help her. She can't escape Jigsaw. She can't save herself. Why not destroy everything in a final fuck you to a life lived in service of men and their cruelty? Why not bring this game to its logical, Shakespearean conclusion? It's almost as if she understands the game better than Jigsaw. Amanda understands that his justice is unjust, and realizes that by playing, somebody is automatically doomed. Finally, she has control. Saw 3 is incredible, because with Amanda, it pushes back against the shitty, morally punitive reads that people have had of the series. This is not just. There is no justice, because Jigsaw has created a microcosm of mankind's cruelty, and unleashed it onto one of society's ultimate victims. Juan and Whannell, in what would be their final major contribution to the series, left us with a word of warning: to not be seduced by the seemingly wise words of a craven sociopath. Amanda's downfall is entirely his doing, and if we see fit to deliver corporal torture, we are the ultimate monsters. Jeff aims the gun at John.
You haven't learned anything tonight, have you? Your rage and your vengeance will only hurt the ones you love.
This is directed at Jeff, but I can't help but feel that this is introspective. John's rage and vengeance has caused the death of his closest connection in this world, and her final moments were scornful of his methods. John tells Jeff that right now, his daughter needs him most in life, like Amanda needed him. John taunts Jeff, saying,
You can't kill me, Jeff.
Jeff pulls the trigger. No bullets. Lynn and Jeff embrace. She hasn't much time left. John can get an ambulance for her in about 4 minutes, and Jeff agrees. John gives him one final test. He gives Jeff free reign of all the medical equipment Amanda brought for Lynn. All he has to do is decide not to kill John. John ends his roll speech by slightly altering his typical catchphrase.
Live or die, Jeff. Make our choice.
John's truly put his life into Jeff's hands. He has nothing left. His methods, his teachings, his lifestyle was all for naught. If Jeff kills him, he is released from his life of pain. If Jeff refrains, he will view it as his teachings working, rehabilitating. It's the ultimate win-win for John. Either way, he comes out for the better.
I forgive you.
He may forgive him, but his taste for vengeance knows no bounds, using the circular saw to slice John's throat. As John struggles to take his final breaths, the collar around Lynn's neck activates. John plays his final message for Jeff, indicating he planned for just this moment. John told Jeff that he couldn't kill him, but never the reason. John is responsible for the loss of his child. He kidnapped their daughter, and only he knows where she is. If Jeff wants to see her, he must play another game. Lynn's collar goes off, killing her instantly. Jeff has nothing left. That's the underlying motif throughout this film. There's a level of unrelenting nihilism that's seldom seen in Western cinema. The expressed humanitarianism of Jigsaw's mission to make people appreciate their lives has always been a farce, revealed here to be a flimsy excuse for a sadist desire to manipulate and break people. Unlike the previous films, none of the victims of the main trap can possibly save themselves, and the man being tested is hardly in any physical danger at all. Lynn is caught in this impossible mission to save an unsavable life. Jigsaw's morality is a hypocritical excuse for his desire to see people suffer as he has. This is a film dedicated almost exclusively to depicting the vulnerability of the human form. Human spirits and bodies can be destroyed by nothing more than a twist in circumstance, perspective, or a physical twist of the arm. Calling this mere torture porn is missing the point. It's as focused on the sensational violence of the games as it is on John's sickness. He's cancer-ridden, a disease that is often random, meaningless to occur, causing him to seize and lose motor function. Jigsaw's own body is the trap in and of itself. Through this, fused with the literal traps, we are reminded persistently of the limitations of the human body, and what happens when our bodies are pushed to the very edge of life. Also getting as much, if not more screen time than the traps is the emotional sadness that is wrought from the unfeeling chaos of the world, which Jigsaw amplifies, rather than giving meaning and structure to people's lives, as he claims. This complements the core theme of vulnerability perfectly. We see a man, devastated by the unfairness of his son's death and lack of retribution, and Jigsaw's games just reiterate how his sadness holds him emotionally captive. Jigsaw, contrary to his expressed mission, does nothing to heal his test subjects. He actively makes his subjects' lives worse. Amanda's already the demonstration of his flawed intentions. Rather than Jigsaw's games rehabilitating her, she is still self-harming, and has more emotional turmoil than ever. She's been on a downward spiral, ever since we first saw her in the first Saw, culminating here. But what makes all this misery work is that, unlike in something like Midsommar, the film doesn't pretend to care about these characters' lives and pain. In narrative analysis terms, we have no time to get acquainted with most of Jigsaw's victims, and the emotional connection between the leads that would make us invested in their success is a veil for twists only revealed in the film's conclusion. But this is not a flaw. By leaving no room for empathy, Saw 3 simply gives us a series of bodies breaking down in every way imaginable. Maybe that's all we are. A vessel for physical and emotional pain. I don't subscribe to that thought process, but the film's razor-sharp focus on exploring that theme is commendable, moving beyond something that could be considered into pure, abject misery.
You think it's over just because I'm dead? It's not over. The games have just begun.
Saw 4 represents a shift in gear for the Saw franchise. After the conclusive ending of Saw 3, Saw 4 had to reinvigorate the franchise with new story potential. This installment would be the first in which that there was no hand from either creator, James Wan or Leigh Whannell. While Wan was largely absent after the first Saw, you don't know what you've got till it's gone with the writing of Leigh Whannell in this series. Instead, Marcus Dunstan and Patrick Melton step in to provide a relatively flimsy script, with some pretty cheesy dialogue. At least the story being told is still fresh. Being the fourth installment of a horror franchise, it's kind of relieving that they're not just trying to tell the same escape room story over and over. Instead, putting entirely new setups in each entry. This isn't about people trying to escape a building via a series of torturous tests. It also takes more time to expand on Jigsaw's backstory, even after his death at the end of Saw 3. We've had hints of humanity from his character and why he's doing these terrible acts, but this one gives us a lot to go with. You end up feeling sorry and sad for this man because of what he's gone through. And Tobin Bell gives a great performance, as expected. When we see him work on certain traps, and most certainly when we see him watch his first test subject, he's so incredibly chilling and thrilling. Generally, I hate when movies give the creepy, evil character a tragic backstory. It always threatens to take away what makes the character scary in the first place. But Saw actually breaks that trend. Not only does Jigsaw's backstory make sense, it actually informs everything he's done in the present. At times, it does feel like the abundance of backstory feels as if it's trying to scour for anything it can in order to continue the series, sometimes grasping at straws. But after such a succinct ending in the third, I think they did the best job they could, especially for first-time writers of the series. While Saw 4 is considered by most fans of the series as where the franchise starts to go downhill, I found it to hold up better than I expected, better than I remembered. Saw 4's structure is vastly different to that of Saws 1, 2, and 3. By this point, the cop drama aspect has completely subsumed the Trap A-B plot, and this is the turning point where the Saw franchise would feel more like an ongoing film series and less of an individual film series. Returning to direct is Darren Lynn Bousman, in what would end up being his final Saw movie until Spiral, as he would shift his focus onto Repo the Genetic Opera in 2008. And it's a welcome and much needed return, as he does a great job of keeping such a massive story coherent and well paced, while giving every moment the weight it deserves. Almost everything in the movie feels the same as previous Saw movies, even though the writing is different. The atmosphere is still really dark and the tone works with the franchise, but doesn't feel nearly as grim as Saw 3. Saw 4 tackles the question that some have asked from the beginning, which is, how could one man, Jigsaw, even with the aid of his acolyte Amanda, set up so many elaborate, creative, and expensive death traps all over the city without raising suspicion? And I know, so many people hate this one, but it's also the best one because the first thing you see is Jigsaw's cock and balls. We open on a very intricate and intriguing autopsy scene of the now deceased John Kramer, having met his end at the hands of Jeff Denlin at the end of the previous film. This is up there for one of my favorite scenes in the movie, simply because of how good it looks. The special effects team deserves all the praise here. As they cut open John's stomach, they find a foreign object, and immediately call for homicide to investigate. In steps Detective Mark Hoffman, who we briefly met in Saw 3, but is mostly a nobody character to this point. The object they found is a tape, the one that we saw John cover in wax. And it's specifically for Detective Hoffman. Jigsaw will be testing them, posthumously. The games have just begun. We see our traditional cold open trap, set inside this mausoleum. A man wakes up, gasping for air, his eyes are sewn shut. He feels around him, finding a chain links him to another man, whose mouth is sewn shut. Hey bald guy, what was your favorite horror movie from 2023? Talk to me! As the two battle for slack on their chains, they pull the pin to the machine in the middle. The man with his mouth sewn sees a padlock around his neck, and the man with his eyes sewn has the key. Personally, I think I would try and rip open the sutures as quickly as possible in order to communicate, but our friend here decides to sneak up on the much larger man, who also has a weapon, swinging it recklessly in fear. To no one's surprise, that doesn't work out for him, and he gets stabbed in the leg by a hook. He pulls the ultimate Uno reverse, using the hook to stab the man in the neck, grabbing the key he needs to free himself. But before he can, he must defend himself against wave 2 of the boss, doing so with a really slick high kick that would even get full marks from Ryu. He finishes him off by bludgeoning him with a hammer, finally unlocking his padlock. And then he chooses to rip his mouth open? Certainly not the order I would have done things, but I guess he's still alive, so what do I know? I do know that in this series, seeing the SWAT team can mean nothing good. And here they are. They use this adorable little rover guy to clear the room when it comes across Detective Carey. Rig obviously isn't privy to the information we know, and rushes in, even though the room hasn't fully been cleared. Hoffman reprimands Rig, who only went through because he thought she was still alive, that he could save her. Eventually, Hoffman sends Rig home, and goes to meet the FBI's finest special agents, Lindsay Perez and Peter Strom. As they inspect Carey's corpse, and the trap she remains in, they find that she was never getting out. Her game was rigged for her to die. While Hoffman explains Amanda was Jigsaw's accomplice, Strom retorts that Amanda wouldn't have been strong enough to hoist Carey up, and with John's frail, cancer-ridden body, leaves only one possibility. There's someone else that helped him. Rig returns to the station, watching a tape of Detective Hoffman interrogating somebody. Hoffman and the special agents enter the room, and Hoffman implores Rig to take his vacation time, go spend some time with his wife. It's commendable that Rig is so hellbent on saving people, saving Carey, saving Eric Matthews. Everyone around him is dying. Rig returns home to his wife, who is on her way out the door. She's going out of town for a few days, and exhorts him to come with. He rebuffs the offer, and his wife tells him that he can't save everyone. She gives him one last kiss on the cheek before leaving. As Perez and Strom continue to research more on John Kramer, Strom seems to be interested more in why Rig was rewatching an old interrogation tape. The woman Hoffman is questioning is Jill Tuck, John Kramer's ex. Perez is concerned by what was left on Carey's message, that 2 officers might be in danger, but Strom dismisses her. Back at home, Rig struggles to sleep, the weight of his emotions keeping him up. He hears a noise from the other room and investigates, assuming it to be his wife. Instead, he is attacked by somebody in a pig mask. Hoffman puts something in a folder and puts it into a desk drawer, and as he makes a call, we see a pig mask behind him too. Rig wakes up in the bath, the shower water hitting his face. As he exits, a familiar foe infiltrates his television. Jigsaw says that he stood by as his colleagues have fallen, creating his obsession with saving everyone. Tonight, he will face that obsession. Eric Matthews is still alive, shown here struggling to avoid being hanged by standing on an ice block. Next to him sits Detective Hoffman, strapped into a chair. Matthews has 90 minutes to save himself, and Hoffman's life relies on him doing so. As Rig sweeps the rest of his house, photos of people litter the hall, hanging from the ceiling. Eventually he comes across someone in a pig mask, sitting in his living room. A light illuminates a painted message, "See what I see." Jigsaw says the woman in front of him needs help, but it's not his job to help her. Under the mask is just a victim, which Jigsaw requests he just walk away, and not save her as he is prone to do. The chair she is bound to is also a trap, as her long flowing hair is put up in a ponytail, being fed through a series of gears, slowly pulling it. As Rig hunts for a way to stop the trap, the woman tells him the combination to get her out is written on the gears. He rummages around his kitchen for something to cut her hair with, but obviously everything of use has been confiscated, so he resorts to shooting the device, which does unlock it like he hit it with an EMP, but quickly starts back up. As he slowly finds the combination, the woman's scalp begins tearing off. Before she ends up getting fully scalped like she's in Inglourious Bastards, Rig puts in the full combination, and goes to find something to help her stop the bleeding. And as soon as he leaves, the woman reaches into the TV stand and pulls out a knife that was hidden in there. Which would have been helpful before, don't you think? She attacks Rig with the knife, and he diffuses the situation by ripping more of her scalp off and then throwing her through to the next scene. Holy shit, that was so cool! Throughout the film so far, we've seen a couple really smooth transitions that really have no need to be in at all, but they're really good. And this transition was actually practical too. They built the 2 sets next to each other and then actually threw someone through the glass into the police department. It's times like this where I just love the franchise. While we're at the station, the prints from the bullet they found in Detective Carey's body came back with a match, Rig, and with the shots fired call at his address, they head on over. With the woman incapacitated, Rig finds another tape, but this one was for her. Jigsaw told her that an officer will try and save her, but take her in and charge her for her crimes. So, if he does, she must try and kill him in order to stay free. Rig throws the tape to the side, and finds a box with 2 keys. One will save a life, and one will take one. Alright, let's check in with our detectives, see how they're doing. Hoffman is gagged and bound, but at least Matthews has a nifty little walking boot for that leg that Amanda absolutely demolished. We get a flashback of the aftermath of his duel with Amanda, showing a man drag him into a room that would soon become his prison. As the SWAT team breaks into Rig's apartment, they find the blonde woman dead in his living room. They put out an APB for Rig, and find his walls plastered with pictures of people. Perez and Strom try to decipher what Jigsaw wants them to see, which includes a picture of Jill Tuck. They bring her back in for more questioning, trying to find the reason behind this new game. A man dressed in all black enters the room where the 2 detectives are kept, arming the door and laying his gun down. Obviously, Hoffman wants him to let him go.
You fucking hear me? You fucking motherfucker!
But it's clear that he won't with Rig's timer still counting down. Speaking of, Rig is still continuing his journey, arriving at the Alexander Motel, where one of his keys he received is from. He uses it to unlock door 261, where he finds a box and a picture of his wife. Though the box is set up to maybe look like her scalp is protruding from it, it really is just the pig mask, with a picture of a convict. Jigsaw wants Rig to feel what he feels, so he has supplied him with his greatest asset, anonymity. The pig mask throughout the series has been used to obscure the identity of Jigsaw and Amanda, and now Rig dons the mask to force the motel front desk person into the room. Armed with more evidence, and especially since it pertains directly to her, Strom and Perez return to question Jill Tuck, inquiring about the mottos 4 walls build a home and cherish your life. The latter of which is the motto of the clinic she runs, which was later adopted and twisted by John for his murderous mantra. Jill denounces John's actions, but Strom isn't quick to believe her. Everything points to Jill being his accomplice, and Strom knows that all he has to do is convince 12 jurors of her guilt. Rig forces the motel worker into the next room, a blood-red light irradiating a sea of pictures of women in peril. Rig plays his next tape, explaining that he cannot punish the man, he must face his own demons. When he sees exactly what kind of monster he is, his demeanor shifts, and forces the man into his restraints. His name is Ivan, and he must decide what's more important, his eyes which have led him astray, or his body, which has been used as an instrument to inflict pain on his victims. Rig exits the room. It's not his game. He's given Ivan the tools he needs to atone, and can only sit back and hear the pained wails from behind the door. Though he pierces one eye, Ivan inevitably fails his test, and is dismembered. Rig's next note says, "Become the teacher and save a life. Go back to where it all began." We get a flashback sequence where Rig comforts a little girl at school, asking her who gave her the bruises that cover her arms. Hoffman exits the room, leaving the door open enough to see an older man, assumed to be her father. He locks eyes with her, making sure she stays quiet. As she goes back to class, the man approaches the 2 officers, almost gloating that he's getting away with it. When he pats Rig on the shoulder, Rig loses it, punching him in the face, shattering his nose. Strom continues grilling Jill about John. Jill explains John's mentality shift after Gideon. Wait, who's Gideon?
Do you know anything about the Chinese zodiac?
Oh, Jill, no.
We see Jill closing up the clinic for the night, and John waits for her outside. He's accosted by a lady of the night, and keen eyes will recognize her as Addison from Saw 2. Just as Jill is about to head out, she's interrupted by Cecil, who we saw to be a bit aggressive before. But he's not here to do anything dastardly, instead he just forgot his coat. When Jill goes to return it, he brandishes a switchblade and opens the door. As he goes to run out, he slams the door on a pregnant Jill, instantly causing her to bleed. Though Cecil is concerned for Jill, he's more concerned by his freedom, and he runs out of the clinic, right past John. John runs in and finds her, carrying her to the emergency room. But it's too late. Jill loses the baby. All she wanted to do was help people. John remarks that she can't help them. They have to help themselves. Okay, so let's catch up if you got lost.
Girl loves boy, boy loves girl. Boy gets girl pregnant, girl loses baby. Boy turns into a serial killer. Jill.
Yeah, pretty much, actually.
I'm not buying it.
Look, Strom, I don't know what to tell you. Just go find Rig. Ah, you just missed him. But they did find Ivan, or what's left of him. The room that ended up being his tomb was rented out to a lawyer named Art Blank, and he's been missing for a couple weeks now. That's now 2 out of 5 people that were on Rig's walls dead. Perez correctly affirms that Rig didn't kill Ivan. Ivan did this to himself. That's the whole Jigsaw mantra. Strom repudiates the claim, saying this wasn't Ivan's game. He maintains that Rig is being recruited by Jigsaw. When the special agents and SWAT team inspect Art Blank's last known location, they find a CCTV camera. They are the two Jigsaw targets, not Matthews and Hoffman. Matthews has had enough of this, and steps off the block to hang himself. The man watching over him sets him back on the block of ice, saying that if he dies, Hoffman dies too, as the melted ice would electrocute him. Hoffman begs Matthews to listen to him, and as Hoffman locks eyes with the man, he recognizes him. He's met him before. It's Art Blank. He represented the nasty man that Rig punched, and Hoffman backed his colleague, willing to commit perjury for him. Maybe that's why Rig is so adamant on finding him, before it's too late. As Rig moves through the halls of the now abandoned school, he enters a classroom that has remnants of a game already complete. A man and a woman are chained back to back, with metal skewers throughout their bodies. This isn't a game for the husband, this is all for the wife to take back her life from a serial abuser. The rods piercing through her are non-lethal, but angled enough to be lethal for the husband. Rig finds the wife still trapped, but alive. Jigsaw wants him to save as he saves. He finds his next clue, a picture of his wife, telling him to go home. Only the G is in a different font, one that Rig knows all too well. As he heads to the next location, he gives the wife the key, covering her with his jacket, and pulls the alarm. This notifies the police of her whereabouts, and she tells them that Rig saved her. Perez gets a call that Art Blank had gotten all of his victims acquitted to this point. One of the police investigators dusts around for prints, accidentally setting off the crossbow-type mechanism that pierced the rods through the married couple, and this innocent crime scene photographer is impaled. The cops think that Jigsaw set this up in case they found a place, but I think the investigators should have been a bit more careful. But they do learn some information. Art Blank's other known address was co-owned by Joel Tuck, and it's the very building that they're in now. On full alert now, Perez and Strom roam the halls, coming across the next clue. In this room, Billy sits very politely, with a note on his lap and a tape player around his neck. The tape is for Agent Perez, warning her that Strom will soon take the life of an innocent man. Her next move here is critical. The message gets quiet. Only indistinct mumbles are heard. As Perez leans in to hear, the puppet was a trap, sending shrapnel into Perez's face, putting her out of commission. Perhaps Matthews' trap wasn't calculated correctly, as he's struggling to breathe, and eventually passes out. Hoffman gets the attention of Art, and as he walks over to check on him, Matthews sneaks a hit on him. He enlightens Matthews that he's not the one he should be worried about, and beseeches him to stay alive until the counter ticks down to zeros. If this other guy can pass his tests, then all three of them can go free. He arms Matthews with a gun and a bullet, as a part of his final test. Strom calls Perez's mother, to inform her of the news of her daughter, and thrashes around his office in rage. Now without the good cop to his bad cop, he returns to Joel Tuck, who's been stuck in interrogation this whole time. He has endless questions, but isn't getting the answers. In a flashback scene, we see Jill and Art Blank visit John in his workshop, as they have some business to attend to.
Get the fuck out of here.
John is over it all. He wants all of his buildings given to Jill. Jill thinks he blamed her for losing Gideon, and their relationship never recovered after that. Soon after, he gets his diagnosis from Dr. Gordon, and survives his attempt on his life. But he returned a changed man, someone Jill couldn't recognize, but one that we as the viewer know all too well. Jill finds Cecil's pictures all over the workshop. Then we get the rare flashback within the flashback, seeing John create his first tape, and stalking Cecil through a Chinese New Year festival, the Year of the Pig. John walks up behind Cecil, chloroforming him. Cecil wakes up in a chair, with sharp metal forced through his wrists. John won't let him go. He's got so much pent-up wrath, with Cecil, with the world. Instead, John endows him with the tool that will save his life, a set of knives surrounding his face. Cecil must match the ugliness of his soul to that of his outside. It's a crudely built trap, with an analogy to match, something we aren't accustomed to from John. Considering it's his first trap, I'm willing to give it a pass, especially considering the entire thing breaks, as Cecil falls to the ground. When he gets to his feet, he tries to attack John, who gives him the old olé, and he falls into a pile of barbed wire. And then it clicks for Strom. 4 walls build a home. The newspaper article of John and Art. The Gideon meatpacking plant. That's where he'll find Rig. Just in time too, as Rig enters and finds another note that says, "Patience. Remember who you are saving. Time is on your side." Matthews, Hoffman, and Blank all look into the rafters, seeing the mechanics of the trap, and deducing that it'll trip if someone walks through the door Art had armed earlier. Strom arrives at the meatpacking plant, calling for backup, but not waiting for them to arrive. Rig enters the final hallway. Jigsaw's final messages to him painted along the walls. He finds the IDs of both Matthews and Hoffman. Has he learned how to truly save a life? As time runs low, Art takes off his coat to expose a metal device running down his spine. He's not running this game, he's playing his own. He was the one that survived the mausoleum game from the beginning, and was rewarded with an envelope to set up his next trial. Then we see Jeff Denlin roam the halls, and as he hits a light fixture, Strom turns around. We see Jeff enter the main workshop again, and we hear Amanda's voice. Strom is right behind him now. We see Lynn get shot, this time from outside the makeshift operating room. And that's when it hits. Everything in this film has been happening simultaneously to Saw 3. John wasn't conducting this game from the grave. He's getting brain surgery, and watching his accomplice burn his empire to the ground. Finally, Rigg reaches the door. He hesitates, but runs in with mere seconds to spare, breaking the door. Art charges at Rigg, who shoots him almost out of instinct. The trap springs, and the ice blocks above Matthews swing down, convening right on Matthews' skull, killing him instantly. As his body falls off the ice block, the remaining weight of Hoffman tips the scale to his side, with the water rushing over as well to shock him. Strom enters the operating room using a key he received at the beginning, where he finds Jeff in the aftermath of killing John with the circular saw. Jeff had just found out about his daughter's kidnapping, so he's rightfully on edge, and goes to shoot Strom. But if you recall from the previous film, he didn't have enough bullets for John, so he certainly doesn't have enough for Strom. Not that he'd get the chance to use them, as Strom bombards him with a shower of lead. And it's only then that Strom finds the remains of Jigsaw and his apprentice Amanda. Rigg and Art lay on the ground, writhing in pain. Rigg still had more time on the clock. He should have won. Art tells him that Jigsaw was testing him, and as he reaches into his bag, Rigg shoots him through the head. But Art wasn't reaching for a weapon to attack Rigg, but rather for another tape. Jigsaw's final tape for Rigg says that reaching Matthews and Hoffman in under 90 minutes has resulted in their deaths. He was told the rules. He was never supposed to save anyone. Throughout his tests, he was to learn that the subjects must save themselves.
You know never to go through an unsecured door, ever.
And then Hoffman approaches Rigg. Hoffman was the secret accomplice to Jigsaw and Amanda Young. We see all of the victims of previous games that were kidnapped by Hoffman. As Rigg falls flat, bleeding out, Hoffman delivers the most jaw-dropping game over in the series thus far. He exits the room, shutting the door on Strom, locking him in the guerrilla operation room. Jigsaw's message for Hoffman at the beginning wasn't indicative of him putting Hoffman through a game, but making sure his legacy lives on, through Hoffman.
Game over.
A big part of this movie revolves around questions, both asking and answering, and it means that every movie in the series is now tied together. By now, we have most, if not all of our questions answered, but now this film asks more, and leaves some open-ended. We finally see why John covered a tape in wax in the last film. We see further reference to the letter Amanda reads, but we don't get an answer as to what Hoffman wrote. It becomes a bit of a whodunit affair before Hoffman's reveal, since from the very jump, we're told that Jigsaw and Amanda must have a third person. And the police, and us as the audience, spend the next 80-something minutes piecing together who that may be. Saw 4 works better as a tragic epilogue for the first 3 films, rather than a true fourth entry. And for me, I think it works pretty well. It's an epilogue, and lead into the next films, tying up most of the loose ends that the franchise had, while leading into a new trilogy. It's much faster paced, and the police procedural stuff makes a grand return after taking a noticeable absence in the previous film. Oddly enough, I think that aspect was the highlight in this one. Some of my favorite characters in the franchise are introduced and highlighted here, namely Rigg, Strom, and Hoffman. Lyric Ben as Lieutenant Rigg absolutely killed it for me. He stole the show, even over the always superb Tobin Bell. Personally, I think he ends up being the protagonist who deserves to be tested the least. His main thing is that he's too caught up in saving lives, that it's affecting his own, and in the end, that was his undoing. It's an absolutely heartbreaking end to his character. He gave off a great sense of tension, confliction, and animosity that propelled the film in every scene he was in. He's the antithesis of Jeff's character. While Jeff had personal reasons for his actions, it ultimately became predictable over time that he would meander around and do nothing but cry over flashbacks until the last moments to try and save someone. With Rigg, it's different. He rushes into everything. You know he wants to save everyone, which, on paper, would seem even more predictable than Jeff, but it never feels as much. Everything is designed around the fact that Rigg can't stop himself from saving people. And it's a lot more interesting to see the potential consequences for his actions, and whether or not Jigsaw can change them. Strom is a surprisingly great character to me, especially considering how a lot of fans have shown their distaste for him. He's like an amalgamation of every stereotypical cop character from every TV show. His rough demeanor, the by-the-book, no-nonsense approach. It's so funny to me that he dismisses his colleagues' ideas about the murders and runs with his own idea, which we find out soon after to be completely incorrect. It makes him an easy character to hate. On the surface, at least. Under that grisly exterior is a man who cares so deeply. And the catalyst for showing this is his response to Perez getting Billy bombed. Calling her mother to tell her what happened to her daughter. The outburst. The increased pressure on Jill Tuck in the interrogation room. It's such a small aspect of his character, and will be glossed over by most watching, but the raw emotion exuded by Strum is hard for me to ignore. And then we reach Hoffman, our now revealed heir to the Jigsaw throne. He's always been a bit of a suspicious character, but you just kind of forget about his weird remarks. And that's where he gets you. Rigg discounted what he thought to be innocuous commands from Hoffman, and in the end, he paid for it. Knowing what Hoffman becomes, particularly in later installments, is such a joy to see, and I actually enjoy him being the new Jigsaw, per se. Overall, Saw 4 is a very worthy installment in the series, even if it lacks the thematic depth of the first three. It's essentially a cat and mouse game with many moving parts. It gives us time to meet and understand characters, enough for us to care about their decisions. I do think that this is the weakest thus far, but not a bad entry in the slightest. More of the perfect bridge between what we already know and what's to come. If you look around at reviews of Saw 5, you'll see a lot of people absolutely ripping it to shreds, calling it the worst in the series, a pointless clip show, boring, and terribly written. And my response to that is, what, you don't like fun? It really feels like Saw 5 is exactly what a Saw movie should be. It has a great game going on throughout the film, and it goes back and forth between that and the mind games when it comes to Jigsaw. Or, in this case, his apprentice, and the people trying to catch him. Sure, it doesn't quite manage to solve the mess that Saw 4 left behind. The rushed storytelling of 4 was maybe a sign of Darren Lynn Bousman getting tired of the franchise, and the new writing team trying to kickstart the franchise again. So, in my opinion, a new director felt apt. But the choice to hire production designer of Saw 2, 3, and 4, David Hackle, seemed like a strange choice to me initially. But considering as this is his directorial debut, he does a pretty remarkable job. Everything about Saw 5 feels controlled and concise. It goes back to a relatively straightforward plot with a trap at the center, the police hunt, and Jigsaw's story. Hackle's direction maintains the franchise's tension-filled atmosphere, showcasing elaborate traps that not only serve as instruments of physical torture, but also as mirrors reflecting the character's inner turmoil and past sins. The film's non-linear storytelling keeps audiences engaged, unveiling the intricate connections between the characters and their involvement in Jigsaw's legacy. The film deftly weaves together past and present events, peeling back layers of deception and revealing the calculated nature of Jigsaw's master plan. It explores the blurred lines between characters' roles as both victims and perpetrators, challenging their moral compasses as they navigate the deadly tests set up by the now-deceased Jigsaw. Patrick Melton and Marcus Dunstan did a fine enough job picking up where the original writers left off, and have continued that job here. Unfortunately, it is their handling of the present details that falter. I don't blame them too much because they had a lot on their plates trying to make the backstory connect, leaving something to be desired on the periphery story. The plot is slightly more cerebral than the past few entries, as it's more about how Hoffman had been involved, and though it does tie up a lot of loose ends left from Saw 4, it again leaves the viewer with a lot more questions. To me, it's a lot more like Saw 3 than Saw 4, pace-wise at least. Ever since Saw 3, each chapter of the franchise has given us more insight, exposing more about the Jigsaw Killer, giving a pretty decent backstory on Tobin Bell's iconic character within the last movie. With the initial killer pretty much fully explored and explained at this point, it's time for some new blood. The story of Saw 5 gives us Detective Hoffman, one of the only surviving characters from previous movies, into the role of yet another of Jigsaw's helpers. In order to prove this to us, the movie begins to show us a flash course of history from the previous storylines that try, but don't really fit very well, and feels more like it's cheating. We're basically seeing the stories that we've already seen before, just with Hoffman squeezed in, instead of developing something new entirely. That's my only real gripe with 5, and aside from that, I have such a good time watching this tense cat-and-mouse-like game. There's a lurid, soap-operatic thing going on with this one that's endlessly engaging, despite the film's rejection of psychological depth. And we throw it back to Saw 2, with another group game. While I don't think it holds a candle to that of Saw 2's, which I'll get into as the story develops, I do like that it has a lesson to be learned aspect for those taking part. But, as always, with my sales pitch out of the way, let's dive into the beautiful absurdity that is Saw 5. A man wakes up tied to a slab in an abandoned building. The tape plays, addressing our guy Seth here. He only served 5 years of what was supposed to be a life sentence, but now he can atone for the rest of that time. In order to do so, he must put his hands in the devices on each side of him, which will crush them to dust. It's either that, or a large pendulum will slice through his abdomen. He screams out. But Billy isn't sticking around for his excuses, so he puts his hands in, crushing them beyond use. This is of course heavily inspired by Edgar Allan Poe's The Pit and the Pendulum. Surprisingly for one of these cold open victims, he's completed the test, and the vices retract. Seth tries to undo the restraints that bind him, but his hands are of little use. The pendulum continues to drop, slicing through his entrails, killing him in due time. As Seth takes his final breaths, he looks over at a silhouette illuminated by the door. A single eye pierces through a broken piece, staring right back at him. Almost as if he's pleading with the person watching, Seth manages to utter, "I did what I was supposed to do." Now that he's fully bifurcated, the restraint around his neck opens, and the pendulum comes to a stop. We get a recap of the last movie, catching up with Strom and Jeff. Oh, hey Lynn. After Hoffman locked him in the operating room, Strom has to find a way out, which he does via this Scooby-Doo-like hidden door. In the newly explored area, he finds a tape player that Jigsaw left behind specifically for him. John poses a question for Strom. Is the discovery of his now dead body enough for him, or will his insatiable hunger for the truth push him deeper into the abyss? John pleads with him not to proceed. This room can either be a sanctuary, or his grave. Given what we know and what we've already seen from Strom, he responds exactly how you'd expect him to.
Fuck you.
Before advancing into the corridor. But he only breaches the next room before he's attacked and subdued by someone donning the pig mask. And this leads us to my favorite shot in the entire franchise. We gradually push in on Strom's face, inside a plexiglass box. The light emanating only shows us as much. The background and the rest of his body is seemingly gone. It's such an intriguing shot, the feeling it gives, almost dizzying. When he recognizes what this means, he screams out, screaming into the abyss of nothing. As the lights come up, he pries at the edges, looking for some way to open it. After he inspects, he notices the tubes leading in hang from above, with 2 of those 5-gallon water jugs leading into them. He begins rifling through his pockets, but everything he needs is on an oil drum just out of reach. Water begins rushing in. Before he knows it, his entire face is covered, unable to breathe. He searches his pockets one last time, pulling out a ballpoint pen. And Strom does the most badass thing in the entire series. He performs an emergency self-tracheotomy in order to breathe. As backup finally arrives, Hoffman exits with the Denland's daughter, and explains he's the only survivor left. Pretty awkward timing too, as Strom gets wheeled out and put into an ambulance. As we focus on Hoffman's reaction to this, we perfectly dissolve into a magazine cover of John Kramer. Jill Tuck is meeting with Mr. Feldman, a lawyer who wrote up the will for John. As a part of the will, John has one final message for Jill, delivered via VHS tape. And this recording is heartbreaking. He begins by reiterating his love for Jill. John recognizes his wrongdoings, and isn't creating an excuse for them, and he still blames himself for the incident at the clinic that led to her miscarriage. John's leaving her with one final gift, a large box, to which she already has the key to around her neck. Once she opens it, her demeanor immediately shifts. But what's in the box? Don't insert a clip from 7, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
What's in the box?
At a press conference, a police chief announces to the media that the Jigsaw murders are over, and they honor the fallen police, that they found at least. But an even greater honor is given out, this time to Detective Hoffman, or should I say, Detective Lieutenant Hoffman. As he reaches the podium for a quick speech, he offers up some wise words.
Human life is sacred, and we've learned that every day, life should be cherished.
As Hoffman returns to his office with his new plaque, he pauses, looking at a picture of a young woman. As he sets the plaque on his desk, he notices an envelope under his keyboard. He opens it up to find a note. "I know who you are." Immediately on edge, he exits the office, heading down to the evidence lab. As he pulls out a confiscated cell phone, he is interrupted by another officer, saying the hospital called about Special Agent Perez. When he arrives, he only finds Agent Strom sitting next to her empty bed. Strom provides him with some insight. Agent Perez's last word she said was, "Detective Hoffman." And just to correct her here, I think she means Detective Lieutenant Hoffman. Strom continues to grill Hoffman, taking pauses every now and then to adjust his pseudostoma. He's not buying any of Hoffman's story. As Hoffman leaves, another man enters. This time it's Strom's boss, Erickson. Strom wants to talk to Jill Tuck again, but Erickson has other ideas, notifying Strom that he's off the case. Hoffman returns to his new headquarters, where he uncovers a diorama for a trap, much like John created for the bathroom scene. He's even got the camera set up to go with it, and it's finally time to start our main game. 5 people wake up in a room, with collars around their necks, and cables connecting them to the wall behind them. Immediately, they're aware that they're inside of a jigsaw trap, but also correctly note that it can't be, since he's dead. The guy with the glasses tells them not to do anything rash. Pulling one pin will start the timer for everyone, so they better figure out how it works. Right on cue, Billy pops up on the television and fills them in. For years, these 5 have selfishly used others for their personal gain, and now this singular way of thinking will be put to the test. 5 will become 1. If they don't want to lose their heads, they must reach the keys in front of them, and if they don't make any moves, then they'll be blown to pieces by nail bombs connected to the timer. So chop chop people, we got keys to get. Somehow this guy knows that Blondie's a fire inspector, but how does he know that? Also, they don't tell us the character names outright, so quick roll call. We have Britt, played by the lovely Julie Benz, Carlo Rota as Charles, Greg Brick as Malik, the beautiful Megan Good as Luba, and Laura Gordon as Ashley. After Charles successfully avoids the question, Luba seeks to find the connection between them all. But her conclusion that they all come from money is wrong, leaving Malik to once again question how Charles knows so much. Apparently, Charles knows a lot about him too, revealing the burn scar on his arm. This sets Malik off, and he runs towards the boxes with the keys, starting the timer. When he falls back, Charles makes his way over, grabbing the key, followed by Luba and Britt, and finally Malik gets his. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, wait, we're missing one. Hey Ashley, go get your key. Oh. On her way to the next room, Britt grabs all the other keys, just in case. Smart. That night, Hoffman tries to call Strom's office, but gets rerouted to Special Agent Erickson. That's because Strom's just getting into the office, where he looks up Hoffman's criminal records, surprised to find nothing. Instead, he pulls out all the Jigsaw case files and researches the victims, where he finds that Seth Baxter brutally murdered a young woman, Hoffman's sister. She was the one we saw a picture of on a shelf earlier. Strom has a sufficient amount of probable cause, so he heads out, but is unable to sneak past Erickson without being seen. He just tells him that he's taking him up on his advice, to take some time off to heal. Must be a new recovery method, as he breaks into the building that housed Seth Baxter before his death. As he looks at some of the photos, he begins piecing together the scene, that Hoffman was watching the whole thing, and made it to look like a jigsaw trap. Our 4 remaining players enter the next room, with just enough time to try and figure out some of their connections. Luba's a city planner, and Britt is the senior VP of a real estate development company. Luba immediately knows which one, since they had to go through city planning to get their permits. Malik is just a trust fund baby, and Charles is an investigative journalist for the Herald. Now that they know their respective occupations, they can start the next test. In this, they must find 3 keys in the jars above, which will open chambers to protect them from the bomb's blast. As Malik begins breaking the jars, Charles whacks him over the head with the stick, taking over the break duties. Britt finds the first key, and heads into her chamber. Luba finds the next one, and the final one drops to Malik. As he goes to pick it up, Charles steps on his arm, grabbing the key. Before he can retreat to his safety, Luba knocks him out with a stick of her own, leaving Malik to take this opportunity for safety. Strom ties back every investigation of the Jigsaw murders back to Hoffman. After receiving the note that somebody knows who he is, he's on edge when he returns to his apartment complex. As he enters the elevator...
Do you mind?
As he enters the elevator, he shares a ride with a polite-looking man. Before Hoffman realizes the imminent danger, John uses a priority move, sedating Hoffman. The next thing he knows, he wakes up with a shotgun aimed at his face, and John's enjoying a nice cup of tea. John knows that Hoffman killed Seth using a jigsaw-like trap, especially an inferior one. John knows what Hoffman's going through, the powerless feeling of losing a loved one. Hoffman's sister was the only family he had left, and without her, he went off the deep end, drinking away his days. And he knows how he spent his extra free time too. Also, John gets in a dig at his craftsmanship.
The blade on your pendulum was inferior.
Hoffman explains that him killing Seth was different, that John didn't see what he did to her, and he didn't deserve a chance at life.
Everybody deserves a chance. Killing is distasteful.
To me, there is a better, more efficient way.
John wants to see if Hoffman has what it takes to survive, placing his hand on the trigger, as Hoffman accepts his fate.
Fuck you.
John enlightens Hoffman of his method, offering him a chance at retribution. John also uses this as leverage. He knows Hoffman's supposed to bring him in, but now John knows what Hoffman did. He offers him a chance to be at peace, while also securing his immunity. Hoffman contemplates killing John right there, grabbing the straight razor used to cut his restraints. But if he did, everything pertinent to the Seth Baxter case that John collected would be released. So Hoffman must ask himself, Is it worth it? Taking down the murderer terrorizing the morally bankrupt in order to protect a corrupt justice system? Also, I love that this entire scene is framed like a Strom headcanon that's unlocked after touching the files. Erickson returns Hoffman's call, to which he relays Strom's theory that possibly someone else, not Amanda Young, was an accomplice. Someone on the inside. As Erickson enters the evidence locker, all of the Jigsaw case files are gone. Strom continues his educational journey, where we see he returns to the scene of the barbed wire trap all the way back in the first Saw. In a flashback, we see Paul upset and drunk. As he's about to cut his wrist, he's attacked by 2 pig masks. But he puts up a valiant effort, finally falling at the hands of John, who saved Hoffman from the drunken rage. Afterwards, Hoffman alerts John to another detective getting closer to the truth, but not Strom. Tap. John is well aware of him, and has Hoffman plant Dr. Gordon's penlight at the scene to buy them some time. Some time used for Hoffman and John to set up the gas house game from the second movie. Hoffman questions why Amanda has to be a part of the game, especially if she won't be making decisions for anyone.
If you're good at anticipating the human mind, it leaves nothing to chance.
In the wake of Charles's death, Britt admits that he might have been an asshole, but he sure as hell was smart.
Well, someone had to die. Would you rather have been you?
Malik admits the action that led him here. He set a fire to a building he thought was abandoned, but actually had 8 people in it. 8 people that no one even knows died because of him.
Somebody does.
Luba admits to taking bribes, in order to give some people special treatment when getting permits. But Britt's no saint either, willing to tear down a few buildings to put up some more. As they shut the door, Jigsaw returns to explain their next game, one that involves connecting 5 cords pulsing with electricity to the tub in the middle. When they find the cords don't extend all the way, Luba attacks Malik, forcing him in to be the sacrificial lamb. As she goes to finish him, Britt picks up a probe, stabbing it into Luba's neck. They lift her into the tub, carefully attaching the cables to her. And as they stick the final hook into her head, sparks surround the room, and the door opens for them to move on. Jill Tuck goes to meet Special Agent Erickson, and his stupid-ass Bluetooth headset. She fears for her safety. She's being followed by Agent Strom, but not at the moment, since Strom is back in John's makeshift operating room. Hoffman asks John why Amanda gets so many chances, especially since John told him to detach emotionally. Hoffman can have something Amanda can't: anonymity. No one, aside from Strom really, knows that Hoffman is a part of this deranged death game. Before Hoffman sets up a new game for John, he tells him,
Amanda, you failed.
We'll see.
The game Hoffman is to set up is our Fatal 5, who are now down to just 2. Hoffman waits for Erickson to go home that night, calling him from Strom's phone that he took. As soon as Erickson uses his stupid Bluetooth thing, Hoffman hangs up. And you know what? I get it. If I saw someone answer my call with that, I'd hang up too. But Erickson can't take the ego blow, so he has the tracker put on Strom's cell, which Hoffman conveniently places at the scene of his game, taking a quick glance at the cams to view the progress. Britt and Malik are at the final trap, and quickly realize they need to sacrifice blood in order to open the final door. Before they shut the door behind them, Malik suggests that Britt uses the keys she picked up from the first room on the door, just in case. When she does, she realizes all the keys are the same. They all would have worked. It finally registers with Britt that each trap was designed for 5 people to take a small bit of pain in order to progress together.
Your lifelong instincts will tell you to do one thing, but I implore you to do the opposite.
Jigsaw's back for another message, telling them that they'll have to sacrifice 10 pints of blood, the amount of the average human body. So they can sacrifice 1 person for all 10 pints, or 5 per, and maybe survive. In what might be their final moments, Malik confesses the full extent of his wrongdoings that led him here. Malik did know Charles. He knew he was an investigative journalist. Charles was researching and writing a story based on the building fire. Malik's dealer traded an ounce of heroin for him to burn down the building, but it wasn't abandoned. Malik was caught, but he made a deal and his dad got him out of further trouble. That's their connection. The fire. The fire inspector who wrote the bogus report, the city planner who pushed through the permits, the journalist that buried the story, the rich kid junkie who was the patsy, and the real estate developer who set it all in motion. Each of them is responsible for those 8 innocent lives lost. Britt knew those people were still in there. She just didn't care.
You're a monster!
So are you.
We both deserve to be here.
They both tie up the tourniquet around their arm, placing their hand in. As more blood is extracted, the deeper they have to cut, and the weaker they get. They're in this together. They're equally guilty of their crimes, and equally share the discipline. As they fill up the jar to 10 pints, the door unlocks, and they fall to the ground. They did it. Strom waits for Hoffman outside the precinct, and tells him all the way to the building. As he follows him in, he finds the trapdoor down to the catacombs. Erickson pulls up to the building where Strom's phone is located. As Strom continues through, he comes across an unlocked room, with a glass case in the center. He finds the tape, but instead of Jigsaw's voice, it's Hoffman's, unedited, unobscured. Hoffman commends Strom on his dedication, praising him for finding what he sought after, but asks if he's learned anything on this journey of discovery.
As the old adage goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Has Strom learned to trust Hoffman? Hoffman tells him that the only way to escape the room is to enter the glass box. Hoffman hears the tape from down the hall, trying to sneak up on Strom, but a door latches behind him, alerting Strom. As Hoffman looks into the room, he finds the glass case empty, his tape player on the floor. In the reflection of the glass, he sees Strom emerge from the darkness, aiming his gun at him. He knocks the gun away before Strom can shoot, and the two fight it out the old-fashioned way. Strom headbutts Hoffman, giving him enough time to throw him into the glass box, which locks immediately. Erickson arrives at the new Jigsaw headquarters, where he finds the cam setup of the game. From the other side of the room, he hears a noise, and goes to investigate. It's Britt, following her triumph from the game. As she passes out, Erickson calls for the ambulance, and then examines the desk to find the pictures of the victims, and then calls Strom's cell, which rings on the desk in front of him. This confirms to him that Special Agent Peter Strom is Jigsaw's hidden accomplice. The door shuts behind Strom, locking him in with Hoffman. Strom insists Hoffman tell him how to open it, who smugly points to the tape on the ground. As he continues the tape where he paused it, it's revealed that Hoffman had much more to say, information that would have been paramount to Strom's survival. Strom didn't learn to trust Hoffman. Strom's pursuit of justice blinded him to the clues left behind that sealed his fate. The glass box lowers itself from its upright position, sinking into the floor. The walls in the room begin pushing in on Strom. As his time runs low, he tries to shoot Hoffman through the glass. As Hoffman looks back, tauntingly through the glass, Strom exclaims that he knows who Hoffman truly is. In the face of death, he almost gloats that he figured it out. This is where it clicks for me. Strom never cared about preserving his life. Everything he did, everything we saw him do, was in the name of justice. I want to return back to his first test, the water trap. When it's introduced, we just see Strom's head, floating in an uncertain darkness. He's a prisoner to his own emotions, so focused on solving this elaborate puzzle that he endures a tracheotomy to break out of his glass case of fervor. His hunt of Hoffman has led him down the same path, now faced with a similar box. It has tubes hanging down, attached to it, much like the one he dealt with prior. But his mistrust of Hoffman, a fellow upholder of the law, who turned to the side of the villain they were meant to take down, blinds him. He escaped his first trap. He was provided with the tools to do so. Everything else that he might have needed was confiscated. Do you think Hoffman would just leave the pen for no reason? Everyone deserves a chance at life. When Hoffman asks if Strom has learned to trust him, he is giving him the final chance. This larger case is the exact same. The same materials, the same construction, the same outcome. As the walls close in further, Strom climbs up and tries to break the cage above. He's unable to. The walls crush him, breaking his bones, his blood covering the top of the box that encases Hoffman, and thus ends the tale of the persistent Peter Strom. My all-time favorite moment in any movie is still the original reveal of Jigsaw's bodily form, a phantom suddenly made to flesh right beneath our noses, exiting with a door slam that evoked the finality of Leatherface taking Kirk in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. None of the sequels have come close to achieving that genuine chill, all extreme gore and grimy misery for the sake of it, but 5 comes the closest. The final scene in this one is maybe more brutal than the ending of Saw, but it's not the same kind of striking, vaguely phantasmagorical, almost body horror chill. It's such a good image though. The villain's heir vanishes into the floor within a glass coffin of light, while the screen narrows in vertically. There is no game over, the game is never ending. Yes, Saw 5 is another step down for the series, but another minor one. The traps take something of a step back this time. We start the film with a rather nasty bit of work that promises a nasty, nasty film ahead. But honestly, it ends there, as the main trap ends up being relatively pleasant, at least by Jigsaw standards. It's also one of the more fascinating sequences of traps, so its lack of brutality is nicely offset by simply trying to puzzle it out. And the message is made clear. This isn't the same Jigsaw killer that we've been exposed to in previous Saw movies. Why should it be though? The real Jigsaw was killed 2 movies ago. Sure, we see Hoffman and where he's been during the last films, but then why does Saw 5 feel like a piece of a completely different puzzle? It's convoluted and sloppy storytelling, and by superimposing Hoffman into previous scenes, it almost feels lazy, if you only look at it as a pure retcon of previous events. But if you look deeper, one of the many things that Saw 5 succeeds in is its storytelling of the past. As a series of flashbacks and rehashing of older events, the present, the cat and mouse games between Hoffman and Strom, and the inevitable future, manifested by the foreshadowing of events to come. And in this approach, the entire story beautifully coincides with one main theme: connections. Take Detective Hoffman, for example. His connection to Jigsaw came from his desire for vengeance, which was displayed through his pendulum trap. The film outlines his redemption and training arc in the flashbacks, and shows his ascension to lead apprentice when he passes a series of tests given to him by John Kramer. And I think the crew did a nice job of telling this side of the story, to give us more insight into how Hoffman fits into the larger puzzle. Then there's the main trap. These characters, despite their idiocy, learn that they share a connection of having a hand in a horrible arson incident that killed 8 innocent people. Saw 5 is the film that finally brings the franchise back to its trap roots, simply because it has a purpose. There were lessons to be learned: connectivity, teamwork, and redemption. And the actual tasks were pretty great. The main trap gauntlet's emphasis on cooperation is pretty whiplash-inducing after the sociopathic objectivism of Saw 4, but it ends up working as a satisfyingly redemptive revisiting of Lawrence and Adam's dilemma from the first film. Finally, the last thing that I absolutely loved was Special Agent Peter Strom. First of all, he's intelligent. Finally, a not-idiot cop. He was able to break free from an inescapable trap. Also, he redeemed himself for that piss-poor detective work from Saw 4, and he stayed diligent to figure everything out. He did more in this one film than any of the other cops did to unmask Jigsaw combined over the previous 4 films. Saw 5 is more interesting than given credit for, because it's a nice thematic follow-up to 3. At the end of that one, Kramer's legacy ends in failure with the betrayal of his apprentice. In 5, we ease into the secret apprentice Mark Hoffman, and while it does retcon some earlier stuff, it doesn't contradict it. It instead suggests a quandary for Jigsaw's philosophy. Past movies and motives spent punishing those who've exploited corrupted institutions suddenly reduced to ash, as the game itself has now been corrupted into a design used to annihilate loose ends, the mutation of a legacy. Who would have thought that the 6th installment in a horror franchise turned out to be the best one? There are a few who would argue that Saw 5 wasn't a misstep for the series, but rather the obligatory dot needed to connect Saw 4, complete with the promise of Hoffman's future test, to Saw 6, where that test truly begins. Thankfully, however, in this latest chapter in the ongoing saga of the recently deceased serial killer known as Jigsaw, the story feels more purposeful, more engaging, and generally back on track with the intricate mythology that the series began to build with Saw 3. Probably the hottest of all takes from this deconstruction series is the fact that I think Saw 6 is not only the best Saw film, but also a poignant political satire that struck at the genuine anger of post-recession America. The proper context to understand Saw 6 is that it was made during the immediate aftermath of the 2008 Wall Street crash that sunk the world into a global recession, rooted in subprime mortgage lending and risky investments. Saw 5 came out in October 2008, 1 month after the stock market crashed, and 1 month before Barack Obama would be elected over John McCain, on a platform of healthcare reform and regulation of industries that led to the crash. New director Kevin Greutert, who was an editor on all the previous Saw films, steps up to the plate with his directorial debut. He shows a startling competence with direction for a newcomer, threading the needle between flashbacks, the trap plot, and the Detective A plot seamlessly. It's only until you step back and realize that everything was accomplished in this 90-minute runtime that you understand how ambitious this accomplishment was. Flashbacks never overstay their welcome, the editing feels classic, and the colors are finally vibrant, escaping the blue-green Boostman era and the gray CSI-like Hackle direction. After 2 flatly directed and slightly boring installments, this movie returns to its beautifully grungy and energetically paced twisty terror, all thanks to Kevin Greutert's keen visual eye and staging for suspense. The tension in each of the games here is impactful, emotional, and terrifying, offering more thrills than filler. Saw 6 takes a very different approach in its B-plot traps. The film starts with 2 predatory landers being forced to sacrifice amounts of their body to save their lives. Predatory loans are a systemic issue that continued to leech off the poor and downtrodden, with exasperating interest rates. Often, governments turn a blind eye to predatory lending because their companies make a good deal of profit off exploiting others. And I don't mind putting that in what's supposed to be the non-spoiler section, mostly because like many of the other cold open traps throughout the franchise, it's not really pertinent to the story. The main trap revolves around William Easton, CEO of Umbrella Healthcare, who has devised a formula for systematically denying certain people's claims based on pre-existing conditions, a focal point of contention around the healthcare debate pre-Obamacare. Easton is forced to go through a series of traps in order to make decisions on who lives or dies, but within his own company, an exercise that exposes the injustice of the American healthcare system. It brings things together thematically as well. Morality is something that the franchise has examined throughout, with its constant reversals of antagonist and protagonist. Here, it brings these themes and theories out into the real world, lashing out at American healthcare, and asking big questions about the value of human life, which has been the central theme of the films right from the start. The decision to base these traps around the dealings of a corrupt insurance agency was great. It felt highly relevant to the insurance crisis Americans are going through, and putting these corrupt individuals through these survival trials felt oddly relevant. Regardless, the film moves at a much quicker pace, relying less on the unnecessary flashbacks and more on the game. The brutality of the franchise keeps getting cranked up, and this film might be the most disgusting yet. With whole bodies being crushed, melted, cut in half, it's just good old-fashioned splattery fun. Despite Saw 6 being a favorite among fans, it's by far the lowest grossing film in the franchise, making $68 million worldwide. To put that into perspective, the second lowest grossing film is the first one, which made $103 million. It seems very strange that 6 is such an anomaly, until you realize that it opened on the same weekend as Paranormal Activity, which feels very apt, like a passing of the torch, in a sense. I do think that the Paranormal Activity films led to the next wave of horror fandom after Saw took off. It was the zero-budget horror flick that took everybody by surprise. So maybe the Saw producers were naive to underestimate the film. And it's sad. Sad that what should have been the film that reinvigorated the franchise into new life instead petered out, leaving us with what would soon come after. But before that, let's dive into the sweet satirical symphony that is Saw 6. As per usual, we start off with our cold open kills, but with a new twist that I really like. A woman wakes up covered in cockroaches and has a device around her head. This is Simone, played by Tanedra Howard, who won the role for this film via winning VH1's reality TV show Scream Queens. On the table, she sees a rubber hose and various knives and blades. As she screams out for help, she looks across the room to see Eddie, her co-worker.
Whatever you do, don't lean forward.
This trips Billy's message for them, explaining that the device on their head is symbolic of the shackles they put on others as loan sharks. They are predators, but today, they are prey. Jigsaw demands a pound of flesh as penance. Whoever donates the most flesh will be released. The other will have screws driven into their skulls. Almost before Jigsaw can finish, Eddie rips off his shirt and begins slicing himself up like some deli meat. Unfortunately for Simone, she doesn't have that same luxury. So she does the next best thing, tying the hose as a tourniquet and goes to cut some fingers off. But the more Eddie screams, the higher up she goes on her arm. Realizing her time is running thin, she takes the cleaver and hacks off her arm just below the elbow, severing it. With just a second to spare, she throws it in the tube, and watches as the scale tips in her favor. Time expires, and so too does Eddie, as Simone falls to the floor in agony-laced relief. Post-title card, the first thing we see is a scene in a car that's almost as blindingly blurry as Scream 4, where we see Cecil as the passenger princess to Amanda. Before we get any context, we get to see where Hoffman ended up in the wake of Strom's squishing. He retracts the walls to find his mangled corpse, looking up, admiring the outcome, relishing the time that he's bought now because the only one on his tail has vanquished. Meet William Easton, a big-shot health insurance exec, who's definitely too busy to attend his wife's silly birthday dinner. He and his head of legal are preparing their deposition, in the wake of the denial of coverage for Harold Abbott. William denied Abbott care for his heart disease due to a bogus company policy regarding a previous surgery, as Abbott had a cyst removed over 30 years ago. Harold proclaims his disdain for William and his company, bringing up the decade of premium payments paid, just to be denied when he needs it.
Those are the rules, Harold. You just killed me.
As he insists this is a mere blemish on an otherwise unsullied record at the company, he commends the dog pit, the group of 6 workers whose only job is to find inconsistencies in applications. Hoffman listens in on Eddie and Simone when he gets a call to come check out the scene for himself, and as he walks in to see Eddie's lifeless body on the ground, he's surprised to see Erickson there, who reveals some fingerprints on Eddie's eyelids, belonging to Agent Strom. Erickson is still on the hunt for Strom, ignorant to the fate that he suffered at the end of the 5th film. He leads Hoffman into the next room, where the biggest revelation for him awaits. It's the return of Special Agent Lindsay Perez. Erickson made the call to protect Perez by having everyone, Hoffman included, believe she was dead. But now that they know Strom is Jigsaw's apprentice, she can return to what she does best. Hoffman's a bit stung by the sudden reincorporation of Perez, but the FBI is willing to offer him full disclosure of the case to work together as a result, to which he agrees. Pamela Jenkins waits for Hoffman outside the elevator, fiending for a new lead on the story that's consumed her life. While she claims to be reporting facts, Hoffman sees her as twisting them for her own gain. She wants to speak to Jill Tuck, and Hoffman will see what he can do to help her. As Hoffman shuts the door on Pamela, he meets up with Simone, as she recovers from surviving her game in the hospital. While she concedes what her and Eddie were doing was deplorable, she also takes issue with Hoffman soliciting a lesson learned from her. She raises her bandaged arm, calling on Hoffman to offer something for her to learn from this traumatic event. Instead, he just walks away. Jill Tuck stands alone in her flat, with a glass of wine, some old home movies, and the box that John left her in his will. In it, we see 6 numbered envelopes, with another one she has yet to open. Pamela Jenkins calls her home number, just as Jill opens envelope number 2, revealing Pamela's picture inside of it. Hoffman and the FBI go down to the morgue, where the mortician shows them the differences between Eddie's jigsaw piece and pictures of the jigsaw pieces cut out of other victims. The abrasions of Eddie's aren't analogous with the other victims. In fact, the only other knife pattern that it matches is the one cut out from Seth Baxter, who we know died at the hands of Hoffman. This gives Erickson and Perez the endeavor of finding Seth Baxter's tape, and trying to unscramble the audio to reveal what they believe will be Strom's voice. Hoffman knows he's not out of the woods yet. You can see the cogs turning behind his eyes as he plans his next moves. And his next moves include meeting Jill at her clinic, asserting himself as the sole game controller and commencing it right away. She gives him 5 envelopes, one of which includes the picture of William Easton, who she calls unfinished business. As Hoffman scurries off, Jill is reminded of a memory that she had of John sitting in her office, lamenting about the addicts Jill is determined to help.
Maybe addiction's just part of human nature.
John renders Jill's clinic as a masking agent to their addiction, not true rehabilitation. Instead, boasting about his rehabilitation method.
Once you see death up close, then you know what the value of life is.
And he's brought a paradigm of such. Amanda. Amanda commends John's methods. She's clean now, appreciative of life. William Easton's burning the midnight oil when the power goes out during a thunderstorm. He spots a shadow lurking through the mirror, and grabs his gun, shooting the intruder only to find that it was the security guard. Geez, Bill, what are you so paranoid of? It's not like a pig mask perpetrator's gonna sneak up and incapacitate you. Oh. He wakes up chained by the wrists, with an oxygen mask around his face. The television clicks on, but instead of Billy delivering Jigsaw's message, we instead see John. He comments on the absurd probability formula that Williams devised to accept and deny applicants of their coverage. But he identifies a flaw in Williams' formula, a missing element, the human will to live. Today, his policy will be put to the test. He has 4 straps around his limbs, and 4 tests to complete in order to remove them, before they explode. Williams got 60 minutes to complete his tests, otherwise he will never see his family again. Speaking of family, a woman and her son wake up in a cage, and can see William on the monitor ahead of them. The first test pits William against the janitor of his company, an older man who's been a lifelong smoker, giving him high blood pressure and heart disease. Once the game begins, it's a simple duel to see who can hold their breath more. With every breath, the clamps around the chest will tighten, and whoever outlasts will walk away. And this scene is so tense, so horrifyingly quiet, with brief reprieves of sound when the men gasp for air, as the mechanics of the trap tighten around them. After the 2 trade blows, Hank inevitably gets his sternum crushed and dies, releasing William, who gets his first restraint off. Roderick and Momdrick don't know how they ended up here, or what the hydrofluoric acid's for. They don't know why they're here, but they know it has something to do with the father. Or it could have been Hoffman, who has each of their photos in his hands, as well as Pamela's. Speaking of, Hoffman gave her the address to track down Jill Tuck. But whatever she handed Jill spooked her, and is quickly shown the door. As she leaves, Pamela is attacked by a pig mask, and now is in one of the cages Hoffman presides over. Under William's restraint is some new ink, the party. This triggers a memory of meeting John for the first time, having the typical you choose who lives or dies small talk. Easton's next trap is in an abandoned animal exhibit, where he's told to take 2 handles. Billy jump scares him to deliver this message, saying that William must choose who lives between 2 of his workers. The man is younger, in better health, and has no family, while the woman has a history of diabetes, and a family. According to William's formula, the man should be spared. But in practice, it isn't so simple to reduce life and death to that. William cries out, as if he's trying to justify his immoral actions. Also, I love the abandoned zoo setting for this. Relating to Darwin's On the Origin of Species natural selection theory, animals held captive in zoos lose the survival instinct that John cherishes so much. William refuses to make a decision, but as both people stand on the edge, and he looks down at the lives of them reduced to a single picture, he begs for forgiveness.
as he releases the guy's handle, saving his secretary's life. William unlocks his second restraint, marking his halfway point. Roderick realizes the mirror and back, wondering who's behind it watching them, and the mom does her best "I know what you did last summer" impression. Meanwhile, Pamela is just trying to figure out what's going on, to which John helps her by way of a tape, explaining her sensationalist journalism twisted his life story. As Hoffman makes sure she hears the message, he gets a call from Erickson, who says that they found the Baxter tape, and he wants Hoffman to meet them right away. We get another flashback of Hoffman behind the scenes of a trap that we know all too well, Timothy Young and the rack trap. Hoffman tinkers with the gear ratio when John and Amanda roll in. John's not upset, he just reminds them to account for the changes, and to check with them next time. Amanda gets into space, wondering when his test will be. Hoffman claims that he doesn't need a test. Hoffman doesn't scare Amanda. I'm not sure much really could, but either way, she's sticking around whether Hoffman likes it or not.
You sure about that?
Jill confronts John, trying to change his ways to get him to stop before it's too late.
When all this is done, I will provide a way out for you.
John hands her key, the one that we saw her open the box with. As she snaps out of the flashback, she delivers a package to someone at St. Eustace Hospital, and walks off. William walks through a steamy corridor, checking his other wrist, with Final Decision tattooed on it. It's revealed that John came to William to try and get coverage for an experimental surgery that shows promise for success. William explains that it's just not feasible to approve this method, to which John questions whose mathematical equation deems this not feasible. William blames it on policy, the policy he created. This causes John to go on an all-time rant, conjuring up the old Far East gambit, where they only pay when they're healthy, not when they're sick, the inverse of the American system. The politicians say the same things ad nauseum. Healthcare decisions should be made by doctors and patients, not the government, yet they're not made by any of the above, but made by the insurance companies. And you know what? I gotta hand it to John. He's cooking here. Once these health insurance companies prey upon that dependency, once the smallest bit of blood is in the water, they attack, much like a
piranha.
This isn't about money for John. It's about principle.
You think it's the living that will have ultimate judgment over you, because the dead will have no claim over your soul. But you may be mistaken.
William begins his third test's tape, which will involve him guiding his lawyer from the firm through a labyrinth of pipes spouting boiling hot steam. Jigsaw is testing her will to live, something which William hasn't seen in action as of yet. As she tries to crawl through, she gets scalded by the steam, halting her progress. William finds a sign pointing to a valve he can redirect the steam with to relieve her. He does so, getting burned in the process, but she makes it through to the next section, which is much of the same, until he can't take the heat anymore, releasing the switch, searing the rest of her face in the process. As she climbs up the ladder, she looks for her key, and notices an X-ray showing one inside of William. Since she only had 90 seconds, and this feels like it's been 5 minutes already, she grabs the circular saw and attacks him. Just as she's about to deliver the final blow, the device under her chin goes off, killing her, and she falls to the ground below. William checks the clock. 27 minutes to go. One more challenge left. Hoffman meets up with Erickson and Perez, who notify him of an abnormality in Strom's fingerprint. On his fingerprint, they found trace amounts of halomethane R12, also known as Freon, which is a cheap refrigerant that the US banned in the 90s for its contribution to a rapidly depleting ozone layer. Never much of an environmentalist, Hoffman is more fretful about what they might have found on the Seth Baxter tape, which Perez admits they're onto something. The voice on the tape was distorted, but didn't match John Kramer's, and is currently trying to be descrambled by the audio tech. Perez notices Hoffman's watch is running, as if he's timing something. But before she can inquire anymore, Erickson gets the news from the tech that they're almost done, so all three head over. Jill Tuck opens the box once more, taking out a tape player, and the sixth and final envelope, since she only gave Hoffman 5. William's final test awaits behind a metal door with a giant spiral painted on it. He enters the nightmare scene. All 6 of his dog pit are chained to a spinning carousel, confused and scared. Billy pops in to set the scene, saying that William's most valued employees find the discrepancies to deny 2/3 of all applicants. Now, William must decide which 4 of the 6 will die. And not some grand avant-garde death, but a simple shotgun placed in front of them. In order to save them, he'll have to put his hands in the mechanism and push the 2 buttons, but will be slightly hurt in the process. His decision, to kill 2/3 of his employees, represented by the blood on his hands. As the carousel comes to its first stop, Aaron pleads for William to follow the policy, believing himself to be worthy of safety. However, William hasn't quite been following policy throughout his tests, and he isn't starting here, as Aaron gets blasted. Emily pleads for William to spare her. She has 2 kids, and William knows them well. When it does stop on her, William pushes the button, a metal rod piercing right through his hand, as Emily relishes her pardon. The desperation of the remaining 4 sets in, with 1 auspice of immunity left. They begin lying, backstabbing, and showing the ugliest sides of humanity that life and death situations tend to breed. As Gina comes face to face with the shotgun, her last-ditch cries of her being pregnant go unheard, and she's executed. Dave is up next, and as William's most valuable employee, one could argue for his protection, and one could argue he is just the most diligent scumbag on the carousel. I'm leaning the latter, and apparently so is William, and Dave is eliminated. We just have Josh and Shelby left, with Josh taking the more vocal route of bashing everything Shelby is and stands for. When it stops on Shelby, the shotgun cocks back. Easton looks her in the eye, and then looks away, right as the rods pierce through his hand, granting her safety. This all but confirms Josh's death, who lashes out at Easton, something all overworked, underpaid, and underappreciated interns aspire to match. William is in shock, numb to the literal example of his policy put in play, and he looks towards the ground.
Look at me! When you're killing me, you look at me!
And in a blaze of glory, Josh is killed. The FBI audio engineer is working to unscramble the Seth Baxter tape. A looping omen of "Right now you're feeling helpless" plays as Hoffman, Erickson, and Perez enter the lab. Hoffman paces around the room, which Perez takes notice of. She also doesn't quite understand what motive Strom would have had to become the new Jigsaw, seeing as they were partners for years. Erickson offers another contradiction. Strom's uric acid levels were inconsistent with those of an active epidural metabolism. Strom was already dead. As the audio engineer cracks the code, Hoffman's unobscured voice is revealed, and it's go time. He pulls out a knife from his pocket, slicing Erickson's carotid artery, splashes Perez with hot coffee, which buys him time to sabotage the power. Hoffman then grabs the audio tech, using her as a shield of sorts, as Perez fires her gun a few times. Hoffman charges forward, throwing his shield to the side, stabbing Perez a handful of times in the abdomen. He looks into her eyes, asking who else knows about him.
Everyone.
As Perez slumps down, Hoffman tosses the murder weapon aside, heading back up and outside to retrieve something from his trunk. He opens a cooler to reveal a hand, Agent Strom's hand, that he graciously left behind for him. Hoffman had been using it to put Strom's prints all over various crime scenes, and kept it in a freezer, explaining the traces of Freon found. Hoffman goes back down to the lab, planting Strom's prints all over the bloodbath. Once that is done, he begins pouring fuel all over the scene, including on a still-living Erickson, before setting the place ablaze. Hoffman rushes back over to his headquarters, where Jill Tuck finds his game set up and waits for his return. And he's just in time for the show, as William has just about a minute left. But Brent is getting antsy, desperate to pull the lever. But when he does, nothing happens. Hoffman finds the paper that Jill left for him on the desk, a copy of the note he wrote for Amanda that she found in Saw 3. Hoffman knows that Amanda was with Cecil on the night that he caused Jill's miscarriage. Hoffman blackmailed Amanda, telling her to kill Lynn Denlin, otherwise he would tell John Amanda's dark secret. Jill bursts in, clicking a button, which electrocutes Hoffman in his chair, much like his fake trap from Saw 4. William reaches the last door and runs through with 1 second to spare. His reward? Seeing his family once more. No, not them. Pamela. Pamela is William's sister, who he called Babe for some reason. The other 2 are actually the family of Harold, rightfully bitter following his death. John comes on the television on their side, imparting everything William has done to get to this point, but now his life is in her hands. That's where the switch comes into play. The situation registers for William. It wasn't his game. In the box that John left Jill in his will is a red cloak, and of course the reverse bear trap. She puts it on Hoffman's head, locking it. John left Hoffman 5 envelopes. The 6th was for Jill, with Hoffman's photo inside. Tara makes her decision, not because of what William did to her, but because she couldn't live with herself if William hurt someone else the way he hurt her husband. She grabs the lever, but she can't bring herself to kill him, and backs away in tears. But you know who can? That's right, this is Roderick roles now. Brent, who grabs the lever and pulls it down. As he does, a myriad of syringes light up and swing down, piercing William through the back. The vat of hydrofluoric acid begins filling him up, liquefying his insides. Meanwhile, Jill starts the timer on Hoffman, giving him 60 seconds of torture before his head is flayed open, and leaving him with the classic game over. In a last desperate move, he crushes his hand with the bear trap, sliding it out of his restraint. He's mobile now, but his time is running low. He can't reach the lock. His fate is all but sealed. But in probably the clutchest play imaginable, he breaks through the window of the door that has metal bars on it. As the timer hits 0, the trap opens, catching it on the bars, giving him enough time to rip his head out, taking a large portion of his cheek with it. As the reverse bear trap falls to the ground, so too does Hoffman, screaming in agony, but most importantly, still alive. And just when you thought this couldn't get any more insane, we get a post-credit scene, showing Amanda talking to Jeff and Lynn's daughter. She fights through tears, telling her not to trust the one who saves her, which we know to be Hoffman. I really don't have any flaws with this film. Much like I said about Saw 5, if you've made it this far in the franchise, you kinda know the formula to expect. If you hate all the other films, then you're gonna hate this one. There's no way around it. However, as a major fan, this is the one that I notice a lot of fans love. The story with the main game is compelling as ever, giving us an intriguing story with a lot of brutal and hard-hitting story moments with the traps. It's a fierce political tirade that mixes grand guignol super brutality with off-the-scale soap opera camp. Saw 6 is where the franchise finally nailed it, perfecting the backwards reveal style of storytelling that they've been flirting with since Saw 2. The writers wrestle loose ends into submission, rattle off inventive gross-out death scenes, and push a wildly illogical story to something almost approaching a logical conclusion, with a bravura twist. There are major flaws in the whole franchise, but Saw 6 is the one where, at last, the effect is so dazzling, so ferocious, so original and so batshit crazy that you just stop caring. It's immensely funny, wonderfully tense, and incredibly smart. The choice to get political and use the film to discuss the state of healthcare in this country could have been a disaster, but they executed it perfectly. It never gets in the way of the story, but it never feels shallow either. Every single element of this movie works. The actual traps are as clever as ever from Jigsaw. The first trap involves Easton and a janitor tied to a ribcage crusher, and every breath one takes, the more the crusher comes closer. Having to hold your breath adds a whole new survival element that Saw hadn't tapped into yet, and it makes for such heart-pounding intensity. This trap isn't really fair because he's being paired with a longtime smoker who has less lung capacity. The traps don't really need to be fair by this point, because since Saw 5, they've all been designed and implemented by Mark Hoffman, someone who doesn't really care about John Kramer's pseudo-philosophy. Next, Easton is presented with 2 co-workers about to be hanged, and must choose which one to live and which to die. Easton, though he is a terrible bastard, is incredibly sympathetic, mostly due to Peter Outerbridge's brilliant and emotional acting. Unlike his policy, he chooses the older woman with a pre-existing diabetic condition to survive over the young man, because he knows that she has a family while he doesn't. What's wonderful and scary about Saw 6 is that it lends an emotional depth to these trap characters. Unlike some other installments in the franchise, Saw 6 gives nearly all of its minor characters shining moments of characterization, imbuing them with empathy and making the audience care. The creme de la creme of these traps is of course the iconic spinning carousel. A shotgun will go off in a person's chest, unless Easton makes a sacrifice by piercing his hand. Like his corporate policy that rejected 2/3 of claims, he can only save 2 out of 6. The other 4 will die. Watching these people all clamor and try and make arguments for why they should live is not only entertaining and frightening, it exposes the lie behind the artificial need to deny some people coverage. None of these people necessarily need to die, but the trap they're in forces them into the twisted logic that they lived in day to day. The reason why the carousel trap is so resonant is not just because of the distressingly real acting on display, but because the trap itself acts as a dark mirror to the systems that kill us, legally, every day. Critique not just of individuals, but of systems. Their lack of accountability and regulation comes up in the single best flashback of the Saw franchise. Prior to John Kramer's suicide attempt, he meets with William to discuss coverage options for his brain cancer. He's found an experimental treatment done in Scandinavia using gene therapy that could have a 30 to 40% success rate. Easton denies his ability to seek this coverage, citing policy, and says that if he goes with this option, he will drop coverage altogether. John Kramer, played magnificently by Tobin Bell, loses his composure and rants about how politicians are lying to us, and that the true source of healthcare policy comes not from the individuated doctor-patient argument, but instead from healthcare insurance companies that have been left to value the bottom line over human life. This incident shows that the inciting action for his suicide attempt was not just his wife's miscarriage or his diagnosis, but instead unchecked systematic corporate greed. If he had gotten that coverage, the psychological domino effect of John Kramer becoming a serial killer would have never happened.
What this means is that Saw 6 recontextualizes John Kramer's pathos, to analyze systems of casual cruelty in society that lead people to become monsters. Indeed, Saw 6 also profoundly rejects the philosophy of John Kramer, with the woman who survived the intro trap asking, "What am I supposed to learn from this?" With the answer being obvious. Jigsaw's twisted form of rehabilitation does not work. Hoffman has continued these games seemingly out of pure brutality and malice towards the human race. His brutality is specifically mentioned by John in a flashback pre-Saw 3. We also get a wonderful interaction between Amanda Young and Mark Hoffman, vying jealously over John's legacy, like buzzards near a dying creature. The character of John Kramer is explained further, giving us more backstory on what he tried to do with his cancer. The side story with Hoffman is fleshed out more, and they finally give us a reason to care about his side story. The intensity of the last 20 minutes is dialed up to the max, and feels fresh within this franchise. This is a great horror film, but even more so, an incredible Saw film. Much like Saw 4 with Lieutenant Riggs' game, Saw 6 actually puts scummy people to the test. Loan sharks, predatory insurers, and parasitic sensationalistic journalists. Unlike the previous films, these aren't just people hurting themselves, or petty criminals. These are people doing terrible systematic damage to the entire world. And once again, the traps meaningfully reflect that. Jigsaw puts players through trials that actually reflect their predatory actions, and make them confront the life or death implications of them. Like all of the Saw movies, people die that don't really deserve it. But that actually works to the movie's benefit. These people are finally realizing the destructive potential they hold over others. This is a worthy addition to the tradition of sensationalistic popcorn anti-capitalist and leftist cinema. One of the most pernicious and problematic aspects of the Saw series was how it individuated suffering and punishment. Much like the hyper-Christian punishment inversion, the Saw series, while never directly endorsing Jigsaw's philosophy, always showed individuals at fault for their own failings. For instance, Lawrence Gordon chose to cheat on his wife. Eric Matthews chose to put people away for crimes they didn't commit. Jeff Denlin had to choose whether or not to save those who took his family, and so on. This focus on individual choice is an important thematic element throughout all the Saw films, and its main instrument to provide human drama to the bloodshed. However, this also has a negative consequence, as it looks at people like Cecil or Amanda and blames them for their own drug abuse. Saw 4 characterizes Jill's clinic as a place where people are let off the hook for their own personal failings, an idea John espouses in this film. We must understand, though, that people are host to a variety of pressures, both from social systems and the condition of their environment. An obvious example of this oversight is the battered woman who was put into a trap for being abused by her husband in Saw 4. People are usually conditioned into accepting abuse, and it's not fair nor humane to entertain the idea that victims of abuse are responsible for their re-victimization. And then there's Amanda Young, compelling and heartbreaking as always. Her presence is inescapable. Even after 3, this next trilogy continually brings her up, never letting the characters or audience forget. The flashbacks here are fascinating, giving us insight into what this strange dynamic between her and the others was like. She was always criticized for her weakness, but that perceived weakness was shaped by the way her hand was continually forced. None of this excuses her actions, but it does make my heart ache for her a little more. Hoffman's so cruel, and that's exactly why the ending of this movie is so shocking. As much as I hate him, it's thrilling to watch him fight. And everyone's out to get Hoffman in this one, and I live for it. Perez is so damn cool. We know from the very first time we see her that she's not going to back down this time. She knows what's been going on, and she's going to stop it. Even in the horrific finale, she holds her own, and gives the most cutting one-word retort. Jill's involvement isn't as direct, and though she may not like to see the blood and guts, she has no problem with it happening out of sight. She misses her husband and the life they could have had together, but that doesn't make her soft. Perez believes in justice, while Jill is just trying to save her own ass. These former side characters are prominently in the foreground now, and they're everything you'd hope for. But of course, the star of the show was Peter Outerbridge, who is pretty terrific as William Easton, slimeball health insurance exec turned trauma victim, and his game is a dread-drenched nail-biter. His opening trap, pitting him against the company janitor, and surefire rejection from his own company, brilliantly steeps viewers in painful silence, as the two strive to remain still and alive. It's excruciating and cleverly constructed. All quiet horror and clenched breath, before the score creeps in and the inevitable happens. And it sets in motion the best game the series has had since Saw 2. Even that might be a tough call. All of Easton's games are meant to test his application of the pre-existing condition formula that he created, forcing his hand in making judgment calls on who lives and dies. It works as a comment on healthcare, but it also works as a comment on the film's central villains, and on our viewership. 5 movies into our franchise and fans already know what to expect.
a twisted killer setting some grisly, appropriate traps for their victims, and a final reel packed with revelations, blood, and payoffs. What they probably didn't expect was an outing quite as good as this one. Not only does Saw 6, like the third installment of the series, make you appreciate some little touches in the previous movies, but it also does what no other Saw sequel has so far managed to do, and leaves you wanting the next installment as soon as possible. I really don't know what else to say, except this movie is absolutely amazing, and perfectly encapsulates the anger felt circa 2009. The reorientation of traps from individuals who have failed to those that make up the systems that hurt people makes for cogent and dark political satire. It finally answers the lingering problematic question of, is Jigsaw's philosophy bullshit? With a resounding yes. That juxtaposition of political revenge porn and condemnation of John Kramer's philosophy clearly indicates the director and writer's intentions. Yes, it is cathartic to want to take systems to task, but violence should not be an option, because ideally, all people are allowed to be redeemed. Systems of power and abuse should be taken into account, not the people who oil the gears. If we all just took the time to recognize each other's humanity before engaging in activities, we would have a much more happy and stable society. Saw, the final chapter, had perhaps the hardest task to fulfill out of all the Saw films. It had to satisfyingly conclude the intricate strands of plot left over from the prior films, and wrap up the series in such a way that felt complete and conclusive. I would argue that Saw, the final chapter, fulfills this task. However, the film also has more problems than any other installment in the series. Firstly, when examining what went wrong here, there is no one person or aspect to put the blame on. Originally, 2 films were planned to take place after Saw 6, but due to low box office returns, it was decided that the planned story and scripts for 7 and 8 would be combined into one final film. And this combination of scripts shows in the final product, as half of the film feels inconsequential yet drawn out, and the other better half contains all the important plot, and story arc continuations feel rushed. Not only was the script hindering the film, but the last-minute decision to drop director David Hackle, who directed Saw 5, off the project and forced Kevin Greutert, director of Saw 6, into the director's chair, caused the film to be directed by someone who truly didn't want to be there. The story goes that Kevin Greutert was all prepared to go off and direct the sequel to the surprise smash, Paranormal Activity. The folks at Paramount even penciled in a Halloween release date, along the fertile ground of the annual Saw sequels. It seemed like Paramount was rubbing in the fact that they now had the more exciting, buzzworthy franchise, and they would tap dance on the grave of Saw by poaching Greutert. Well, the studio suits didn't take too kindly to this broadside, so they activated a clause in Greutert's contract. The man was legally required to leave the Paranormal Activity 2 project, so that he could direct a 7th Saw film, because nothing says work of art like forcing your director to make a movie by threat of legal action. Though by questionable means, at least this film does have Kevin Greutert back, who's probably the best director in the series since James Wan. And he doesn't feel the need to overwhelm you with amateurish over-stylization, and lets appropriately reckless pacing, tones, and acting direction keep a firm drive without taking things too seriously. He just has fun with things, but certainly gives broad and dynamic attention to how he presents gritty, heavily produced settings and visuals, to find a healthy impasse between scope and claustrophobia. It's all sufficiently entertaining, and it flows comfortably into the gory traps that are astonishingly far-fetched, exploitatively nasty, and dazzlingly intense. The important thing to note about Saw 3D, the final chapter, is that it feels more like a commentary on the franchise itself and its place in popular culture, rather than another addition to the story. Tonally, this feels like one of the later Friday the 13th sequels. The kills acted out with maniacal glee, rather than the grim tone of old. This movie is campy and silly, which, don't get me wrong, can be fun, especially in the horror genre. But the problem is that the Saw franchise to this point has been neither of those things. Saws 1 through 6 were detective thriller murder mysteries. There was a plot unfolding throughout them all, and a definite narrative arc. Unfortunately, the way it ended was poorly executed, especially with it leaving more questions than answers in a film subtitled The Final Chapter. In terms of fan service and excitement, it's enjoyable, but taking it seriously as a whole is not the best viewing experience. However, the biggest weak point of Part 7 is somewhere else. The fact that the makers jumped on the 3D train and praised their film as the ultimate 3D experience, even in the rather embarrassing US trailers, can really be blamed for calling it perfection. Unlike, for example, Alexander Aja's fun Piranha remake, the third dimension is completely superfluous and dispensable in this design. The gimmick of spatial perception is limited to a few flying body parts and blood splatter, which reinforces the suspicion that the 3D label is mainly used as an excuse for higher ticket prices. I don't subscribe to the belief that 3D ever adds anything of note to the viewing experience, but I was not able to view this film with the number of dimensions it promised, so I can't say for sure, but I imagine seeing Saw 3D in 3D might have actually made things a bit more entertaining. Not because it's a cool gimmick or anything, but because it's a laughably decadent accessory.
And what is Saw but a series of laughably decadent accessories? Because without that extra dimension, the whole thing looks kinda goofy. Gone are the days of the grainy blue and green filters of the first few, and so too is the washed out, grey, lifeless imagery of Hackle's installment, instead replaced by this farce of a picture that looks as if they smeared Vaseline on the lens. It's not quite as bad as how Scream 4 looked, but it's pretty close. And the main thing, one of the main characters in the franchise, the rich dark blood has been substituted by this atrocious pink liquid. And it all comes back to the 3D aspect. In theaters, 3D pictures look much darker with the glasses on, so they try to counteract this by making everything brighter, and the color correction didn't do much to help. Compounded with that, it was supposed to be recorrected for home release, but the distributor just sent out the theatrical release, further proving that there was so little care taken by the higher-ups of the franchise. And it's this blatant regard of the IP that inevitably killed the franchise, as this would be the final movie for 8 long years, and the franchise would sputter to regain cultural significance until the release of Saw X. But before that, we must dissect Saw 7, 3D, the final chapter, and see where it just misses the mark. We pan along the floor, following a blood trail up to someone crawling without their foot. It's none other than our friend Dr. Lawrence Gordon. Not looking so good, Larry. He crawls over to one of the pipes in the labyrinth, unveiling the remains of his leg post-surgery. In one of the most painfully wince-inducing moments of the series, he cauterizes his leg against the burning pipe. It's smart, ensuring that he won't bleed out, but damn, it's tough to imagine doing so. Cary Elwes makes his grand return to the franchise 6 movies later, mostly because of a legal dispute between himself and the studio over his pay from the first film. Originally, he was supposed to be paid 1% of the film's profit, but somewhere along the lines, the check stopped cashing, and they fought over it until 2009-ish. Our first actual trap takes place in a high-traffic area, for once. For the finale of the original Saw series, I didn't expect to see Saw metatextually deconstruct itself. The meta elements of this opening aren't exactly subtle, but that's not a bad thing. Here we see 3 people who have romantic history, and make the decision to kill one of them, and all of this happens in a large glass box in a public square. People, the audience, gather around and watch the grotesque scene in a sort of awe. Some people scream, some try to break the glass, or the screen, some run away, some close their eyes, but most watch, transfixed by the scene. So right off the bat, a Saw film is telling us to reflect on ourselves, and our involvement as viewers of the madness throughout the series. We got Brad and Ryan waking up chained to a workshop table, 2 buzzsaws between them. Above both of them is Dina, also restrained and face down. Dina knows both of them, and Ryan calls her baby, so they must be a thing. They call out for any onlookers to help them, but a bit too late, as here comes Billy. He says that Dina's been playing them both, and someone from this triangle must die. Brad and Ryan can either fight over Dina, or let her die. At first, the guys trade pushes and pulls of the saws, but take note of Dina's support flip-flopping, and eventually settle on choosing her to die. And this whole trap sucks. It's overtly misogynistic, nasty, and mean-spirited, but kinda brilliant. Brilliant in that I find this one interesting from the lens of spectacle, which is all the more fascinating considering it was meant to be viewed in 3D. This film heavily relies on 3D effects and intensified gore, presenting traps that are more graphically explicit compared to its predecessors. And with a weaker script around it, it ends up delving further into the torture porn horror subgenre people had been unfairly labeling the franchise as for years. We then get to see the aftermath of Jill Tuck putting the reverse bear trap on Hoffman, and watches as he breaks through the window to stop his head from being flayed open. As Hoffman screams in pain, Jill takes off running. Or a light jog. This isn't really pertinent to the story, but Jill Tuck runs how people run in their dreams when they're being chased. I just don't get it. Betsy Russell's performances in the series have never been something to put her at the Oscars or anything, but it's such a steep drop-off in this movie. It's peculiar. There's definitely one performance worse in this movie alone, but we'll get there soon. Jill ducks behind a coat rack when she hears Hoffman shuffling along, as he loots a first aid kit and begins suturing his cheek flap up. Now that she's successfully passed her skill check, Jill Tuck goes back to the police once more, taking her seat back in the interrogation room. She only wants to speak to Matt Gibson, part of Internal Affairs. She's ready to rat out Hoffman, but demands immunity and protection first, which Gibson agrees to. Hoffman begins destroying any sort of evidence that could lead the new string of jigsaw murders back to him, pulling out a box with a photo of a man in it, beginning one final game. Bobby Dagan is going on a national press tour, promoting his latest book, Survive, My Story of Overcoming Jigsaw. He has a very timid demeanor, just hoping that sharing his brave story can help even just one person out there. But that timid nature fades when he's asked to tell the story of escaping his trap. He shows such passion, such pain remembering what he went through, but most of all, gratitude. Gratitude for his new lease on life, his rebirth. After a moment to let the chills run down the spine, the TV host sends them to commercial break, and Bobby walks off stage, greeted by his managers. She immediately berates him for going off script, not following through with the plan to every minute detail. At some point, he was supposed to thank his wife, and bring her out for a kiss for the camera, pandering to the audience and pulling on their heartstrings. The dramatics of it were definitely amplified tenfold, but at least the story's true. As Jill leaves the police station, she finds Billy's tricycle, all alone in the cold snow. She lets her guard down for just that brief moment, but more than long enough for the pig mask to strike. At this point, we know it's just Hoffman, who unveils his new BattleBot. Down at the end of this long track is Jill, who's just wearing the skimpy t-shirt. Hoffman releases the BattleBot, which goes maybe 10 miles an hour, but still manages to absolutely obliterate her. Unfortunately, this was just a dream sequence, so we have plenty more Jill talk to watch. But first, we get another trap sequence, this time for Evan, played by the late Chester Bennington. The tape deck loads itself, and explains that he finds himself somewhere he belongs, as he and his friends are neo-Nazis. As a quick roll call, we have Linkin Park guy, Sean Evans, Johnny Sins, and Girl. Evan is superglued to this pleather seat of this El Camino, and has 30 seconds to pull the lever before the jack releases the car. Try as he might, in the end, it doesn't even matter, as the jack releases the car, crushing the girl's head, ripping Johnny Sins apart, smashing through Sean Evans, and the car breaks through the garage, leading to roads untraveled. Evan really should have listened to the Click It or Ticket adverts, as he gets thrown right through the windshield, likely killing him on impact. A woman walks into a building, taking a seat in the circle of people. It's Simone, who we saw in Saw 6. Good to see you again. Bobby Dagan and his camera crew are there, as well as various other Jigsaw survivors. Bobby's put together this little survivor support group as another branch of his national tour. But Simone's not having any of this pity party, still a bit irked by having to go through her test. But at least she still has a sense of humor.
You wanna know the best thing that happened to me after having to cut off my own arm? Was handicapped parking at the damn mall!
I love her. She also calls out the camera crew, and Bobby's showmanship. Oh hey Malik, looking good. Bobby takes off his shirt, exposing the scars from the hooks he put through his pectoral muscles. This time he remembers his speaking points, making sure to shout out his wife, giving the camera the kiss it so desperately desired. Someone sitting outside the circle provides the obligatory slow clap, commending Bobby's showmanship.
Bravo.
It's Dr. Gordon, who's excited to be a part of Bobby's
promotional DVD.
As Bobby walks out to his car to leave, he notices his wife isn't there, but he somehow doesn't notice a pig-masked assailant running up behind him, who takes him out. Gibson gets a call from his partner to come down to the junkyard, where Evan and the neo-Nazis have been found. He tells the coroner to take the bodies back to the morgue, when he's called into the bathroom, where he finds a personalized message and the reverse bear trap. He has them dust for prints, and is now on high alert. Bobby Dagan wakes up in a metal cylinder, unable to get out. At the bottom by his feet, his motto of survive is painted in red. The TV flicks on as Billy calls him out, knowing that Bobby is a fraud capitalizing on the very real trauma of others. He has never been tested, never found himself in a trap. Until now. Within 60 minutes, he must reach his wife, Joyce, by completing various tests. First up, he must escape the metal tube, now dangling over a bed of nails. He reaches up for a handle, but that only drops the bottom out. He still has to swing to safety, which he does pretty easily. Like Saw 6 with its hammering of predatory lenders and evil insurance company executives, Saw 3D goes for a bit of rip from today's headlines thing as well. This time you can draw a parallel between Bobby and James Frey, disgraced author of the fabricated memoir, A Million Little Pieces. Of course, Bobby only had to face a series of painful, murderous traps to atone for his falsehoods. Frey had to face Oprah on national television. Now that's torture. We get a flashback of Bobby sitting at the bar, watching the story of an actual Jigsaw survivor, which seemed to have given him the bright idea to start scamming. But now he has to take his own advice, and start his life anew, and understand his problems. Gibson brings the reverse bear trap back to Jill, who puts the design credit solely on John. And this is the part where I reveal the only acting performance worse than Joel Tuck, because it's Gibson, and holy shit, he's bad. He's like if a guy inherited all the material that Special Agent Strahm based his whole persona around, and only practiced a Matthew McConaughey voice.
I knew you were crazy the minute I laid eyes on you.
At least he assures Jill that she's safe for now, before getting a call from the crime scene, where some of the cars have exploded, causing a big commotion. Gibson has everyone lock down the premises, and then has a tape played for him. Hoffman left a nice little vlog, saying he'll end his terror spree if Gibson hands Jill over to him. Obviously, he isn't going to do that, instead having her sent to the holding cell at the station. Bobby Dagan runs through the halls to his next test, needing to redefine his priorities, with his publicist stuck in a straitjacket, and spikes surrounding her. The key for her safety is lodged deep within her intestines. and needs to be pulled out via the fishing wire. But the fishing hook that it's attached to will have to come with it. Bobby has 60 seconds to fish it out, but every time she screams too loud, the spikes will close in on her neck. As Bobby yanks, Nina screams in agony, only being interrupted by Bobby trying to quiet her. He gets the key with a bit of time to spare, but fails to unlock the padlocks before time expires, leading to Nina's death, and a weird freakout by Bobby.
Why would you just shut the fuck up?
Due to Bobby's failure, the slack on his wife's chain is shortened, forcing her to her knees on this metal platform. As Bobby continues on, he finds a copy of his book on the table, without the cover on it, and he opens the book up to see a familiar name. Some time ago, people lined up out the door for Bobby's book signing, including this nice young man. Just look at his silly backwards cap. John knows Bobby is full of shit with his whole story, and lets him know subtly. Now Bobby must verify his self-worth through commitment. As he finds his lawyer laid out on this inversion table, Billy breaks through the window in one of the funniest scenes in the series, letting Bobby know that he must go through a little bit of pain in order to stop the inversion table from going vertical, which would pierce rods through the lawyer's head. But Bobby can't take the pain for long enough, allowing the lawyer to see no more evil. Hoffman's cryptic message for Gibson must have clicked for him, as he and his partner head out, which is probably where my suspension of disbelief with the series ends. Sending a video file through email? Yeah, right. Bobby now must ignore his detractors, and must help Cale walk across some 2x4s while he's blindfolded, so he can unlock the collar around his neck. As Bobby guides Cale across, Cale loses his footing, causing Bobby to move in closer. As Bobby reaches the key, they're running low on time, so he has Cale cup his hands and tries to toss the key to him. And they were ever so close to completing the relay, but the key falls to the ground below, and Cale is hanged in front of Bobby. Gibson finds where Hoffman recorded his vlog, remembering a time when Hoffman actually saved his life. During an operation, one of the crooks got the upper hand on Gibson, when Hoffman swooped in and detained him. Okay, not what I said.
Next time, you shoot first.
The most average cop behavior. Gibson reported Hoffman for the incident, but Hoffman got promoted, while Gibson became a pariah, later relocating to a new department. Now Gibson knows where to go next, sending his partner back to the station to watch over Jill Tuck. Bobby is implored to value his loved ones, as now he can finally see Joyce on the television in this next room. Before he can reach her though, he must find the code to the door, which happens to be etched on his molars. To get the code, he must pull his teeth out, which is a good analogy of what watching this movie develop feels like. Eventually he gets them out, puts in the code, and moves along to find Joyce. Meanwhile, Gibson and the SWAT team make their way through the remnants of the game, when Gibson gets a call that the email Hoffman sent was from the junkyard, where Evan's game took place. Gibson sends the rest of the SWAT onwards, while he goes back to the junkyard to get Hoffman. He finds a hidden passage behind the mirror where Hoffman left the message for him, and follows it to find Hoffman sitting at a desk. Bobby's last point: embrace every day as if it is your last. He finally finds Joyce, but as he approaches her, he touches the electric cattle fence and gets knocked back. Billy is back for one more tape, saying that Joyce is Bobby's trophy. She's been there for him and his recovery, rebirth, and dishonesty. Now he must complete a test that he knows all too well, piercing hooks through his pectoral muscles to hold his weight. Bobby finally admits that he lied about everything. He was never in a trap. As SWAT continues to clear the area, this guy accidentally hits the spin move button. Gibson approaches the cloaked figure at the desk, kicking them over to reveal not Hoffman, but Johnny Sins, Sans jaw. Hoffman tapped into the police security system, so he could keep a watchful eye on the proceedings. He set off the big explosion, allowing him to sneak back to the scene and take the body the coroner was zipping in the bag. In the process, he zipped himself in the bag, which meant he was transported back to the morgue, and more importantly, back to the station. Just as Gibson orders every officer back to the station, a turret raises up from the hidden corner, and absolutely decimates the squad in the room. As the police fall, so too does the mortician, who Hoffman stabs the moment he comes out of the body bag. When he sees someone coming, he hides behind the door, striking as they enter. And I actually love this. Hoffman turns this into a full-blown slasher movie, and it's so cool. I don't care anymore how bad this is. This is now just a cheesy slasher, and looking at it this way makes the viewing experience way better. Through tears, Bobby says that he loves Joyce. He never lied about that. And he puts the hooks through his pecs. He starts pulling himself up, but has just under 2 minutes remaining. Hoffman sneaks up behind a guy, opening the door, stabbing him through the submental triangle, then snaps the neck of the woman Gibson called. In what might be the best gag in a Saw movie, he takes her corpse, holds it up to the door, where the cop looks through the slot, granting Hoffman access to stab him as well, looting his handgun. He takes aim, shooting through the two-way mirror to kill Gibson's partner, giving him uncontested access to Jill. As he grabs her, taunting his resilience, Jill stabs him through the neck, giving her just enough time to make a run for it. Okay, she's still doing the little jog. finding a nice corner to cower in as Hoffman tracks her down. He looks around and is just about to leave when Jill fails her skill check, making a sound, alerting Hoffman of her whereabouts. And she's not even behind cover. Hoffman just had to turn like 90 degrees to her left to see her. When he does, he hits her with the most powerful kick since the days of Sparta. Bobby reaches the extension cords, reaching up to grab them, the full weight of his body now hanging by his pecs. Just as he goes to connect them, the muscle and skin gives way, and he falls to the floor. As his time expires, Joyce is encased in iron in the shape of a pig, flames rising around her, a pork alternative to the classic brazen bull. Bobby's failed to save the ones closest to him. His lies have finally caught up to him. Hoffman sets Jill up in the chair restraints, and goes to grab his preferred tool, the reverse bear trap, the very trap that she left him in. But something else catches his eye, the original reverse bear trap. As Jill realizes the peril of her situation, her life flashes before her eyes. Every good moment with John floods back in one final wave. As the timer hits 0, we finally get to see the true brutality of the trap in action. And Hoffman delivers one final
game over.
Now all Hoffman has to do is destroy the evidence, and he gets away with everything. At this point, with everything we've gone through with him, I kind of want him to. He's become such a dominant force, mentally and physically, that I actually enjoy his presence. But wait, save Billy too! The building explodes, shrapnel just barely missing him, instead coming through the screen, in case you forgot this was a 3D movie. As he walks along, he's accosted by 3 people in pig masks, with one stabbing him with a syringe. In a grand reveal that shocks almost no one watching, it's Dr. Lauryn Gordon. We see the scene of Jill Tuck delivering the package, which happened to be to Gordon. It was a final tape from John. Gordon was his greatest asset. John found Lawrence in the wake of his cauterizing, was impressed by his will to live, and nursed him back to health. It's revealed that Lawrence was orchestrating a lot of the games that we've seen throughout the series, particularly the ones where surgery was needed, and even recommended the work of Dr. Lynn Denlin. It was Gordon who wrote the "I know who you are" letter to Hoffman. John's final task for Gordon: protect Jill. Should anything happen to her, Gordon will act for John. And so he does, as Gordon brings Hoffman back to his most meaningful place, where it all began, the bathroom. Hoffman slithers toward the hacksaw, but is just a bit too slow, as Lawrence picks it up, and 3-dimensionally throws it into the hallway. He takes one last look at his decomposed foot, still in the shackle. He looks back at Hoffman, hits the lights, and delivers a critical slamming the door on Hoffman, and the traumatic past that very room had caused him. As a whole, Saw 3D not only provides circularity for the series, but closure for longtime fans, serving as a solid thank you for sticking with 7 movies in as many years. But for being the final chapter in a long-running franchise, the plot isn't some grand firework finale that you'd expect, falling a bit flat in places, especially with the supposed twist at the end that anyone even halfway paying attention to this film could have guessed. Like, why else would Gordon be back in the mix, interacting with the main victim of the main game? Cary Elwes and most of the cast play their roles fine enough, but it is Costas Mandylor who really steals the show, as he chews up the scenery every time he's on screen, and you finally get to see how much of a complete psychopath Hoffman really is. There's plenty of gore, but it is just not as good as any of the previous entries, and because it was filmed for 3D release, you get those terrible shots where blood and organs deliberately fly out of the screen. The traps are nowhere near as intricate, and at times look as if they were thrown up 5 minutes before they were needed, because in reality, they probably were. Somehow, Hoffman manages to balance being chased by police, escaping almost certain death at the hands of Jill in the reverse bear trap, and having to put together this intricate game with a lot of moving parts, where timing is paramount. If this movie did something good, it was the character action for Hoffman. His character's culmination is very well done, and you really get to appreciate him as the villain he's meant to be. None of that "I don't kill people, they make a choice" or anything like that. Hoffman is just outright a man who's gone completely rogue, and he's unapologetic about it. It's also fun to see Jill's mirrored behavior as a weak, helpless person in the end. Hoffman and Jill both embodied aspects of John Kramer, but neither can hope to be as intelligent, calculative, or as well-rounded as he was, and in the end, that's their downfall. If Saw 5 is the best representative of Saw as a whole, then Saw 3D is the worst. This movie is how I imagine people who hate the series, or merely don't know about it other than sensationalistic reviews, see every movie as. It's almost entirely senseless violence, especially towards women. There's so many scenes throughout this that just kind of leave me with an uneasy feeling. All of the victims of Bobby's game, bar one, are women, and even his reactions reflect the overall misogynistic feeling. Even Hoffman and Jill's battle has glimpses of this. And I get it, Hoffman is quite literally fighting for his life, but it's so incredibly brutal. The only policewoman he kills is by snapping her neck with his bare hands. He smashes Jill's head in repeatedly while calling her. It all just feels very cruel. Along with this, we have a big twist for the sake of having one. I don't really like the retcon of having Gordon be there, even further in the shadows than Hoffman was, throughout the timeline. All but entirely lost is the nuance and thriller aspects that the series seemed to revolve around in earlier movies. While the film attempts to provide closure to the series, its reception is polarizing. Some appreciated the attempt at a resolution, acknowledging the film's focus on wrapping up loose ends, and delivering the expected traps and tension associated with the franchise. However, others found the heightened emphasis on gore and 3D effects to overshadow the depth and psychological intrigue that characterized earlier installments. This final Saw chapter might legitimately, and impressively, be the messiest installment in the entire franchise. But at least it isn't boring. Marred by a rushed production that saw a planned 2-part finale compressed into a single, eye-popping clusterfuck, Saw 3D is, in some ways, a natural conclusion to the Kramer saga. The film is light on lore and heavy on gore. It is bathed in purposeless blood, drained of what little meaning Jigsaw's traps once had, more shamelessly spectacle-driven than ever before, and the perfect representation of the downfall of the series, since the original 2004 release. After a 7-year hiatus, the Saw franchise finally made its grand return to the silver screen in 2017. But for a pseudo-reboot, you may expect the film to completely change the formula and reinvent the wheel. Well, it doesn't. Instead, relying on the same tropes, for better and worse, that had plagued the franchise into obscurity in the 2000s. Considering how profitable the series was in its heyday, it's understandable why Lionsgate would choose to reboot it. It's kind of funny that Paranormal Activity's success doomed the franchise into uncertainty, and when that overstayed its welcome, Saw came right back in to try and win the crowd. The entire film feels like it exists on the basis that its mission is to try and win opening weekend in the box office, before falling into obscurity, never to be heard or seen from again. And really, it kinda did just that. I often forget about this one in the franchise. It's just such a drag to get through, and if I skip it in my franchise rewatch, it doesn't really take away anything of note. Now, I'm a big fan of Australian directors Michael and Peter Spierig, so I had a glimmer of hope when I saw they signed on for the film. They have a proven skill with complicated storylines, stylish production design, and a knack for action sequences in both of their exceptional films, Daybreakers and Predestination. However, this glimmer fell on deaf ears. The only stylistic choices that transgressed from Predestination was the manipulation of time frames, and unfortunately it felt subpar and forced. In a series known for playing with its timelines, this one stands out for being a reboot, prequel, and sequel all in one, to its own detriment. A completely unneeded trait, just for stylistic purposes. The Saw franchise has a couple questionable entries, but this felt sloppy and heartless. It's the Marvelification of the Saw franchise, where the distinct, impenetrable formalism of its preceding films is swapped out for sterile, glossy nonsense, all lacking any possible momentum or emotional resonance. Instead of taking the franchise into new and interesting directions, Jigsaw sadly plays it safe, by giving us more of the same that we've seen time and time again with this franchise. And Jigsaw commits a cardinal sin for a Saw movie. It bored me. While Saw 3D might have been so bonkers off the wall, it's still such a fun time watching it. But with Jigsaw, I was fighting with my eyelids to try and keep myself alert for the duration. Now what I will commend this film for, is being the most accessible entry in the franchise for some time. You don't really need to have seen any of the other sequels to understand what's going on here. The plot is really nothing new or special for the franchise. As the story goes, the first act failed to grab me. The film definitely takes a bit of time to find its tempo. It spends the first act trying to find a way to set up the new game, set up the investigative side, and get people back into the groove of watching Saw again after a long 7 years. And it doesn't do a great job of it at all. It's jumping all over the place and dropping a ton of knowledge on your head, without giving much context to anything going on. But beyond this point, it composes itself, slows down a touch, and starts to focus on fewer key plot points in greater detail. And that's when things start getting intense. It gradually builds with the horror and the suspense, and through the second act it manages to capture the tone of the previous Saw films, almost to a T. Then you get to the third act, and by then, it has somewhat developed into the Saw sequel that it wanted to be. It's set years after the apparent conclusion of the Jigsaw killings. Jigsaw reintroduces the gruesome murders bearing the signature methods of the infamous killer. As law enforcement investigates the chilling resurgence of Jigsaw's tactics, doubts emerge regarding the true nature of the murders, whether they signify the return of the deceased killer, or the emergence of a copycat seeking to revive the legacy of terror. The procedural section of this film is, at times, better than the idiots trapped in the game. Solving the mystery of who's behind it has some solid twists and turns, though it ultimately ends up being a bit of a cop-out. But I'm sure people that are interested in the film are anticipating the game more. And I found it to be pretty disappointing. There's nothing so elaborate that it stays with you. Likewise, there's nothing that gives the film its signature moment in the series. And the characters involved in the game are such idiots. So, I didn't care for them, and disappointed with the lack of over-the-top gore. To be fair, there's still a lot of blood, but I'm not sure it'll quite quench the thirst of the audience that wants to drown in it. Tonally, it's reminiscent of many of the later sequels, rather than the earlier, more acclaimed entries. I actually think the main game itself has shades of the games from 2 and 5, as we return to the group dynamic that works so well for those. But also to a fault, as we have an ensemble cast of characters that I find difficult to care about, and therefore I don't really care if they succeed or not. Listen, even though I spent an entire video in praise of it, the 5th movie is pretty bad, but at least the traps were cleverly designed. It makes sense why people die in that movie, because they were too frantic to think critically enough to survive. In Jigsaw, people just kinda randomly get put in traps, and it's never really clear how they're supposed to escape, or what they could have done if they didn't make dumb choices. The first thing that should go into a trap conceptually is the stakes, and it's hard to establish stakes when you have visually cluttered traps. Jigsaw is probably the goofiest, most illogical film in the franchise. It makes the timeline even more convoluted now, and the traps are entry-level at best, and the film just makes absolutely no sense. I mean, look, it's still a Saw movie. Think about it too long and it starts to fall apart. Some of the acting is mediocre, some of the dialogue is laughable at best, and downright deplorable at worst. But it's such a fun time, how can you really hate on it? Sure, there's a heavy bias, but after 7 years without a new Saw movie, anything is better than nothing. Even if it's not my favorite, because, spoilers, it's not. It will still be a favorite for somebody out there. Maybe even you watching this. And I missed this bizarre, intense, convoluted web of lore, drenching the silver screen in blood. It has this classic blend of melodrama and brutality, laced with misdirection after misdirection. But before I delve into those misdirections, let's start from the very beginning. The very first frame of the movie is a spiral of spikes, immediately getting us back into the spirit of Saw. We pick up a police chase somewhere towards the end, as the driver crashes after running over the spike strip. He runs into an old factory, eventually finding himself on the roof. He spots a red X, with something that looks like a Walmart price gun taped to the sign. As the police surround him with guns drawn, he begs for Detective Halloran to meet him up there within the next 17 minutes, otherwise 5 people will die. Luckily for him, Halloran is just walking up. Before Edgar can explain any further, he hits the trigger to start the game, but ends up getting his hand shot off, and 1 rogue bullet to the chest. Unlucky. The timer hits 0, and 5 people with buckets on their heads, with saw blades on the wall across from them. Well, 4 of them wake up. The guy in the end is extra sleepy. Jigsaw's sultry voice is heard once more, saying the new game's players must release themselves from their demons, and all he asks for in return is a simple blood sacrifice. Hey man, it's time to wake up. One of them immediately catches onto the hint, slicing their arm to draw a bit of blood, and releasing herself from the chains. She even helps the 2 guys next to her, but the other girl of the group accidentally goes back first into the wall of blades. The narcoleptic finally comes to, but just a bit late, and suffers the same fate as the blonde girl, and is now out of the game. At the hospital, Detective Halloran checks in on Edgar, while Detective Hunt wonders why Edgar asked for Halloran directly. Also, the guy who plays Detective Hunt, Clay Bennett, also voices Chef Hatchet in Total Drama Island, so hell yeah. Unfortunately for our detectives here, Edgar is in an induced coma, so he won't be of much use for them now. Back to our game, and it's time to meet the players. We've got Anna, who's trying to calm down Carly and stop her bleeding, with Mitch and Ryan there too. A woman goes for a jog through the park, when she notices people around her staring up at something. A bucket-headed person hanging from a bridge. Well, I guess we know what happened to the sleepy guy from the start. Halloran pulls up on Dr. Logan Nelson, interrupting him playing catch with his daughter. Logan and his coworker Eleanor have to do an autopsy of the body.
Oh no, looks a little pale.
They use this pen laser to get the bucket off, revealing a half-decapitated head, with a jigsaw piece cut off from the neck as well. Elle assumes that it's a copycat killer, which Halloran hopes isn't the case, since John Kramer's been dead for 10 years. Logan and Keith already know each other. They go way back, to Fallujah, Iraq. Keith sends his condolences for Christine, who we can assume is Logan's wife, at probably the worst time imaginable. Inside the jigsaw piece cut out, they find a micro USB stick, and plug it directly into the computer. And they're cops. They should probably be more careful sticking random USBs into their computers connected to the entire place. But whatever. Luckily for them this time, it's just an audio file. Billy's got an upgrade this time around, now sporting some piercing red LED eyes. He rides out with the sign on his neck saying confess, before starting to retract the chains that the 4 remaining people still have.
Mitch confesses that he sold a kid a motorcycle, only for him to crash 10 minutes later. Ryan's not buying it, and neither am I. Anna admits that her marriage fell apart, following her husband's arrest for accidentally killing their baby. Alright, 0 for 2. Anyone else? Before they speak up, Mitch grabs the tape from Billy, which drops the mechanism that was reeling them in. But they were brought right where they were meant to, arriving at Jigsaw's gallows. 3 syringes fall from the rafters, each with a unique number engraved on them. Mitch plays the tape, with Jigsaw saying that each of them will face atonement, starting with the purse thief that caused the death of a woman who needed her albuterol. When they were unconscious, this person was injected full of poison, and one of the syringes in front of them has the antidote. One is just saline, and the other is pure acid. While the others desperately scour their bodies for potential wounds, Carly stays motionless. I think we know who the test is for now. She admits to stealing a purse, but denies being the cause for the woman's death, which isn't the repentant attitude that Jigsaw's looking for here. Upon examining the syringes, the one engraved with 3.53 sticks out, $3.53. That's the amount of money she got from the woman's purse. That is what a life is worth to her. As the chains begin raising up, Ryan starts pressing Carly to choose a syringe. When they get hoisted up off the ground and start to choke, Ryan makes the decision for her, stabbing Carly with all 3 syringes. She immediately starts bleeding from the eyes, and her entire head starts melting off her bones. The Buckethead is ID'd as Malcolm Neal, who Logan and Halloran know from a case years back, where his wife was murdered. Logan asks Halloran if he ever caught the people that killed her, and that shrug tells us all we really need to know. The voice on the tape was a match to John Kramer's, which is odd because everyone knows him to be dead.
Give us enough time, we speak for the dead.
Anna, Mitch, and Ryan open the next door, and Ryan finally confesses his laundry list of crimes. He doesn't even name the worst one, the weird and cringe pet names that he uses for women.
What's your story, Lollipop?
It's nowhere near as cruel as Women to Saw 3D, but maybe just as demeaning. Anna explains that her husband fell asleep and rolled over onto their baby, killing them. But she doesn't understand why she's being punished for something he did. Ryan tries to break the locks on the door, but falls through the floorboards, his leg getting caught in a wire trap. Mitch finds the tape that Jigsaw left for them, as the wires contract around Ryan's leg even more. If Ryan was looking for any solace here, he's not getting it, as Jigsaw essentially rubs salt in his wound, remarking how there are no shortcuts in life, nor are there any in this game. But for him, just this one time, pulling the handle will set him free.
What does he mean, set free?
Good luck, Lollipop.
Eleanor and Logan get called to a new scene, where they find Carly's body and the Jigsaw card indicating 3 remain. Logan determines that it was the hydrofluoric acid that was injected, and finds the puzzle piece carved out of her tongue.
Jake fucking saw.
Halloran pulls Keith to the side, inquiring about Logan. Back in Iraq, he was captured by the Taliban and kept as a prisoner of war. Halloran thinks maybe Logan snapped, but Keith is aiming suspicion more towards Eleanor. Mitch and Anna step into a grain silo, where the next part of their game awaits. Once they grab the remote, the door behind them shuts, locking them in. Billy comes on screen, in super high def, and Jigsaw lets them know that their actions may cost their life, but Ryan can save them by pulling the lever. And either Jigsaw got a lucky guess, or he truly is playing 4D chess if he accounted for Ryan being trapped. To add some stakes, grain starts pouring in from the top, and will soon drown Anna and Mitch if no action is taken. Halloran approaches Eleanor, and starts asking her all types of inappropriate questions, especially while at work. He already commented on her figure.
She's got a great ass.
And now he's just straight up asking if she's kinky.
One of those, kinky types?
Weird segue into interrogation, but here we are. Halloran asks her where she was when Malcolm Neal died, and she was just home alone. Good enough for me. Keith joins Halloran to ask Logan where he found Eleanor, and if he knows of a website called Jigsaw Rules, which seems to be like 4chan but for Jigsaw, and Eleanor is a regular member. Halloran found out that she had a job offer from Cleveland to run their city morgue, but why didn't she take it?
Do you want to move to Cleveland?
Oh, true. The blood from under Malcolm Neal's nails is an exact match to a sample from a case 10 years ago, and the blood belongs to John Kramer. As Ryan continues hesitating pulling the lever, Anna and Mitch continue to tread grain. Just before it completely envelops them, the grain stops, instead being replaced by various sharp objects. Both Anna and Mitch take some damage, but eventually Ryan pulls the lever, slicing his leg in 3, but releasing Anna and Mitch. Keith gets a tracker put on Eleanor's phone, which she's already turned off. But Logan knows exactly where to find her, as she's sitting at this bar. Eleanor admits that she wasn't actually home when Malcolm Neal was hanged, but rather at her studio. They drive out to an old refinery, where Eleanor shows off her studio, which is absolutely filled to the brim with Jigsaw paraphernalia. We've got traps from every movie it seems, and then she reveals something that we've never seen before too. Alright, so let's get this straight. tatted up redhead mortician, jigsaw enthusiast, kinda weird, with a nicotine addiction? Eleanor, if you see this, please DM me. Supposedly, John designed this newly unveiled chap for a game before all of the others. They found the design in his lab, and Eleanor purchased them and built it herself. While they think they're alone, Detective Hunt snuck his way in, and grabs a couple pictures of them, surrounded by all the traps, so definitely not the best look for them. Anna helps wrap up Ryan's leg to try and stop the bleeding. You know, he really could take a page out of Lawrence's book from the last movie. The next morning, Logan wakes up and shows off his war wounds before going into work. Halloran and Hunt are already there, looking at the pictures Hunt took. Now the commissioner wants to exhume John Kramer's corpse, just to see if he's really dead in there. While Hunt goes off to talk with the commissioner, Halloran hangs back to do some more research on Logan. The next test is for Mitch, as he grabs the tape player from the tractor. But as he hits play, he gets captured like a Scooby-Doo villain, and dangles above the ground. Jigsaw says that Mitch wasn't exactly truthful when he said he sold a kid a bike who happened to crash it afterwards. In reality, Mitch knew that the brakes were bad, but scammed the kid anyways, which led to his death. And that kid was John's nephew. As if the life of John Kramer couldn't get any more heartbreaking, we add this into the mix. The trap that Mitch is dangling over is powered by that very bike, and is the same trap that we saw Eleanor have in her personal Jigsaw museum. To stop the machine, Mitch must grab the handbrake at the very bottom, which Jigsaw has ensured works perfectly. Anna does some quick parkour to get up to the bike to try and help, managing to put a metal rod through the wheel spokes. But that only provides Mitch with a brief respite, as the trap starts up again and he gets shredded. Back at the hospital, Edgar Munson has somehow disappeared. In a very brief scene, we saw someone sneak into his room and inject something into his IV to wake him up from his coma. At the cemetery, John Kramer's casket is excavated, but when they crack it open, they find the body of Edgar Munson in his place. Halloran and Hunt get a warrant for Eleanor, and head over to the refinery to breach her studio, where they find all the Jigsaw traps, and find a secret room dedicated to John Kramer. Mitch's dead body drops down on Halloran, with a card saying there's just 2 left. Hunt pulls up to Logan's house to arrest him, revealing that he has enough evidence to bring him in. While Hunt does handcuff him, they go into the house to talk about Logan's conspiracy that someone is framing them. Not just any someone, but Halloran. Halloran found the body. He was already connected to Edgar, and he has a reason to try and get revenge on Logan. In the wake of his wife Christine's murder, Logan went to the press to express his distaste for Halloran. Hunt and Logan go down to the morgue to examine Edgar Munson's body, and if they can match the bullet lodged in him to Halloran's gun, then they have their man. Conveniently, Halloran's the only one on the force that uses a Glock 17, which just happens to be the type of bullet that Logan pulls out of him. Eleanor waits for Logan in his house, and she has good news. She thinks she knows where the game's being played, but she doesn't want to involve the cops. She wants to do this herself. Unluckily for her, Halloran's still trailing them, and watches as they drive away. Anna finally breaks the no-exit door, and tries to squeeze through, while Ryan continues to bleed out. But just as she gets her top half out, Pigmask stabs her in the chest with a syringe. She regains consciousness sometime later, where she and Ryan are locked up in shackles. A person in a black cloak walks freely, setting up various objects in the middle. Removing their hood reveals the one and only John Kramer.
Hello, Anna.
John sets up their final test for salvation. When he was a teen, Ryan caused the death of 3 people when he was up to some drunken hijinks. When he fell out of the car, the friend driving turned around, not seeing that they were going full speed, head-on into another car. Not only that, he lied to the police, blaming it on his deceased best friend. Ryan didn't get it before, but now he does. And he wants to live. John knows that feeling all too well. Had the doctor handling his x-rays not switched them with a perfectly healthy patient, John's tumor could have been found earlier. Anna and John go way back. They were neighbors for a time. After John's chemotherapy, Anna and her husband Matthew were so kind to him. But John knows that the death of their baby wasn't Matthew's fault at all. He was awake the night of the incident, and overheard Anna screaming at the baby to stop, before eventually she snapped, and made it look like Matthew did it. Matthew was arrested, eventually taken into a mental facility, where he ended up taking his own life. Of course, John isn't going to do anything to either of them. They have to take responsibility. Eleanor tracked a virus she found in Malcolm Neal's blood to a farm just on the outskirts of the city, which happens to belong to Jill Tuck. As they get out and approach, Halloran creeps up in his Mustang. He doesn't pick up Detective Hunt's call, who's already at Halloran's house. In his fridge, they find a Ziploc full of the Jigsaw pieces of skin, and Hunt has no choice but to put on an APB for him. Eleanor was right, she found where the game is. As they investigate more, they find where Buckethead was decapitated.
Did you know that pigs are highly compassionate animals?
Hey John, have you seen the LAPD? John lectures Anna and Ryan.
They've been on the wrong side of the scale of good and evil, and if they want to earn their freedom, they must realize they've been doing it backwards. John gives them an opportunity to turn it around, pulling out a shotgun. He loads it with a shell, calling it their key to freedom.
Now the game's simple. The best ones are.
Logan questions Eleanor on how she can think that Jigsaw's dead, considering they did his autopsy and everything.
Jigsaw lives forever, through the work of his followers.
When Logan sees the trap from Eleanor's studio, it clicks. She's been obsessed with Jigsaw from the start. Just as their standoff grows in intensity, Halloran pops out and points his gun at Logan, causing both him and Elle to drop their weapons. Logan almost immediately disarms Halloran, and Eleanor runs off. Halloran smacks him with a tool, re-equipping his weapon and going to chase down Eleanor. Anna takes John's words to heart. Her only key to freedom is to kill Ryan with a shotgun. She runs to the middle and grabs it, aiming it at a cowering Ryan. As she wraps her finger around the trigger, Ryan realizes what John truly meant when he said that they had it backwards. As Anna pulls the trigger, the gun backfires, shooting her in the face instead. As she falls to the floor, Ryan discovers the keys they were meant to use to unlock their shackles, which were hidden inside of the shell. They could have both gone free, but now their fate is sealed. It's a really good take on the original bathroom game from the first Saw, with a lot of parallels to be drawn between them, especially since Ryan had his leg amputated. Anna, much like Adam, gets shot, eventually dying, just this time by her own doing. And if Ryan wants to escape, he'll have to saw his other leg off, just like Lawrence did. Halloran, in his pursuit of Eleanor, stops for a second when he approaches an empty room. In this brief pause, someone stabs him in the back with a syringe, and he quickly loses consciousness. Logan comes to, with a collar around his neck. He's across from Halloran, who's in the same situation. Nowhere to be found is Eleanor. Jigsaw's voice comes over the speaker, telling them that they are the final two players. He says that Logan will recognize the device surrounding the next well. They're the laser cutters that they used for their autopsies. They can both escape, however. All they have to do is confess. Halloran's asking the real questions, though.
How are you alive? How are you still alive?
They've got 60 seconds to choose someone to go first, and Halloran decides to get it out of the way. But he switches up and hits Logan's button, putting him in the hot seat. He gets dragged towards the wall, and as the lasers inch closer to his face, Logan admits he was the one who messed up John's x-rays. Not through malice, just carelessness. But the lasers do not stray. Instead, they slice through Logan, killing him. Now it's Detective Halloran's turn. The lasers turn on, and he admits that he tampered with evidence, took bribes, and put innocent people behind bars, whereas dangerous criminals walked free, and innocent people died because of him. So the most average police behavior. The lasers stop. The ceiling above him is singed. But Halloran notices the ceiling above Logan doesn't match that. As it sets in, Logan stands up, taking the collar off. On the inside, fake blood packs line the collar.
You're working with him. I am him.
Logan pulls out a recorder he had in his pocket, which recorded Halloran's confession. Once again, Halloran is me.
I understand.
Logan explains that 10 years ago, in this very barn, a game was played. The game that we followed throughout this film happened 10 years ago. He knows this, because he was a part of this test. Logan was the overly sleepy buckethead that we thought was killed, who we thought to be Malcolm Neal. When he went back first into the saws, John swooped in and freed him, giving him a second chance, since it was an honest mistake. Now, 10 years later, Logan repaid the favor, recreating John's first game, with cases from Halloran. The dead bodies the cops found weren't of Carly or Mitch, but a new group that we never meet, and it doesn't really matter. It was never about them for Logan. It was about Logan proving to himself, proving to John, that he was worthy of that second chance. Logan turns the lasers on Halloran's collar back on. Logan correctly points out that Halloran didn't show him mercy, not even like 5 minutes ago, when he pushed Logan's button first. Logan interrogates Halloran. Why was Edgar Munson, a murderer, free? But Logan already knows. Edgar was Halloran's informant for many years. They go back further than Halloran had let on. And as it turns out, Edgar was the one that killed Logan's wife. Logan created a game that appeared to be run by Jigsaw, taking old recordings of John as Jigsaw, chopping them up, and editing them to create the new rule sets. Edgar was just the one playing the game, and Logan was the one that sniped him in the chest while the other cop shot his hand. When Logan pulled the bullet out, some sly sleight of hand switched the bullet from his gun to the one from Halloran's. Logan took Kramer's blood vials to plant his blood under the victim's nails. He thought of everything. No one will suspect him, because Eleanor will also provide an alibi. Logan left Iraq a broken man, and John put him back together.
You can never come from anger or from vengeance. You taught me that.
Now, Logan speaks for the dead. Speaks for the ones put on his table, because of people like Halloran. The lasers eventually cut through Halloran's head. and as he falls to the floor, turns him into a Demogorgon. Alright Logan, now say the line.
I speak for the dead.
Boo, suck. I hate him. Okay, honestly, this might be my favorite twist ending since the first one. Finding out that the game we watched alongside the cop narrative happened 10 years ago absolutely blew my mind. In a series full of convoluted timelines, this takes the cake. I actually love Logan's shtick, serving justice to those scorned by the faults of the justice system. Using the criminals that Halloran let roam the streets, and taking Halloran out in the process, is very satisfying. He's a vigilante, Jigsaw's oldest accomplice, but the one who understood his message the best. That being said, it's time to address the obvious elephant. None of John's other accomplices are shown or mentioned. And I get it, the series needed reinventing for a new audience. But to completely toss aside the older fanbase, who have been here from the beginning, and not have any mention of Hoffman, Amanda, or even Dr. Gordon, made their previous film presences feel like it wasn't even important to the overall story. Even though they were. Dr. Gordon at the very least should have gotten a reference, even just by his name, because he was alive and well at the end of Saw 3D. And realistically, wouldn't he, as a doctor himself, have known about Logan when he came as a new apprentice as well? While I love this ending, it doesn't nearly move the needle enough for me to admit that I love the movie as a whole. I sat through 80 minutes of mid for this conclusion, only to find out that the characters I never cared about weren't even pertinent to the present story. Somehow, I care even less now. All of this is good, surgical fun, if not quite enough to secure a springboard for more of these high-gloss games. Buried at the heart of this Legacy sequel about Legacy is Kramer himself, relied upon once again to act as franchise fulcrum, forced back to life for a role suited to his charismatic authority, but also because there's no credible heir apparent. Not for the first time, we are stuck with a latter-day Saw that fritters away precious dramatic resources on bit parts who could be covert conspirators. We are left waiting for a revelation in the form of a twist, the only way redemption can appear in the corrupted Saw universe. And the closing complication decimates a plot, whose trajectory is unalterable, and already precision-tuned to underwhelm. A fine example of this can be observed in Kramer's cameo, where the technician utters the script's best writing, while he works away on repairing and studying his signature mechanisms, which are here surplus to requirement, intricate inventions banked for a later date. In one small moment, Jigsaw casually captures the spirit of industry and imagination, in a manner unseen in previous pictures. This idle tinkering is not the dominant image of this relaunch, which is better located in a slice-and-dice, laser-cutting conclusion that encapsulates the displacement of crude serration of series past by an uncharacteristically smooth upgrade. Jigsaw's at its most delightful when it's poking fun at its own premise, and divulging in its own premise. All the resurrection talk in this movie almost makes it feel as if it's intentionally lampooning our modern culture of resurrecting dead franchises, but bigger and more ridiculous. All the pieces are there, but Jigsaw just doesn't feel like a Saw movie. The atmosphere is just so different. We still get the ensemble cast, the intercutting between traps and investigation, and the Hello Zep ending reveal, but it's all with a completely different sensibility. It's much more polished and visibly expensive, but that doesn't make it better. The old grime had charm, and it made all the weird dialogue and melodrama feel right. Here, these aspects come across as weak points. By the end, I can't even connect with the remaining subjects of the trap, because these characters never showed any real growth or remorse, and overall lack any significant intrigue. The traps themselves were pretty weak too, and I often struggled to figure out their purpose. Certain sequences are still tense despite these issues, but there's an overabundance of twists, and as time goes on, they become increasingly desperate. Overall, it just feels like a feature-length episode of CSI Miami, with a bunch of characters who just exist to be red herrings. Frustratingly, the most detrimental aspect is that the writers have jeopardized the mythology set up in previous installments. Upon returning to those films, it will be nigh on impossible to separate this cash grab from its predecessors, which is a shame, considering the series has always prioritized its narrative. I don't know if we'll ever get another chapter in Logan's story, and that's okay. What we did get is another film in the franchise I love, that, while I have many issues with as a standalone story, as well as its effect on the franchise, still ends up being a worthy entry, and a bloody good time. After Jigsaw failed to reinvigorate the Saw franchise into its next annual dominant spell, we waited another 4 years for the next installment, this time with Spiral, from the Book of Saw. And so much of the lore behind the making of this film seems like a Mad Lib randomly generated scenario. So, apparently, Chris Rock happened to run into Vice Chairman of Lionsgate, Michael Burns, while attending a friend's wedding in Brazil. While there, he expressed his desire to branch out of the comedic roles he is often pigeonholed into, and do something within the horror sphere, showing interest in expanding the Saw franchise. But the fact remained that the Jigsaw Killer's puzzling legacy had run out of meaningful pieces by the time Rock got involved. Just as it already had by the time Lionsgate first tried to exhume it with Jigsaw in 2017, and just as it already had by the time Saw 3D brought the saga full circle in 2010. The movie was billed as the final chapter, which is the Hollywood equivalent of a sports team announcing the start of an arduous rebuild. In this case, the studio responsible for one of the highest grossing franchises in horror cinema history was effectively conceding that Saw would have to start over and sharpen its teeth if it had any hope of outliving the last of Jigsaw's sadistic disciples. Lionsgate CEO Joe Drake was in love with Rock's idea, and in 2019, Twisted Pictures began development on the standalone sequel. And that's really what this is, a standalone entry in the franchise that so desperately tried to separate itself from the pitfalls of the long-running franchise. But every creative decision is completely antithetical to trying to do anything new, or take the franchise to higher levels. To start, Chris Rock is really the only new name among the higher-ups here. He joins the writing team from Jigsaw, Peter Goldfinger and Josh Stolberg, who were already working on their own script for a Jigsaw sequel, but weren't making any waves. So they merged scripts with Rock's idea, eventually leading to the final Spiral script. But Spiral is really more of a bland police procedural with Saw trimmings than a Saw entry. It feels undercooked. The script needed another draft or two to iron out the kinks. It once again feels like the studio turned an already existing script into a Saw movie. It feels like the only way they could produce this story was to turn it into a Saw movie. It's the only way a mainstream audience could accept the cop killings. Spiral was marketed as a new step forward for the franchise, but it's more like retracing the steps of the installments that came before it, and fundamentally missing the point of them along the way. The commentary of this film is genuinely one of the most interesting aspects, holding bad cops accountable, while not excusing the good cops for allowing their behavior to continue. And at the time, this commentary was more poignant than ever, especially in the midst of the Black Lives Matter protests following the murder of George Floyd. Saw has always stood out as a series highlighting the deficiencies of the US police force. Apart from Lieutenant Rigg, no cop in the series is really redeemable, and even then, he wasn't holding corrupt cops accountable, which led to Hoffman's rampage in the next 3 films afterwards. If you have a badge in this series, it's pretty safe to say that you're evil, corrupt, dishonorable, or grossly incompetent, or a dangerous combination of them all. But something about Spiral's message feels so off. Instead of the convoluted death traps, the film opted for a convoluted message. The police department is under fire from the inside in Spiral, as Chris Rock exposes corrupt cops while attempting to save those same officers from the new killer's traps. Cops will never ensure justice and peace. They're meant to protect the bourgeois in the capital, oppressing anyone that questions their system. And I think Spiral stands out when it highlights this. The state isn't punishing the cops, because they profit off their transgressions, so the new Jigsaw for this film does it for them. But it spends so much of the movie saying this, while highlighting Rock as the good cop in a notion of bad cops, and then turning around to show his shortcomings. Darren Lynn Bousman is back to direct, having directed Saws 2, 3, and 4. And it certainly shows, as this one feels somewhat spiritually connected, especially to Saw 4. Here we have some of the most deserving targets for Jigsaw's retribution methods, but the hammer of justice doesn't come down nearly hard enough on them to be wholly satisfying. Also, I feel like Bousman just kind of let the cast do whatever, and just kind of hoped to piece it together, almost as if he gave direction to them as if they were all in separate movies. Chris Rock tries to flex his dramatic chops, and while there are flashes of potential, comes across more in emotions ranging from squinty Clint Eastwood impression to bug-eyed shock. He tries to add a comedic flair where it's really not needed, usually falling pretty flat. But what's most funny to me is that he essentially Mary Sued his way into the series, like this is a self-insert in his Jigsaw fanfic. Samuel L. Jackson as his dad feels grossly underused, much like Danny Glover in the original. I know the peak of Jackson's talent, but in this, much like most of his recent gigs, he's reduced to the, haha, guy that says motherfucker, said motherfucker. I think both are just severely miscast in their roles, but not so much as to affect the overall good withstanding of their careers. The only acting standout is the always wonderful Max Minghella, who is Rock's rookie partner throughout the story. I typically like him in whatever I see him in, like The Handmaid's Tale or the criminally underappreciated Horns. But here he shows a pretty nice range, and without giving away too much yet, I would love to see his story delved into more. But most of the other cast is just kinda there. I wouldn't really hold it against you if you forget everybody's name. I will say, everyone in Jigsaw's traps had their fair share of screen time, to try and gain sympathy with the viewer, as little as they actually do. In an era of revivals and reboots, it's easy for a film to feel stale and samey. While this entry does hit some high notes to entice the new generation to enter the Saw fandom, building off a formula that had already run its course ultimately handcuffs it from ascending to the upper echelons of the franchise. Overall, If you were hoping Spiral was a drastic reinvention of the series, you might be disappointed. But if you're looking for a fun and harmless way to spend 90 minutes with some friends, then you'll have a good enough time, even if you're just making fun of this. Now with the spoiler-free-ish section out of the way, let's dive into this scene by scene. We start off at a local fair, with Uncle Sam stealing money like usual, an out-of-uniform policeman gives chase, following him down into the sewers. But not before giving us a classic Whedonism.
You did not just go down there.
As Federal Fedora Man follows the trail, he kicks over a dummy sitting in a chair, distracted just long enough to get captured by an upgraded pig mask. He wakes up, bound by barbed wire, his tongue pinched in a vice. He's trapped somewhere in the labyrinth of the subway tunnels, and barely standing on a ladder, the only thing keeping him from hanging by his tongue. The new pig mask shows up on a television, sporting a new voice.
Hello, Detective Boswick.
God, it's so bad. How did this get through everyone involved? And everyone was just like, yep, sounds good. Boswick obviously doesn't find this as funny as I do, especially since the next train comes through in 2 minutes, and he has to find a way out. He's being tested because on numerous occasions, he's put innocent people away by lying on the stand in court. Now he must tear the tongue that speaks these lies from the mouth that deceives. To do so, he must use his body weight and gravity to rip it. Instead, he breaks free from his barbed wire bondage, tries to pry the vice off, only to be hit full steam by the train. Chris Rock's introduction to the film is a bizarre review of Forrest Gump. That seems more like a leftover from one of his comedy specials. And it goes on for far too long. Or just long enough for their plan to go into action, as they load up to head over and do a robbery and drug bust all in one. Speaking of all in one, apparently this scene was shot as one long take, but was later cut down and edited for time, robbing us of a potential all-time scene. Perhaps that's my affinity for both long takes and heist movies shining through, but either way. As they change out of the coveralls and get into the getaway vehicle, the cops are already waiting for them at the exit. One of them somehow knows Zeke already. That's because Zeke was doing an undercover operation, but never told anyone he was doing so. As he gets scolded by his boss, he bewails the fact that he can't trust anybody on the force. She won't allow him to continue to use his dad, Chief Marcus Banks' goodwill anymore, and now must get a partner. He explains that for 12 years he's had to look over his shoulder because he turned in a bad cop, and none of his coworkers have liked him since. Zeke is assigned his new partner, detective in training William Shank, and they go back to work, Zeke greeted with a rat stuck in a trap. Shank somewhat looks up to Zeke, saying that his dad is the reason he wanted to get into this profession. But before they can get all buddy-buddy, they're called to the scene in the subway tunnels, and they head over. On the way, Zeke goes into some of his woes, particularly about his ongoing divorce. But he doesn't want any sympathy.
The cops. This is the life we choose. Highest divorce rate, highest suicide rate, highest rate of domestic violence.
And while this is true, if you thought that this would come into play later, you would be wrong. Back at the station, Banks gets a package for him, a new Tiffany bracelet. Okay, not really, but a USB that says play me is still pretty fun. Zeke plugs it into Shank's computer, and we hear the goofy voice once more, saying that they're trying to reform the Metro Police. One member already refused, and he won't be the last. They recognize the famous spiral pattern to be the work of Jigsaw, but admit he died a long time ago, so this must be another copycat. Banks recognizes the building in the video, and they head over to the courthouse, where they find another gift. A severed tongue and a police badge. 453, Detective Boswick. When O'Brien gets assigned to lead, Banks takes issue. Boz was his friend, the only one who had his back at the station, something Fitch certainly wouldn't.
Fuck you.
Fuck me? No! Fuck you!
Zeke storms off, only stopping once his captain pulls him into the bathroom, interrupting this guy midstream. And he must have been keeping up with his Kegels the way he stopped. Captain Garza understands why Zeke is acting like this, but tells him he can't continue to undermine her authority and go in alone. Eventually, Garza concedes, and audibles to Banks taking the lead on the case. First order of business, he goes to pay his respects to Boz's wife, and asks a couple questions to try and get any info on who could have done this. Zeke gets home to his apartment door open, and he grabs his gun, only to find his dad waiting for him. He's just checking in on him after hearing about Boz, but obviously there's something to this relationship that leaves them a bit distant. As he leaves, he invites Zeke over for dinner, where they can go over the case. That night, Zeke and his team are at the station late, trying to get any break in the case. Shank's phone dies on him, so he borrows Zeke's and goes to digital forensics. Here we get our only bit of Tobin Bell in the movie, reduced to this black and white headshot. Fitch and Krause are already looking into surveillance footage near the area where Boz was last seen. Fitch recognizes the guy, and decides to go in without Zeke's help. Meanwhile, Marcus goes into this derelict building, with his gun drawn. Banks and Shank are the last two left in the office, and decide to just call it a night. Fitch goes to the building where Benny typically hangs out, finding a pig mask on the mattress on the floor. While Fitch is sufficiently spooked, he fails to get a hold of any partners, and is soon attacked by a pig mask. He wakes up with a full face mask over his head, a faucet dripping water on him, and his fingers locked in a twisted version of those Chinese finger traps. As he struggles, the new Jigsaw comes on the television, starting his game. Except, we don't start his game, instead cutting back to Banks, just sitting in his car. This is one of a few weird editing and pacing choices that completely diminishes any sense of tension and dread. Zeke gets a call from Shank, who tells him that he found Boz was caught lying on the stand more than anyone, which is why they found his tongue at the courthouse. As Zeke goes to his dad's apartment, he knocks but doesn't get an answer, so uses the key to get in, only to find an empty place. He must have hit a checkpoint because this triggers a memory of an interaction he and his father had some time ago, about Zeke ratting his colleague out. You can tell it's some time ago because Zeke has a backwards cap to make him look young and cool, kinda like John from Saw 3D. Oh, and Marcus has a mustache that they probably found in one of those machines from the arcade. The next day, Zeke gets another Tiffany package, another USB with a video file on it. This time, the spiral is painted onto the side of a truck, and this adorable little pig marionette tells them if they should point fingers, it should be at themselves. They pull up to the location of the truck, and Zeke opens the door to find a decaying pig carcass, and another one of the boxes, this one containing some detached fingers, and another badge. 982. Detective Fitch. Banks never liked Fitch, especially after he ignored his backup calls, which led him to get shot. But now that he's dead, that's all water under the bridge. We finally get back to Fitch to see his game, which involves him in a tank of rising water. In 90 seconds, that water will reach the copper wires, electrocuting him, unless he makes a sacrifice. We see dashcam footage of Fitch murdering a guy for just flipping him off.
Your finger pulled the trigger, and that cannot happen again.
Fitch must bite down on the device in his mouth, which will start the motor in front of him, and rip his fingers off, allowing him to escape. And this scene has some of the best cinematography in the film. I love the blue color grading, we get some interesting framing, and we get a bit of the frantic editing of franchise past. As the first knuckle rips off, Fitch screams in agony, temporarily pausing the motor. Just as the final fingers hang by the ligaments, the water hits the copper cable, frying Fitch, leaving him in his watery tomb. Cross admits to Zeke that she and Fitch followed a potential lead, Benny Wright, without telling him, which led to Fitch's capture and torture. Banks and Shank head over to a meth house, where Benny typically hangs, and Zeke cosplays as a junkie to gain access to the dealer. He slides a dye pack into the bucket, and he and Shank run up to meet him. On the way up, a dog gets excited and barks at them, and Zeke pulls his gun. So Chris Rock is actually doing pretty well as a cop. Once they kick down the door, they're met with the spray of an Uzi. But once that jams, Zeke takes this opportunity to tackle the drug dealer through the table, giving him a compound tibia fracture. While Shank calmly asks him questions, Zeke turns the heat up, pouring liquor on the open wound, and slamming the bottle against his exposed bone, until he finally gives up Benny. But he hasn't seen him in 2 days, and word on the street is that he's dead. Zeke and Shank are back to the drawing board, and go to the next person who might be doing this to scare Banks. They go to church, and meet up with Pete, Zeke's old partner that he snitched on. Pete got sent to prison for 9 years, and now runs these AA meetings. We see what Pete encountered the day he shot the witness, as the man he interviews says that he'll testify against a cop who's had his hand on the throat of the community for too long. Before he knows it, Pete shoots the man dead, planting the gun on his body. At least now, Pete can admit he was wrong. Zeke returns back to his dad's apartment, but still finds it empty. He never came home. Everyone's disappearing on Zeke, as Shank is late for work the next day too. Another courier delivers another Tiffany box for Zeke, but they finally treat this like it's from Ted Kaczynski, and evacuate the surrounding area. Inside, the pig marionette, with a body made of skin. The skin of Shank. O'Brien finds some craft paint sewn into the puppet, which came from a store that Zeke and his dad used to frequent. What was Constantine Train's is now a butcher shop, and they find Shank's body hung up in the freezer. As the medical examiner explains Shank's death, the tape Jigsaw left for him plays, and we see the emotions run over Banks. Zeke texts Garza a potential lead, and has her go down to Cold Case to pull up a file. Meanwhile, he responds to an officer down call at a local market, where an officer says a person in a pig mask slashed his arm and ran off. Zeke thinks of the note that Jigsaw left for him. While he looks for more bodies, he'll take his head, that being Captain Angie Garza. Zeke tries to call her, but she doesn't pick up. And as she heads down to Cold Case, she encounters a pig-masked figure. The door slams behind her, and smoke grenades litter the room, reducing her visibility down to almost nothing, and eventually she falls unconscious. She awakes strapped down to a table, with a cheesecloth over her face. She plays the tape, which states that she has covered up the department's follies for far too long, never sticking her neck out for the innocent. Now the cover-up is on her, as hot wax will pour over her face, only stopping if she severs her spinal cord. She may not walk away, but she will be alive. Wax begins dripping down, Garza's pained screams filling the room. Zeke runs down to the basement when O'Brien tells him that's where she was last seen, but once they arrive, it's just too late, as she succumbed to the burns and suffocated. Zeke walks out of the room with one long scowl into the camera. As they go over the footage, they notice a time skip. Someone logged on and deleted the portion. When they find the logs, they find Pete Dunleavy had logged in, even though he's been out of a job there for some time. O'Brien notes that Pete wasn't the only name listed. In fact, Marcus Banks had access too. Also, O'Brien's name popped up, but I guess they just kinda glanced over that. Zeke attacks O'Brien for even thinking that his dad could have done this, and then goes back to the church to pay a visit to his old pal Pete. Once he gets there, Pete's nowhere to be found. But we do see a pig mask in the background, quickly going out of focus. And I love these type of shots. They build suspense and tension, get me at the edge of my seat. Especially when Zeke turns back to head out, and the figure has suddenly disappeared. Was it an apparition? Are we just seeing things that aren't there? Yeah, well, all that tension and build-up is ruined when we get a loud jump scare stinger, and the pig attacks Zeke outside the door. At least Marcus is still alive, making his way through an intricate entanglement of spirally doors, leading him to the start of his own game.
You wanna play games, motherfucker? I'll play.
Oh, he said it! As he makes his way through the building, he finds a workshop, headed by the pig marionette, who's been working on a new manuscript. Must not have been very good, as one peek and he's calling the cops. But before he can, he's attacked by the real pig, narrowly missing his shot. Zeke wakes up handcuffed to a pipe, and finds the classic handsaw just in reach. And we know this part all too well, and so does he. As he lines up his cut, he notices a bobby pin on the ground, and uses that to pick the cuff lock, freeing himself. He approaches the guy strung up in the middle of the room, removing the veil to show Pete. Zeke assumes Pete is guilty for it all, peppering him with the accusations of the murders of the Force. But all of his questions are answered when he plays the tape from around Pete's neck. This new jigsaw gives Zeke a choice. Watch as Pete is served justice, or intervene and save him from shards of shattered glass being launched at a high velocity at him. With each wave, Pete endures hundreds of cuts. Zeke finds the key in the garbage and goes to unlock him, but by the time he does, the damage has been done, and Pete dies. Zeke continues his progress through the building, finding the final boss, none other than William Shank. While Zeke calls him a disloyal piece of shit, Shank disagrees, explaining his long-standing loyalty since the day they met, 15 years ago, when Pete shot the witness in cold blood, right in front of his son, right in front of a young William Shank. When Zeke locked eyes with him, he shushed him, telling him to keep quiet. Shank really played the long game, joining the police force, eventually to get assigned as Zeke's partner. He doesn't have a wife or a kid, it was all a ruse. When Boz chased Benny right into the sewer, Shank caught him and tattooed his dad's name, Charlie, onto his skin, which we saw in the marionette. When Shank borrowed Zeke's phone, he texted Marcus to meet at the old factory, where he was captured. Now, Shank has a proposal.
I want to be partners.
Shank admires what Zeke did, taking a stand against corruption, only for it to wind up causing him a life of watching his back at all times. Shank believes Zeke to be Metro's finest, so he wants to team up. Zeke will find the dirty cops, and Shank will handle the rest. Shank believes that after a few corrupt cops are taken care of, the rest will follow suit, fixing a broken department. Zeke's in, but he wants his dad to go free. Shank wants to trust him, but he has a final test to see if he can. Shank calls 911, faking a distressed victim being shot at, and hands Zeke the gun as SWAT is in hot pursuit. Shank leads Zeke to Marcus, who's strung up, slowly leaking blood. The only way for Zeke to free his dad is to shoot the target above his head, but he's only got one shot. It's a very macabre twist on the game where you would throw the ball at the target and drop the clown into the water you would see at a carnival, like the beginning scene. Shank stares down the barrel of the gun in Zeke's hand. Pete ruined both of their lives, and yet Zeke tried to help him. To Shank, he failed that test, and now he gets one more opportunity to prove himself. Will Zeke side with the man who corrupted the Force, or the one who's trying to save it?
You want to tell him, Chief? Tell him about all the fucking shit you did under Article 8.
According to New York law, Section 8 states that, essentially, the cops were playing fast and loose with the rules, and not facing any punishments for their actions. The streets got cleaner because the cops got dirtier. And Marcus oversaw the whole thing, with Garza right by his side. Zeke eventually shoots the target, releasing Marcus, who falls to the ground. Before Shank can escape, Zeke tackles him and they start trading blows, as the SWAT team starts cutting down the door. When they cut through the cable, Marcus is lifted back up, the cables around him turning him into a marionette. Shank was pulling the strings the whole time. Zeke intercepts the SWAT team before anything goes wrong, but when the lights come up, Marcus has no control left. A gun attachment drops, and Marcus is helpless when the strings lift his arm up, taking aim at the squad, who proceed to neutralize the threat. As Marcus is eviscerated, Shank escapes in the lift, replacing the game over with the same shushing motion that Zeke gave him 15 years ago. Usually, I skip over the end credit music, and while some of the entries have a cool song to accompany them, this one has 21 Savage going nuts over a Jigsaw type beat, and it perfectly wraps up this new Saw experience. I feel like Spiral was so close to being good, but just missed out on some key aspects. On paper, this had a lot of interesting ways to reignite the franchise. A-lister cast members like Chris Rock and Samuel L. Jackson, sharp production values, and timely social commentary about corrupt cops. After all, it wasn't that Spiral was done badly, but I simply never got to become invested in it. It focused so much on an investigation that was following a very linear path, with insipid characters and predictable, unoriginal plotlines. Not even the gore, the star of the series, was given enough attention to give the film a few adrenaline-inducing moments. Spiral is just a very poor thriller carrying the Saw name, which gave it even bigger expectations, and somehow it still managed to feel like a ripoff. Let's harp in on a quote from Shank, when talking about Jigsaw.
John Kramer was right. Spiral. Symbol of change, evolution, progress.
If only the film had followed this belief. There wasn't enough evolution of the classic Saw formula for this to work as a standalone film. The first hour of the film is incredibly slick, with just a few odd bits of pacing and editing decisions. However, once we hit that last half hour, the final act feels incredibly abrupt, cutting off the strong buildup of the police case and Banks' character development, just to rush into the end reveal and a weak final trap. This disappointing end unfortunately drops it from contention of being one of the better installments of the franchise, which sucks because there's genuinely some good themes here. I feel like it took the theme of Jigsaw and builds off that foundation, leaving us with a movie that actually tries to have a theme instead of just existing. And maybe in a more subtle, contemplative character piece, these themes could have really been something. Instead, they're woven into a fairly weak narrative, surrounded by gory retribution. It does offer a shake-up to what we've become familiar with, pushing into a new direction and progressing the discourse into a more timely arena. Spiral is a movie caught in limbo. Not quite Saw, not quite standalone. Not quite a dark comedy, not to be taken entirely seriously. Chris Rock is clearly doing his best with a more dramatic role, but it didn't blow me away like other comedians turned actors in similar roles. He's mostly doing paltry stand-up, whenever he's not yelling his way through a list of cop cliches. But I think the most disappointing part of the film was that it couldn't commit to its theme, ending up more in the not all cops territory, while only bearing the Saw title. A majority of previous installments, while they had their issues, at least stood their ground for what they were trying to be, instead of a half-assed attempt at pandering to a current event. Because it is so detached from its predecessors, it does make for one of the more accessible sequels in the franchise, and opened up an entirely new generation to the world of Jigsaw, which is always a bonus. It's not one of the better entries, but it's certainly not the worst, and is a worthwhile watch for anyone interested. Because there's only one more of these Saw movies left, for now at least. And I promise, it's a good time. After Saw: The Final Chapter, the franchise found itself in a precarious position, returning in 2017 to a horror genre that had since surpassed it, leaving us with questions as to how it could take back the Halloween season from A24, and an abundance of remakes and reboots of beloved franchises of old. And it really didn't. Jigsaw tried to take the franchise into a new direction, but the producers handcuffed that film with its gimmicky, formulaic nonsense. Then Spiral decided to build off that, while branching into another new direction. But whether it be Chris Rock's self-insertion, the MPAA, or COVID affecting movie productions throughout the world, or more likely a combination of them all, the film was underbaked and predictable for keen Saw fans. Now, I obviously enjoyed both films to an extent, despite numerous faults, much like I enjoy every entry in the franchise despite their faults. But critics never had the guts to enjoy some fun for once, and normal audience members' opinion of the franchise had significantly waned. Saw X had so much riding on it, because one more underwhelming, under-delivering movie would send the franchise straight back into the abyss of obscurity. So, Saw X did the only natural thing. Absolutely kill it. The original Saw was something so different for the horror genre that it spawned a huge following, yet it was only a mere introduction to the villain that we know as Jigsaw, with Saw 2 being John Kramer's real vault into icon status, where we build on the story of the first while seeing more of Jigsaw's malicious machinations. Saw X is set somewhere between the first and second movies, filling in gaps of chronology in ways that I didn't even know it needed. It's nice that it wouldn't require prospective Saw fans to try and piece together the tortuously elaborate timeline of Saw 3 onward, instead highlighting two of the most beloved characters of the franchise, John Kramer and Amanda Young, exploring their relationship dynamics together. I will say, setting this between Saw and Saw 2 certainly reduces the stakes of the film, since we know that they live to see Saw 2 and 3. But it doesn't take away from the gravity of the situation they find themselves in. I'm still on the edge of my seat. Like, what if they don't make it out? This is due in large part to Saw X harkening back to a meteor plot with heavy themes, while not distracting from it with a police procedural subplot. This is a Saw movie, yes, but above anything else, it's a John Kramer movie. And Tobin Bell acts his ass off. He's phenomenal, reprising the role of John, bringing the same gravitas that we're used to, while adding new depths to the most iconic horror villain of the 21st century. If the Oscars gave even the slightest damn about horror movies, I wouldn't be surprised to see Tobin Bell in the Best Actor category. But, of course, they don't, for whatever reason. It's tough for a movie to try and humanize someone that we know is the villain of the series, much less root for him. But Tobin Bell's empathetic performances managed to do so, providing some intriguing recontextualization for events of Saw 2 and onward. In Danse Macabre, Stephen King mentions that in many movies, the villain becomes the main focus and is glorified. However, in Saw X, it is more complex than that. Yes, the viewer is attached to John Kramer, but it also shakes your own moral, because, opposite to Stu Macher in Scream or Michael Myers in Halloween, John Kramer thinks that what he's doing is good. He doesn't enjoy killing, and as we saw from previous movies, he does not even kill by his own hand. He sees what he's doing as a second chance, as a redemption. More than the first half hour of this film is devoted to showing John's desperate attempt to beat his brain cancer, resorting to an experimental combination of surgery and medicine coming out of Norway that even the FDA won't approve. Not even his insurance company would help him, which we see in Saw 6, which I think is spiritually connected in its critique of Big Pharma. Seeing John have to grapple with his cancer, and by extension his morality, you really do start to feel for him. What I do like about the humanizing is that it makes John feel like a real person. A person who is absolutely flawed in his narcissistic nature, and how he points the finger at others and tests their will to live. But you learn why this is. And it's a known fact that he does this because he has a strange sense of authority because of his terminal cancer, which we knew from the start. But this film shows us the truly sad reality that drove him to this stage. And it's the performance that Tobin Bell gives, full of nuances and depths that almost make you feel bad for his character, that almost makes you root for him, despite everything. We know how twisted he is. In his logic, in his justification. I mean, just think about it. He put a domestic violence victim in a trap simply because she couldn't face up to her abuser. He is not redeemable, but he is still a human. A killer, but one with empathy. And it's all of the layers that build up to make this brilliantly complex character that fascinates us. Though Kramer is obviously at the center of this movie, the supporting cast elevate their scenes without Kramer to the same level, led of course by the lovely Shawnee Smith, back again as Amanda Young. And this is the perfect way to show what happened with Amanda between Saw and Saw 2. This is essentially her trial period of her Jigsaw apprenticeship. John and Amanda butt heads, endearingly embrace, and John entrusts Amanda with carrying on his legacy. And we see a torn, scared Amanda. Okay, now let's get this out of the way. They did her so dirty with this, Bob. I've seen so many people criticize the movie for not de-aging John and especially Amanda. But I respect their decision not to use the de-aging processes on the older actors, despite this chronologically taking place between the first and second movie around 18 years ago. I understand it's an issue for continuity, but I'm willing to accept that compromise in exchange for the actors not looking like uncalivanny androids, like the flashbacks from It Chapter 2. Amanda is still as fierce and beautiful as ever. I mean, look at her. This is my G.I. Jane right here. Also returning to the director's chair is Kevin Greutert. And what if I said Kevin Greutert is the best director in the franchise? What then, huh? I mean, he directed this and Saw 6? And he didn't even really want to be there for Saw 3D, so I'll give him a pass there. In Saw X, he really focuses on the most grounded and emotional plot in the series, giving each scene the right amount of room to thrive without dragging them out. There's a big reduction in the number of traps, and they are much simpler in construction, but more impactful, thus upping the gore-sodden intensity, making them effective emotion ringers, just as they had earlier in the franchise. But the cherry on top, however, is the players. Usually, the players in Saw films are disposable meatbags, waiting to be killed off in some gruesome ways. This time though, their personality does feel more grounded, or at the very least, more fleshed out this time, particularly the final player. There's a few nice twists here and there thrown in to spice things up, so the entire script does indeed feel fresh, in the same way that Saw 3 was. Also, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't even mention Charlie Clouser's score. Yes, of course, Hello Zep returns again, inducing just as much hype as it did 20 years ago. But aside from that, the rest of the film score is beautiful, evoking every bit of emotion that this film desires. I have so much to say, but most of it would certainly go into spoiler territory, so we might as well begin the breakdown, the final one in the Saw franchise, for now at least. We open on John getting a CT scan, the cancer definitely taking its toll on him, so much so that he's attending a support group for other fellow cancer patients. In a meeting with his doctor, John finds out he has just months to live.
I still have a lot of work that needs to be done.
As John stops for a drink of water, he notices one of the hospital janitors rifling through a patient's belongings. He takes note of the device holding the patient's hand. The next thing we see is the hospital worker waking up in one of John's retribution contraptions, intending on addressing those sticky fingers of his. If he can willingly break his fingers, he will be set free. But if not, his eyeballs will be vacuumed out of their sockets. As he clicks the dial, each successive finger snaps at the knuckle, and we get a beautiful return to the jerky camera movements of old. When time runs out, his eyes are suctioned out, and his screams pervade the room. But this scenario was all in John's head, almost as if he was drawing up the schematics for it on the spot. When the worker notices John has been watching, he puts the items back, and scurries off. John goes to a cafe to sign his will, giving his belongings to Jill Tuck. But while there, he notices Henry Kessler, a man from his support group who has stage 4 pancreatic cancer. Or at least he did, before learning of a groundbreaking new treatment coming out of Norway from a Dr. Finn Peterson, a mixture of drugs and surgery. Henry lifts up his shirt to reveal a nasty looking scar, but can't recommend it enough. One problem though, it's not approved by the FDA, or really anyone. But just before he leaves, Henry leaves John with their website link. John goes home that night and researches more on this Finn Peterson, eventually reaching out to his daughter overseeing the operation, Cecilia Peterson. Later, he gets a call from her, who wants to get him into the next trial in 3 months' time. John remains silent. He knows he doesn't have 3 months, and Cecilia understands, giving John an alternative route in 1 week's time. He would have to travel to Mexico City, but after getting some more information, John flies to Mexico. And you know it's Mexico because it has the Breaking Bad filter. Hell yeah. Once he gets there, a taxi awaits him, driven by Diego, who shows him all over Mexico City, pointing out many historical sites, like the Metropolitan Cathedral, considered to be the highest echelon of craftsmanship, the Revolutionary Memorial, a mausoleum for heroes of the Mexican Revolution, the Angel of Independence, representing law, war, justice, and peace, and the sculpture of the Aztec god of rain, Tlaloc, envisioned mostly as a benevolent deity, with an irascible nature. When he was upset, passive-aggressively causing droughts, and when truly angered, would unleash deadly floods. Am I looking too far into their reference in the story, trying to connect each of these with John? Yeah, maybe. Diego and John take a back road, eventually getting stopped by a van, who holds him at gunpoint until he confirms his identity. These measures are a bit strict, but better safe than sorry, I guess? John walks up to the villa, greeted by Gabriella. She shows him to his room, and when he asks about Dr. Peterson, she says Cecilia saved her life, and goes to find her. At long last, John and Cecilia formally meet, and she gives him a tour of the grounds, where he sees Carlos, their local soccer star. In an old chemical factory lies the Gorilla Medical Facility, a bright white, sterile box of hope for John in this dingy, rundown building, and life. John meets with Mateo and Valentina, who will be aiding Cecilia in John's treatment, and Parker Sears, who's just finished his treatment for his thyroid cancer. Later, Cecilia asks John more about his life.
Now I have a few hobbies. I help people overcome inner obstacles, help them make positive changes in their lives.
Like a life coach, yeah?
Something like that.
The next morning, John appears restless, and investigates a hammering sound in the distance. It's Carlos, trying to fix his bicycle. Even with the strong language barrier, John manages to learn a new word, jalar, Spanish for pull, and he fixes the wheel. Now it's time for John's surgery, performed by the esteemed Dr. Ramon Cortez. And, like most brain surgeries, John will be awake during the procedure. As they begin digging around in his head, he catches a reflection of the procedure in the glass, watching every excruciating moment. Dr. Cortez has Valentina adjust the screen so he can't see, which kinda rude. I would want to watch my own brain surgery. Eventually, John wakes up in a nice comfy bed, as Dr. Peterson comes to check on him, giving him his latest blood work, which is looking a lot better. He looks out from the balcony, getting to start the rest of his life, which includes sitting in the park, sketching the rack that we saw Timothy Young fall victim to. John, you're gonna need that, no! Also, I know it's just his antibacterial bandage on his head, but it really looks like he's wearing a do-rag here, and that's really funny to me. John goes to the bodega to pick up a bottle of Código for Gabriela, since she graciously offered him some. But when he goes to deliver it, the door is wide open, and he doesn't find her. He doesn't find anyone there. As he looks for a clue as to what happened here, he finds the CD for Surgeons of Tomorrow, an instructional guide to neurosurgery, which shows an all too familiar sight. Not wanting to believe what may be, John removes his bandage, finding no sutures, finding no sign of any invasive procedure. Once the reality sets in, John becomes enraged, throwing the tequila on the ground. At night, he finds Diego's taxi and hops in back. And when Diego asks the destination, John simply replies,
Al infierno.
Diego wakes up tied to a pillar, his hands taped up holding 2 scalpels. As he cuts himself free, he triggers 2 devices wired into his forearms. A tape player falls in front of him, addressing him as Diego, aka Dr. Cortez, and that he wants to play a game. The devices attached to his arms are pipe bombs, but he should think of them more like cancer, a malignancy that must be cut out to survive. Before the bombs go off, Diego must cut the flesher on the galvanized cable in order to pry it out. Once he realizes all the exits are sealed, he begins slicing away, mangling his arm in order to get the cables out. And it's a gnarly scene. All of the chaps and gore in this film are. Luckily, the MPAA has seemingly gotten more lenient in recent years with regards to gore, as I remember even for Spiral, scenes like Detective Fitch's game had to be cut down by mere frames at a time to try and avoid the dreaded NC-17 rating. In fact, I think it took something like 17 edits for Spiral to do that, and the gore in that wasn't even all that intense. Diego eventually gets both bombs out and kicks them away just in time, and once he does, John helps stop his bleeding. Say what you want about John's jigsaw, but he's willing to nurse those who complete their game, show the will to live, back to health. Valentina's living it up at the club when she leaves with a man, who later tries to sexually assault her, only being stopped when a brick flies through the window, knocking him out. Valentina's stunned long enough to be abducted from the car. She really can't catch a break here. Mateo's working late at the vet when Gabriela shows up looking for a fix. Mateo reluctantly obliges, and she walks off, as the barking dogs suddenly cease. As he walks down the hall, he's attacked by a cattle prod wielding pig. Too bad Gabriela is already gone, as she heads straight for the bathroom at the club. She goes into one of the stalls for a bit of privacy for her drug habit when someone walks up to her stall. When they won't leave, she very smartly gets her pepper spray out, but when she looks back up, they're gone. Sufficiently scared, Gabriela goes to leave, only to get leveled by one of the stall doors, and the pig steps out, turning her pepper spray on her. Cecilia's minding her own business at home, counting up all the cash she's stolen from people, and setting up another round of the scam trials. She hears a noise from outside, immediately arming herself with a fire poker.
I've got a gun!
Lauryn S. She checks her security cams to see a figure on the roof, and they throw a rock through the ceiling, scaring her into her car. But before she can drive away, the pig is already waiting for her outside the garage. Oh, and one's in her backseat too, injecting her with something to relax the nerves. John's in the backseat, and the one and only Amanda Young is front and center. Hey girl.
Hi.
Amanda was the one who kidnapped all of those who wronged John so far, and now she's helping set up this international game of terror. Once they see John is behind it all, they try and reason with him, beg for forgiveness, or plead naivety, all of which fall on deaf ears, as John's already gone through the trouble to make the traps, so might as well use them. First up will be Valentina, as John says the key to her freedom is in this box, but there's no key, that's just a jigsaw.
He was speaking metaphorically.
Oh, right. As I was saying, Valentina is given a jigsaw, invented by Italian physician Leonardo Gigli, which is a series of twisting wires that creates a clean cut, even through bone. While Cecilia doubts John would do this, he agrees. He won't, but Valentina might. He goes into university professor lecture mode, lamenting them taking advantage of the only thing dying people have left: hope. Hope is a very dangerous thing to hand out to human beings. So, when that gets taken away from you in an instant, you go crazy. Cecilia insists on keeping up the charade, but quickly shifts tone when John comes with the receipts. Millions of dollars stolen from 34 people over 8 years. John personally delivers the first game message to Valentina, saying she must harvest 3 ounces of bone marrow to avoid being decapitated by the Gigli wire. If she hesitates, she dies. If she refuses, she dies. Cecilia cries that what John is doing isn't right.
Not right. The lecture in moral decency from you.
John and Amanda head upstairs to oversee the game take place. Once Valentina grabs the wire, her timer starts, giving her 3 minutes to complete her test. And she immediately goes into panic, only composing herself once Cecilia takes the de facto leader role, barking orders at her. She wraps the tourniquet around her thigh and begins using the saw, slicing through flesh, fat, hamstring, and eventually, bone. With just under a minute to go, she cuts through the last bit, and her leg falls to the wayside. She grabs the suction and puts it in her femur, collecting bits of marrow. But as the timer hits 0, she is just barely short of the amount she needed, and the gigli saw around her neck slices through. Cecilia can't bear to watch, the gravity of the situation she finds herself in setting in, and Valentina's head detaches from the rest of her body, falling limply to the ground out of focus. Gabby yells out at Cecilia, blaming her for getting her in the situation. Cecilia chirps back that she's not the one addicted to oxys. Amanda shoots a glance at John.
Sometimes we get sucked into things that are against our nature. Drugs are as vicious as they are powerful.
Amanda empathizes with Gabriella. She was Gabriella. John plainly remarks that she had her own free will, and if Amanda can't handle this, how can she handle the rest of their work? She doesn't believe she's ready to. She doesn't want to lose John. John assures her she is ready. Amanda doesn't believe Cecilia deserves a chance to prove herself.
Everyone deserves a chance. You should know that more than anyone.
A phone rings on the cart between the remaining 3, but none of them can quite reach it. They're gonna need a rope, and Cecilia crafts an absolutely wild plan, grabbing Valentina's body, cutting open her stomach, and using some of her intestine to wrap around the cart and pull it towards her. Cecilia grabs the phone and makes a call, but before she can finish a sentence, Amanda shocks her, causing her to drop the phone. When John re-enters, Cecilia resorts to begging, saying that she is a fraud, but her father is very accomplished, and can help him. But her cries once again fall on deaf ears, as John and Amanda head back up to their security room. While there, Amanda sees Parker Sears approaching, and he's upset with Cecilia too, drawing his gun. He encounters a pig-masked figure, shooting them down, only to find Valentina's head under the mask. Behind him, Amanda knocks him out with a blow to the head. When Parker comes to, he's tied to a chair in the cam room, being watched by Amanda. John asks the question that I'm wondering too.
What are you doing here, Parker?
I came to get my money back.
Much like John did, he found out that they're all crooks, and stole his money too. John shows him the screens, each of them showing the people that had wronged them. Parker gave Cecilia all the money he had left, all the money he had saved for his family. John affirms Parker traded it all for a shot at life, but petitions what is his life actually worth. John assures him he will get his money back. But first, there's a game that must continue. But before that, John makes sure to give Parker the rules. No guns. The consequences could be dire. Before they untie him, Amanda and John have a quick sidebar, and John promises it'll all work out one way or the other. John tells Amanda to go prepare Gabriella's game, but she calls an audible. Mateo is next. Mateo already doesn't like her, but Amanda doesn't have time for his outbursts, shooting him with the stun gun, incapacitating him. Gabriella begs for help, to which Amanda says she just did.
You don't know, John. If you want any more of my help, keep your mouth shut about that.
Mateo gets wheeled in on this BattleBot version of a jazzy scooter, and Billy rides in on his tricycle, delivering a tray of medical equipment and a tape for Mateo. This tape tells him that his game is simple. All he has to do is place a chunk of cerebral tissue into the glass enzyme tank, and if he does so in under 3 minutes, the enzymes will close the circuit, granting him access to the key. John once again reminds him that wasting time will ensure his death. As the timer begins, Cecilia once again tries to calm him down by guiding him through the procedure, as he grabs the craniotome and begins cutting into a scalp. We get some more of our manic editing of old, and it's absolutely perfect for capturing the intensity. Once Mateo finishes with the tool, he pries his skull open, exposing his brain. He picks around up there for a bit, eventually pulling out a chunk, placing it into the beaker. But much like Valentina, he runs out of time, and the mask around him heats up, closing on his face, revealing the deity Tlaloc. After Mateo's death, we get a standout scene between Amanda and John, where John plainly states he is dying. His one chance at life, the acclaimed Peterson method, was ripped from under him. Amanda breaks down into tears, and John fights through his to let Amanda know he trusts her to carry on. They embrace, now both shedding tears. It's a beautiful scene, showing the depth of their relationship, further than mentor and mentee, more like a father and daughter. It contextualizes their dynamic seen in Saw 2 and particularly Saw 3, especially with some of Amanda's actions being answered already. With dawn about to break, they still have 2 more games, and must continue on. John has Amanda free Parker, to see if he'll abide by John's rules. Billy sits next to Gabriella, with her tape around his neck. She grabs it, but the moment she hears his voice say,
I want to play a
She throws it to the side. John announces over the intercom that she will have to play the game no matter what, as her chains begin to get pulled up, lifting her off the ground, putting her face to face with a radiation machine. John laments them for their hoax cancer treatment, and now turns the heat up on them, as Gabriella starts getting cooked. In order to free herself, she must use the tool in front of her to break her ankle and wrist to get out of the shackles. Cecilia coaches her through, changing Gabby's mind when she's about to start with her hand, telling her that starting with the foot will swing her out of the way. Which, to her credit, it does, as Gabriella shatters her ankle and foot bones. She slides out, swinging away. But Cecilia's fallacious plan falls apart, as the radiation machine moves along the track to aim itself at Gabriella once again. It very well might have done the same thing if she started with her hand, but now when she breaks her hand, she falls directly on that broken leg. Also, just to bring up the clever use of score here, with each swing of the hammer, the strings play higher and higher notes, increasing the intensity. By the time she does break free, the radiation absolutely fries her. John tells Amanda to collect her and drop her off at the hospital, but before she can, Parker holds them up with the gun they confiscated. When he makes John stare down the barrel of the gun, Amanda finally gives up the keys for Cecilia's chains. As Parker walks over to Cecilia, it's evident that he's not here for revenge, but a rescue mission, as they share a kiss. When Amanda unlocks Cecilia's collar, she immediately backhands her, and Parker forces John into the same restraints.
New game. It's called We Live, You Die, Fuck You.
Amanda almost gloats to John that Parker failed his test. She knew he would. John is more worried about Gabriella. She needs medical attention, and fast. Cecilia, the doctor, gives her immediate treatment. It's heartbreaking for Gabriella. For Amanda. The climax here feels like the point of no return for Amanda in particular, who sees herself in Gabriella, and is very believably shattered when playing by the rules doesn't work out for her. It makes her descent in Saw 2 and Saw 3 more believable, because if people who fight for a second chance get screwed anyway, why would those who are less deserving have a chance at all? Parker makes Amanda lock herself in the shackle, stealing a glance at John, who gives an assuring show of strength. Cecilia walks over to John, bragging about being the one to stop John, but John blames it on a lapse of judgment. He also says that they still need to get the money back before they can split it, but Parker already knows where that is. Amanda makes sure to tell him that Cecilia will just kill him too. She's already shown her willingness to tie up her loose ends. Cecilia goes on a monologue about John, how he's going to die in one of his traps because he couldn't swallow his pride and admit defeat to her scam. Parker says that they should have put Amanda on the other side of the trap, but Cecilia has a better, much more evil idea, as she interrupts Carlos's practice outside, and straps him into the trap.
He's not a player in any of this.
Oh, come on, John. You're the scary voice. I'd like to play a game.
John quickly grabs Cecilia by the hair, but when Parker threatens Carlos, he releases her. In a last-ditch effort, John exclaims that it's not right for Carlos to be wrapped up in this mess.
Electoral decency from you.
John looks at Carlos, giving him the rules of the game.
No holla.
Parker hits the lever, and the chains retract to pull John and Carlos down, as the platform raises. 2 canisters drop down, releasing blood on the two, essentially waterboarding them. John pulls the lever, taking the brunt of it all, sparing Carlos. But Carlos sees this, pulling the lever back towards him. This time, when John pulls his lever, he keeps a strong grip on it, making sure Carlos can't pull it back. Cecilia and Parker leave John to drown and go get the money back, but Parker brings up a good question.
But if you were the last player, who was supposed to be on the other side of that plank with you?
Cecilia obviously doesn't have time for such erroneous questions, grabbing the bag of money. But when she does, she pulls a pin, tripping the alarms. The blood pouring down on John stops. They find no money in the bag, just the same receipts of deceit, and the exit door shuts on them. Cecilia tries to shoot the door open, but pulling the trigger does nothing. John took all the gunpowder out of the bullets. They were never in danger of being shot by Parker. John and Amanda undo their shackles. They were never locked in them. Once Carlos is free, he and John embrace.
You are a warrior, my boy.
Cecilia asks Parker how they could have known about him, and turns out John managed to squeeze some extra information out of Diego. But the detective John called to track down the game's players couldn't track down Parker, so they had to get him there another way. When Cecilia got the phone to make a call, she called Parker, which led to his arrival, and all of the other pieces fell into place. A tape plays for Cecilia and Parker, playing out their scam, not realizing they were the marks all night long. A noxious gas starts leaking into the room, and their final game begins. They've worked together for years. Now they are working against each other. A vent opens up for them to stick their head through for a brief reprieve of fresh air, and the two fight it out. with Cecilia eventually coming out on top. I guess Amanda was right all along.
You know she's eventually gonna kill you too, right?
Cecilia sticks her head through the porthole, yelling at John as he walks away. He grabs the tote full of money, handing it over to Carlos.
Gracias.
They walk out of the building, leaving Billy behind, and leaving Cecilia behind, locked in the room, as the gas leak halts. I do find it weird that Peterson got the tamest trap though. Not sure what lesson she was meant to learn here. She screwed over someone else to benefit herself, the same as she's always done, and is rewarded for it. But that's not my decision. John's games were never meant to be unwinnable. Even if she's the most deplorable, detestable, downright evil person so far, maybe on par with Hoffman at least, she still won her game. And who knows, maybe she's reformed. Maybe if she gets out of this place, she returns to a life of helping people. Or maybe we'll see her and John meet again. John, Amanda, and Carlos walk into the warm sunlight, ready to continue their work together. But just when you thought this couldn't get any better, we get a mid-credit scene, wrapping up those loose ends of Henry Kessler, as we find him in the classic bathroom that we've grown so fond of. John thanks the detective for finding his fellow patient, and in steps Detective Mark Hoffman. Hell yeah. And Hoffman delivers his finest line in the series.
Out of all the men to cheat, you picked John Kramer? I call that epic bad luck.
Hell yeah, Mark, you get him. Rest in peace, Mark. You would have loved Reddit. Before Saw X, my yearly rewatch of the series always seemed to end on a bit of a dull note, with Jigsaw and Spiral. Both have their merits, but as a fan of the original 7, these failed reboots either pissed off fans or ignored them completely. Saw X truly feels like a part of the original 7, and it makes me so happy that they finally nailed one of these late sequels. It benefits from the longest runtime in the series, at just under 2 hours, but even then it feels like it's over before you know it, teasing you with the vacuum trap that is nothing more than a peek into John's mind, making you wait for the bloodshed to ensue. It builds the game's players up, giving us just enough insight into their lives to round them out, something group games of past have really failed to do. We build a connection to them. I feel most for Gabriella, as I see just as much of Amanda in her as Amanda does. The traps themselves are some of the more simple, but feel so much more intense since we actually get to see every bit of them. This gives all of our secondary characters so much more depth, adding weight to their inevitable deaths. And I hope this trend continues for all subsequent entries. Saw X will be the one to kickstart the Saw franchise's reclamation of the horror genre that we eagerly await for each year. We already have Saw 11 announced and in production, and if it's anything like 10, I'm excited for the future of the franchise, and I will be there for opening night every time. If this video didn't sell you on the beauty of this film, the 10th installment of a franchise written off time and time again, a deeply emotional and thematically rich narrative at the heart of a blood-soaked game, maybe you just don't get it. And may never get it. Maybe you just don't like fun, but maybe, just maybe, you can appreciate this experience. This beautiful piece of cinema.
And that's where the franchise stands for now. It's been such a wild and fruitful ride over these past 2 decades. And I can't wait to see what Saw 11 has in store for us. If you've made it to this point in the video, I just want to say thank you. The support on these Saw videos has been sensational. I've connected with so many of you through this silly little horror franchise that we love. I genuinely didn't expect them to garner as much positive dialogue as they have. This franchise has meant so much to me since I was little, and being able to finally express my love for it has been so cathartic. I never expected anyone to listen to me ramble on for hours, trying to find meaning in a franchise often slandered for meaningless violence. So, once again, thank you for the great reception to them. And I'll see you in the comments, and maybe the future videos if you want to stick around. But, as always, thank you for watching.